And it looks like we are live. Give me just a second, guys. We'll let the stream breathe. I got to get everybody in on all of our communities across Facebook as well. Don't want to let those guys go unnoticed. Give us just a second here. Make sure we got green check marks across all platforms. Mile high hello, everybody in Broncos country. Welcome into a very special edition of the Dove Valley Deep Divers podcast. As you can very clearly tell, the NFL draft is going on. So this is the Mile High Huddle Roundtable live draft coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft. I am your host tonight, Lance Sanderson, and joining me as per always is my good friend and colleague. He is Mile High Huddle Senior NFL Draft Analyst, the one and only Eric Trickle. And also, we got the Mile High Insiders for right now. We're going to have Carl Dummel to join here in just a minute. But as you see below me, we have Nick Kendall, and then also we have Luke Patterson down on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Guys, the first round of the NFL draft was absolutely insane. All of the wide receivers that were taken, the quarterbacks kept on falling. There's a lot of really good defensive talent that continues to slide down into the top end of this second round. But I'm going to start it off here with Eric. First things first, man, how are you doing and what are you looking forward to the most? Other than this, really fast, we've got Michael Ronquillo jumping in early with a massive super chat showing the most love and support for the Dove Valley Deep Divers and Mile High Huddle. Let's go Broncos, he says. And yes, absolutely. Broncos have pick 64. They have pick 75. They have pick 96. Might potentially be moving around. But with that, Eric, what's going on, man? How we doing?
Doing good. Super excited. I mean, as much fun as last night was, not having to stress out about the Broncos pick, it's nice that the Broncos are actually, have a pick tonight, have a few picks. Have that possibility of moving up to go get a guy that they want, moving down. Just so much unknown with what they're going to do, which just adds to the excitement for it. I'm excited, a little tired, but I'll make it through.
Yeah, man, it's been an absolute blast here. We're going to get to your big board here in just a few minutes. Top 10 picks available before the start of the second round gets going. Tampa Bay Buccaneers have been on the clock since last night. Sounds like they could potentially be a trade down target or a defensive player here. Luke, dude, you bounced out early. We didn't get a chance to chop it up anymore. What was it, about pick 14 or something like that? You had to call it a night. How you doing, man?
Great, man. It was a crazy first round. You saw a run on wide receivers, as you alluded to earlier. Only one quarterback in the first round. So watch out, Broncos country. You're going to see some new quarterbacks in the league, especially here in round 2. But the big story for me right now is Nakobe Dean, linebacker from Georgia. How far is this Bulldog going to fall is the biggest question, at least for me right now, because I've got my eye on a couple different linebackers, and we'll get into that and we'll fight over which one we think the Broncos should get. Nick doesn't want any linebacker at round 2, so we're good there. But I'm super, super pumped, man. This is it. Broncos country, George Paton, round 2. Here we go.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I'm so stoked for this. It sounds like George Paton ran a bunch of wind sprints right prior to the draft earlier, did some 200-yard wind sprints and stuff like that to clear his mind, get himself ready for tonight. Nick, dude, I want to start with you right here. What's the most important thing that you think is going to happen for the Broncos tonight? Where do you think that they're going to go? And first off, how you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty darn well, and I want to say hello to Kathy Lund coming in here. You guys are all rock stars. Not Kathy. You guys are the rock stars. We're the fans here, so we appreciate you so much. With a $5 super, thank you for supporting us. Obviously, Mile High Huddle and all these shows are fan-driven by your guys' support and donations like this, so we appreciate it. Kathy continues saying, thanks so much for your prep and time with all of us. Happy birthday, Carl. Carl will be here soon. Make sure you save that birthday for him when he comes in, but, unless, he sees Toto and the Wicked Witch flying around him, but who knows? And let's ride as well. Absolutely, Kathy. Thank you so much. I'm doing great now that Kathy's here and everybody's coming in. Excited to see what the Broncos do. Does seem like they are working the phones to move up, but they're probably just as much working the phones to move down. If a guy falls to within range, they might make a move. My understanding is they would be okay packaging 64 and a day 3 pick to move up, but how far is that going to get them? 5, 10 picks? Who knows? But eager to see how it plays out and curious to see who will be the first pick to start off day 2. It's always a very fun part of the draft to kick off my favorite day of the NFL draft.
Yeah, man, it's always fun. The second round is probably the most fun because there's going to be a lot of movement. There's players that fell out of the first round that could potentially, see their way called early. They could continue to slide, like this guy from Tina Fairchild jumping in here. I'm hoping that we can snag David Ojabo, the edge out of Michigan. I've heard a lot of buzz that he could potentially be going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers here at number 33 overall. That would be something definitely to take a look out for. We're going to say hello before we get into the majority of this stuff to everybody here in the chat. Again, guys, you are checking into the Mile High Huddle Roundtable, our live 2022 NFL draft coverage. We're going to say hello to Robert Perez here. First things first. Joey Budkey jumping in. Paul, 8026 is in here. Diamond Rattler, Kathy Lund, we already said hello to, but we've got to say hello again for her support. We've got Clee in the house, Greg Smith over on Facebook. We've got Timbo Slice over on Twitch. We've got some Twitch supporters jumping in. Hello, everybody, and welcome in. Guys, make sure before we get started on all this stuff, we're going to run through some matters of business really fast. Make sure you guys are following us on Twitter. We got some live reaction going out there as well. You guys can find me on Twitter by following me at Sanderson MHH, for Eric at Eric Trickle, for Luke Patterson at Luke Patterson LP, and for Nick at Nick Kendall MHH. Got to also give a shout out to Scott Kennedy back behind the scenes, running the ones and twos here at Scout Kennedy. And when Carl gets here, obviously that's going to be at Carl Dumler MHH. Folks, while you're at it, clicking the follow button, make sure you guys are clicking the follow button on at Mile High Huddle. That's some other account where you're going to find breaking news and analysis regarding your Denver Broncos and a lot of high quality film breakdowns. All of our scouting reports. There's 107, I believe, is what the total number was that Eric tweeted out earlier today, including a bunch of other just premium draft content there at Mile High Huddle. Facebook supporters, go to facebook.com/Mile High Huddle. Follow us there as well. And guys, last things that everybody needs to be doing: subscribe. Wherever you guys are watching this, subscribe on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, does not matter. Subscribe to Mile High Huddle. Click the like button on every video and article that you guys see. And if you love it, share it. Get in front of as many people as humanly possible, because without your guys' support, we could not do what we do best, which is cover your Denver Broncos and obviously, of course, the 2022 NFL draft. Now, Eric, I'm going to send this over to you really fast. I want your top 10 on the big board, top 10 available players moving into the top of the second round.
Well, I currently have only 3 players left that had a first-round grade from me. Travis Jones, the big man out of UConn, who I think he's got some good versatility on the defensive front. Big, athletic. Little surprised that he didn't go in the first round, but I think I don't think we'll be waiting long to hear his name called. Malik Willis, he was my top quarterback simply because, there's so much tools to work with, but he needs time to develop. Not shocked he fell out of the second round, and I don't think that we'll be waiting long to hear his name called. Keeping an eye on the New York Giants, even the Tennessee Titans and Seattle Seahawks. They're also been rumored to be looking at quarterback, and Logan Hall, the defensive line edge out of Houston, who has some good versatility. And then there's Boye Mafe, a athlete out of Minnesota that's still kind of working on the aspects of needed to be a pass rusher in the NFL. Doesn't have a whole lot of experience. There's Bernard Raymond, who I guess a lot of teams view as a guard in the NFL just because he lacks that length and he is going to be a little bit older. I think he'll be 25 by the time at some point during the rookie season. There's also Arnold Ebiketie, the edge rusher out of Penn State, who there was a lot of late first round buzz from him. I don't think we'll be waiting long to hear his name called. Kyler Gordon, a versatile defensive back out of Washington, who Washington just keeps constantly putting out these versatile defensive backs year after year. The first running back, Kenneth Walker. Think we'll be waiting a while for a running back to hear their name called, probably the mid-late second round. N'Kobe Dean and Chad Muma round out my top 10. Both good linebackers. Dean, if he was about 3 inches taller, I think he'd already have heard his name called. There's definitely been a lot of size issues there. And then Chad Muma, this guy can just do so much for a defense. Good athlete, smart, physical. Big fan of Muma. I've been a big fan of his for a while, and I know Luke is a big fan of Muma as well.
I love him. I love me some Muma. Give me all the Muma vibes here tonight. And here's the thing that I'm wondering, and I put it out on my Twitter, and maybe it's just because I'm a homer, right, Lance? Wyoming, baby. Here we go. It's just one of those things for me where you see N'Kobe Dean fall. you're going to see some other linebackers maybe fall and start to get within reach or striking distance for the Denver Broncos. Will they move up for a linebacker? I'm not sure. I know that they're definitely interested in one, but when is that gonna be? I was pounding the table for Baron Browning in round 2 last year. I loved him so much, and they were able to grab him, in round 3. So I'm really pumped for a defender to come off the board for me for the Broncos, but it could be an edge rusher. I'd be happy with it. An offensive tackle, corner, I'd be very surprised.
Yeah. Michaela Parker, the Duchess of the MHH community, coming in here, dropping the hammer off the top rope with a massive amount of supports, saying, I want an offensive tackle or a linebacker. Well, first things first, Michaela, thank you so much for your continued support of Mile High Huddle. And we really appreciate everybody for joining us, especially you, Michaela. It's good to see your name in the chat again on Fridays. It's been a while since we've seen your name here. Glad to see you back in the house and showing your love and support for the Broncos. Now, Nick, the big question continues to revolve around the quarterback position. Obviously, this class, the NFL has shown what they thought of this draft class at the quarterback position. Obviously, only Kenny Pickett went in the first round, number 20, to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Who's the next quarterback domino to fall here?
I mean, Malik Willis would make a lot of sense here. I wouldn't sleep on Desmond Ridder either, and pushing Sam Howell and Matt Corral to third round, maybe end of the second round. But as Eric mentioned, you could see the Seahawks. I know there's been some smoke there for the Vikings as well, maybe at 34. I figured that was a little bit of a surprise at first, because why not take him at 32 for the fifth-year option? But I think it was Albert Breer earlier said that given that the fifth-year option is now 100% guaranteed, the fifth-year option is not as palatable for teams anymore. And we've seen a lot of quarterbacks recently not have their fifth-year option exercised. The last one I can think of that did, that really stands out to me, was Sam Darnold. And that turned out to be a massive detriment to the Carolina Panthers with all that guaranteed money. So maybe the Vikings are still a team to consider here at pick 34 coming up for a quarterback, or that could just be smoke coming out of Minnesota, trying to get a team to jump them at 33. So that way the player they want falls to them at 34.
Well, just real quick, can we take a jab at the Raiders? Speaking of fifth-year options, I mean, good Lord, you go out there and you draft 1 million of them, and then you never exercise any of them, any of the fifth-year options. I mean, I just want to take a jab at the Raiders right now, other than Derek Carr's faux hawk, which we all made fun of last night and is making the rounds on social media. Anytime you can see the Raiders just in the pit of misery, dilly-dilly.
Stop talking about the Raiders. We do not need that conversation going on in this chat right now, because I threw a take out there a long time ago that I really regret. And Eric continuously lets me know, like he did earlier today.
What was it?
So he once said John Gruden and Mike Mayock were doing a great job with the Raiders.
So the context behind that was what I was trying to say was I liked the way that what they were doing was they were sticking to the board that they had. They had a plan. They liked the players that they liked, and they went and got them. They didn't let anybody mess around. Like the Cleveland Farrell pick is the one that really stands out to me, because at 4, no one thought that was going to be an option, but they knew that he wasn't going to make it to 18 or 20 or whatever the hell the next pick was. So they went and they got their guy, and I respect that. That was the thing that I was trying to say. I think they're doing a good job following the model that they had. It obviously did not work out for them, and it made me look like a fool. However, it's still, I think, at least sound logic anyways.
It's happened to all of us, and it continues to happen, just like we're all going to be wrong on guys. We are every year, and so are GMs, right? If someone knew it all, then they'd be 100% every year in this NFL draft. But yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting. You've got a lot of positions that are super deep. You talk about edge rushers last night. I mean, you saw a few of them get selected. You saw wide receivers just go absolutely nuts. Offensive line getting some love, and there's a ton of offensive line to be loved here in the second round as well. Right tackle, still a big position of need for the Broncos. Billy Turner on that 1-year deal.
Yeah, no, Billy Turner, the Broncos obviously looking at right tackles here. Will one fall that they like? Personally, I only think there are 2 that I would even consider at pick 64 in the second round at all. And I wouldn't be surprised if both of them are off the board by the time the Broncos pick at 64. Bernard Raymond, I know that some teams are concerned about his scheme fit, maybe not as good as a power guy, going to be 25 years old and 32 7/8 arm lengths. So close to 33. Bernard, maybe a little more stretching as a child, you'd be there. But the Austrian, definitely a scheme fit for the Broncos. Will he be off the Broncos board or down a little bit because of George Payton's reportedly stringent thresholds for such metrics as hand size, arm length, et cetera, et cetera? We'll see. The other name I'm keeping an eye on here, round 2 for the Broncos at right tackle, is Abraham Lucas. 50 starts in Pac-12 football, has gone against Drake Jackson, has gone against Kayvon Thibodeau. There has been some good edge rushers actually out there in the Pac-12, despite what some people might say. I mean, Pac-12 football is an SEC or Big Ten these days, but still some good talent out there. And would be interested in both those guys. And we had a comment coming in from Rodney Garcia saying, "What's up, guys? Thanks for being awesome and keeping us informed in the draft. You guys are awesome. Rodney, you're awesome. Thank you for writing with us. And if you guys feel like Rodney, make sure you guys click the thumbs up above us and subscribe to the show, because we're going to be going live all day today, and we're going to be going live tomorrow as well. So a lot of fun. We're just getting started for Broncos draft coverage, baby."
Yeah, this is going to be a gas, guys. I mean, obviously, we've been doing this this is our third year in a row doing this wall-to-wall coverage, no breaks. We kind of pop in and out when we need to, but we're going to give you the deep dive analysis, which is what we do on DVDD. But every single pick, we're going to break it down, how it works for every team that takes that specific player and what it means for the Denver Broncos. Now, Nick, you said something about Abraham Lucas, and I really like that player. I have a top 50 grade on him. He's very solid in pass protection, long enough. He moves really well. That's a player that I really like for the Broncos at 64 if he's going to be available. But at the same time, I don't think that he's going to be there. Eric, where on your big board does Abraham Lucas rank?
I'm rather low on Abraham Lucas. I value the running game from offensive tackles and being a capable blocker there, and I just don't see it with him. He has an early third-round grade for me. I wouldn't be shocked at all if he's gone before 64 because of the value of his pass protection. And there's no denying that he is very capable as a pass protector, and he's almost ready for that in the NFL already. So I could see him go. There's quite a few teams that I think could look his way. Kansas City is one team that I think could be looking at tackle with Lucas Niang. Some issues there trying to solidify that offensive line. That right tackle is the weak spot. So they're one team to keep an eye on. They have 2 picks, so they definitely go and fill that void.
Well, and real quick too, while we're talking about college prospects that will be drafted in the second round, let's talk about some players whose names are being thrown around. Baker Mayfield is getting tons of run today, all over social media, rumors, teams calling about the disgruntled Browns quarterback. Carolina, we've speculated a lot, and there's been a lot of information maybe leaning him that way, and maybe you see a quarterback on the move here in round 2. Cody W coming in hot with some love. Chad Muma would be my pick. You're going to have to move up, though. And I completely agree with you. I think he's got a lot of love from the league. I mean, the entire league was there at his pro day. These guys love him. I love him. We all love him. But it's just, how much do you love him? Do you love him enough to give up picks this year, possibly next year, or a player? I mean, these are the decisions that George Payton has got to make. And if there's one thing we know about George is once he's all in on a guy, he's willing to commit those resources.
Yeah, and it goes back to the positional value thing, and I know that Nick is a huge positional value guy here. The linebacker position is lower on Nick's value chart, pretty much on everybody's value chart as well. We had this conversation last year with Javonte Williams in the trade up to go and take a running back. Like, that's kind of something you don't necessarily have like, you have to have a very fine palate for being able to do something like that. And it worked out for the Broncos because Javonte Williams was very good last year. But are you willing to trade up for an inside linebacker given the depth of the team right now? And yeah, I mean, Chad Muma projects as a starter level player at the next level. And he would fill in really nicely next to Josie Jewell and or Baron Browning at any given time. So Nick, I want your opinion on this one. Would you be willing to do that? We'll grab this comment from David really fast. Good evening, Lance, Eric, Nick, and Luke, and Broncos MHH family. Who should we pick at number 64, or if we move up in the draft? What chances are that we move up in the draft? And he says, hashtag Mile High Huddle for life, Denver Broncos for life, and hashtag Let's Ride. David, stay tuned, man. We're going to give you all of those opinions. But Nick, I want you to come back around here on this one. Are you willing to trade up for a guy like Chad Muma? Chad Muma, excuse me.
I wouldn't trade up for an off-ball linebacker given the Broncos, all the needs that they have in this class. I think you can find linebackers day 2, day 3, historically. Harder to find guys with the body types than an offensive tackle and an edge rusher and cornerback. So those are the positions I'd be looking at. Otherwise, are you that much more confident that the linebacker trading up for Chad Muma is going to be better than taking, let's say, Troy Anderson or Leo Chenal there at 64? I'm not. I'd rather you take linebacker there and then get another one later on to double your chances rather than putting all your eggs in one basket at that position. And speaking of eggs in one basket, Kevin, big boy job coming in. Got his first big boy job today at 22. Excited as hell for today. Hell yeah, Kevin. Good to see you on here. Only thing I care for are good players who fit our system. Let's get some, you know what? Good players we definitely want, but let's also get some high character guys as well. We don't need any guys with the terrible sexual assaults, doing terrible things to co-eds as well. So let's get some good people, hopefully, as well in the draft. Obviously, the Broncos with Kelly Klein and a bunch of females and minority voices empowered in that front office. they care about that stuff. So make sure if somebody falls, that's what's going on.
George Payton don't play that. He don't play that at all. Just like Michael. Michael ain't playing into the nerves tonight, saying, I'm kind of nervous the board won't fall in our favor. Interesting, Michael. Let us know who you like at a position of value, because I'm feeling good about the linebackers. There's plenty of them right there. Edge, there's plenty of them. Offensive tackles, there's plenty of them. What do you guys think of this narrative that seems to be out there? And I don't know whether I want to agree with it. It's the season of lies. It's the day of lies, the week of lies, whatever you want to say. Cornerback. George Payton is continually linked to cornerback early in this draft. It seems really odd to me, considering the current room.
It's the AFC West, man. It's the value of the cornerback position in general. Also, to me, we keep talking about these position values, and when you look at the Broncos roster in 2022, it's not as much a concern. But when you look at 2023, Bradley Chubb, potentially gone. Right tackles, all three of your starting right tackles, potentially gone. And then Ronald Darby, 10 million saving, or maybe if it's a 13 million savings with only 3 million dead cap. I think there's a good chance that he's gone too, because the Broncos don't have a lot of cap room next year. So you want to be filling those needs in the draft today, before there are big, huge holes that you can't fill next year because you don't have a pick until 75 to 85 next year.
Well, we need your guy, Michael Ojemudia from Iowa, to do something, and then we'd be able to, secure that position. I like Michael Ojemudia. I kid, obviously. Yeah. Robert Perez coming in with some love, $5. Appreciate you so much, Robert, for joining a special edition of DVDD/the Mile High Huddle live NFL draft with Lance, Eric, Nick, and yours truly, Scott, in the background. And the birthday boy, Carl, will be on shortly, I am sure. Be sure to wish Carl a very happy birthday.
Yeah. Rock Chalk jumping in here with a $10 super chat. Loving this draft coverage, guys. Go Broncos. Hashtag Mile High Huddle for life. Hashtag Let's Ride. And thank you, Rock Chalk. Thank you for all your support, guys. Everybody in the chat tonight. I want to go back to that a couple super chats ago. The one about if the board falls the wrong way for the Broncos. Eric, I want your opinion on this. What is like a worst case scenario? And this is from Michael, and thanks for pulling this back up. We appreciate that. What is the worst case scenario for the Broncos at 64? Say they don't find a trade partner or they want to move up. They're like obviously looking to move back in this particular scenario, but what's the worst case that you have for the Broncos here?
That's a great question.
That they're stuck, unable to move down, with some of the offensive tackles kind of cleaned out. Edge essentially cleaned out with Nick Bonito being there. I'm not a big fan of Nick Bonito, and I'm afraid that they'll take him. So that's my worst nightmare, is that we get stuck
per
with
source
Nick Bonito, or Nick Burrito, as Paul likes to refer to him as there in the chat.
I've seen burritos bigger than Nick Bonito out there. Real shout out to Robert Perez real quick. Good to see you, Robert. Thank you for I was asking earlier, hey, how do we get one in? Looks like you figured it out, so good to see you. Also see Aiden asking.
Easy. It's a family show, Nick. You got to use context. Aiden Ortiz coming in. Where's Zach and Chad? Where are those guys? They're in Las Vegas. Mile High Huddle has got you covered. We got boots on the ground in Sin City. Chad and Zach in Las Vegas. Man, I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to be there for that one. That one could go one of two ways, but they are definitely in Sin City, and be sure to get at them on Twitter and see all the shenanigans that they are up to live at the NFL Draft.
Speaking of Chad and Zach, we actually got an update from Chad before we went live. Eric and I were sitting in the green room kind of chopping it up and whatnot, and Chad jumped in saying that after the picks, be ready because those guys may jump on, give their thoughts just briefly while they're sitting in the back room and stuff like that. So there will I won't say there will be. I will say there is a good potential that we will get to see Chad and Zach jump on here in just a little bit. Now, guys. The draft is officially underway. I believe that Tampa Bay is already on the clock. They should be getting ready to make a pick here directly. Eric, where would you go if you're Tampa Bay in this particular situation? I know Ojabo was one that we kind of discussed earlier. Nakobe Dean is another player that they could add in to fill in the hole for Levante David when he ages himself out and moves on from the Buccaneers. Where do you think that they're going to go here?
I think they can go multiple different ways. I think that they want to either to address the trenches on one of the sides of the ball. They lost some people on the interior offensive line, and they need some help on the defensive line as well. So I think they can go one of those two ways. I really like Logan Hall for them here, though.
No. Gary Leeds Palmer jumping in, showing some love over on Facebook with a Stars donation. Nothing to say, just showing some love. And Gary, we appreciate you, big dog, for joining us. Hanson jumping into the Mile High Huddle gang, doing what they do best. Yes, this is what we do best, guys. Let's see. Now, while we're waiting for the Buccaneers to make their pick here, I want to go back to what happened last night. Obviously, we had the big run on wide receivers, and that market is just exploding right now. The quarterback's obviously falling. There's still a lot of defensive talent here. But I got a specific question, and Nick, I'm going to bounce this one off of you first. What was your favorite pick for each team out of the first round?
You want me to tell you my favorite pick of every team? That's
no. Just your most favorite pick for what team? Like the best fit. That you got.
I understand what you're saying. I was like, oh man, okay, well, everyone sit back. My favorite pick would probably be, gosh, man, it's hard to not say Kyle Hamilton falling to 14 to the Baltimore Ravens. That is a team that you picture who's the best defensive prospect in the class now. Close your eyes and picture them in a Raven uniform. Yeah, that works. Love Kyle Hamilton, great player there. And I'm curious if Eric has an announcement for us here for the first pick of day 233, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers off the clock. Picks in, and they're going with who I thought they were. They're taking Logan Hall. I mean, the need on the defensive line is quite obvious there. I mean, they have Vitavea, they have Shaq Barrett, but outside of them, they're lacking a little bit. Joe Tryon still has to develop some. So getting some additional help getting after the quarterback, it was something they needed to do. So it's a good pick. And this morning, if you guys tuned in to Scott and I actually made a deal with the Falcons, with the Broncos, pick 64, moving up to pick 59, I want to say, with the Falcons, to go get Logan Hall, because I didn't think he'd be down there this far down. So excited to see Logan Hall. He's a weird player, 6'6", sub 32-inch arms. Is he an edge rusher? Is he going to be a 3 technique? He kind of reminds me of an old school classic 5 technique, but my thing is he is relentless. He keeps after it. If his first initial move doesn't work, he keeps working at it. I hope a team, whatever front he goes to, and playing next to Vita Vea, he's going to get a lot of one-on-ones there. But versatility, twists and stunts, one of my favorite players in this class, and one of the better true interior pass rushers in this class as well.
Yeah, I love this pick. This is a great pick for, as Eric kind of laid out there. They don't have an Ndamukong Suh coming back right now. They need another guy to line up inside with Vita Vea. I like the fit here a lot with what Todd Bowles likes to do with that defense. So playing him at that 5 technique, I think is probably the best fit for him. Now, Luke, I want to come back to you here really fast. The favorite pick of the first round, any team, it doesn't matter.
Call me a sucker for the fairy tale, but Kenny Pickett to the Steelers is pretty cool, if you ask me. I'm not saying that I love him and I would have drafted him there, but it was pretty cool to see him arrive in Pittsburgh and have his jersey, I think, number 8, right, what he wore in college, with the Steelers and Mike Tomlin. What do you got?
Packers just traded up.
The sent 53 and both their second round picks to get up to 34 or 30.
Wow.
Yeah.
They must have loved somebody here. I'm really curious to see who it is. But yeah,
wide
Packers
receiver. It's a wide receiver. It's got to be
Sky Moore season. Maybe it would be hilarious if they didn't take a wide receiver here, though. I'm here for the content.
Me too.
Give me the chaos.
Me too. I'm here for just Aaron Rodgers being horrid.
Christian
see.
Watson.
Oh, well,
take a wide
goes.
receiver. Christian
Scott's
Watson.
excited, I'm sure. Also, the Vikings making 2 trades with division rivals. Very, very interesting to see that. Detroit Lions yesterday, Minnesota Vikings today. Let's keep the supers rolling and whatnot. Luke, we'll get right back to you.
Real quick, we do have an announcement from Chad Zenson and Zach Kelman. They're going to be hanging out at Caesars Sportsbook at the link at 8 p.m. Vegas time. Feel free to go there, meet up with them, hang out, talk with Chad and Zach, your guys' football priests.
I'll be there in 6 hours. Just hold tight. Take me a second to get to SeaTac. Yeah, Phil McLaughlin coming in here saying, happy draft, guys. Thank you so much. When is the new cap limit announced? They announced the cap like right before free agency every single year. So 11 months from now, I guess, is when you hear the next cap figure. Should be ballooning here pretty soon with the new TV money coming in. And Luke, I'll kick it to you. Let's hear Brian Greenfield super, and then we'll get back to your comment here.
Yeah, no, I was just saying the Kenny Pickett story is just cool, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you saw it with Hutchinson last night with Detroit. I root for that just because I think that's at heart. We all love those stories and those feel-good stories, and you want to root especially hard for that fan base. But yeah, let's get Brian going. I don't want to keep Brian waiting. Appreciate all the support that we get right here on our NFL draft live coverage. Brian coming in hot saying, I predicted that Henry Ruggs was going to be out of the league within 3 years, and Judy should have went to Seattle in the trade. He can't catch and is a not so nice human being. That's a tough one, Brian. Tough one. I hear you. There's tons of criticism of Jerry Jeudy, right? He gets tons of cryptic tweets out there, sometimes a little bit dramatic. but it's a new start here in Denver. All right. We're starting over with the coaching staff, with Russ Wilson. When Russ Wilson is praising this man, saying he is working hard and things are going well, I tend to believe him. So I'd say let's give Jerry Jeudy the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. So Christian Watson coming off the board here. Scott was banging the table for this guy. Christian Watson obviously tested like an absolute freak there at the combine, did pretty well at North Dakota State as well. I will say I'm a little bit concerned about his aggressiveness at the catch point, a lot of drop balls. And for being as, physically dominant as he is, you're talking about a guy playing, a future accountant's guy's going to be working at State Farm there at North Dakota State against their competition. So I would have assumed he would have been more dominant. Also playing with a guy like Trey Lance a couple years ago as well. But didn't be the case. Still looked pretty good at the Senior Bowl, tested like a freak. Going to have to work on his ball skills, going to have to work on his ability to get off press and his play to his size. But the height, weight, speed ability, I'm really excited to see what he can do with Green Bay. They love their bigger bodied wide receivers, no doubt.
So just to talk about the Packers trade up, for looking at the value charts, they basically gave the Vikings a value of a third round pick to get up that far. So yeah, they definitely loved Christian Watson. Probably, there's probably a really good chance that he was in consideration there with that pick where they took Devontae Wyatt. Mm-hmm. And everyone knows you can look at that Packers roster and see that they needed a wide receiver.
Yeah. Maybe a couple. Maybe they can send some picks to the Falcons for Drake London. Just teasing Scott. Right. We got Michael Roach coming in here saying, I do like Josh Pascal, edge rusher from the University of Kentucky, but I also like Abraham Lucas and Chad Muma. What's the best case scenario for the Broncos at 64? If you asked me to rank these guys, they would be in the exact same list that you just gave. Josh Pascal, love him. Beat cancer, came back, multi-time team captain, led the SEC in tackles for loss. They played him at a 4 technique a lot. He's very versatile. Not the longest guy, but I think he had one of the top 5 fastest 10-yard splits. He jumped out of the gym at the combine at 265 pounds. That's impressive for that kind of guy. Reminds me a lot of Shaq Barrett, actually, with his body type and ability. So let's keep the supers rolling. Actually, Eric, what do you think? So we had Chad Muma, Abraham Lucas, and Josh Pascal.
I think the one most likely to be there is Josh Pascal, and I've really come around on him at pick 64. Still a little bit of a reach for my board, but I like him. He's high character, versatile, and he doesn't have a super high ceiling, but he's got a really high floor. And with the Broncos, with the injury concerns that they have with Randy Gregory and Bradley Chubb, being able to do whatever they can to keep Malik Reed and Jonathan Cooper from having a large role on defense, the better, and that's something that he could do.
Yeah. Nick Keyser jumping in here with a $20 super chat saying, let's keep these super chats positive, guys. Jeudy has a lot to prove, but got to support our boys. I agree with that. Not to throw anybody under the bus, but let's keep it positive, guys. Try to obviously keep it censored and stuff like that. PG and stuff in the chats. If we're going to pull it up on screen, it has to be something that we can show for everybody.
And it's draft day. This is literally NFL Christmas, right? Everybody's getting a gift. Well, I guess besides the Raiders don't pick until the 3rd round. They get a host, everybody else getting gifts though. So that's kind of fun. But this is a day to be positive. Every single team's getting better. The hope springs new. This is like football spring, if you will. Everybody should be excited and positive about it. We'll see what happens with Jeudy this season, but he's definitely in a better situation. You kind of saw the reactions there, the roller coaster of reactions there from Jeudy after Aaron Rodgers announced he was going back, and then boom, Russell Wilson's in the house. Let's keep those good vibes going. That's what RW3 would want as well. So we have another pick coming up here. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock. The Titans traded away A.J. Brown, probably the best player that we talked about yesterday. Love A.J. Brown. And there we go. A guy that the Broncos were linked with, Woody Pedge, said maybe, oh my gosh, who was dancing like a crazy person up on
trade
stage?
Alert.
We have a trade alert behind them. But the Titans pick is in. Roger McCreary, cornerback, Auburn, really good career there at Auburn, had 0th percentile arm length. I know you guys, everyone drank. Nick said 0th percentile, but had a pretty good year this year. I'm glad the Broncos aren't going to take him because he's that much of an outlier that it scares me. But going to be a solid player. I'm just curious about his role in the NFL.
Jets traded up with the Giants. Don't have the specifics of that, but again, they're sitting there right at pick 38 again. Man, our team's calling in New York right now, trying to move up, and if so, what position are we looking at?
So the Jets sent 38 and 146, I believe, to get up to 36, jumping the Houston Texans.
Yeah. Well, who could this be here? The Jets did take a wide receiver. Oh, you have the pick already announced here?
Brees Hall.
Oh,
wow.
man.
Okay,
So
let's get froggy here. Brees Hall was my number one running back in this class. He's got long speed for days. I don't like the way that he clears his feet through the hole. Sometimes he gets caught up in the trash a little bit, and he doesn't necessarily have the best burst to break away from linebackers. But like when he does get going, there's a good chance he's going to take it 90 yards to the house. Like this kid is super fast, a great receiver out of the backfield, really good in pass protection as well. I like this pick a lot for the Jets. Even though, here we go again, I just mentioned it a little bit ago with the Javonte Williams deal, trading up for a running back in the second round. Like this is kind of hard to swallow for me. And I really like what the Jets were doing on day one, going and getting Jermaine Johnson at number 26 overall. This kind of knocks their draft down just a little bit to me. Even though I do like Brees Hall, I think they probably could have waited on this.
I mean, they are doing what the Broncos did 2 years ago now with Drew Lock. You know, you went out, you had Noah Fant already in house, but then you paid Graham Glasgow a top 10 interior offensive line money. You paid Melvin Gordon to come in. You drafted Jerry Jeudy. You drafted KJ Hamler. You drafted Lloyd Cushenberry. And this is the Jets saying, hey, Zach Wilson, it's on you, buddy. You were bad last year. You still have tools. You're still young. But if you fail this year, it's on you. We're doing everything we can. And the term that I like to use that I've heard before, I think it was Joe Marino at the Draft Network has used it for evaluating young quarterbacks. It's called isolating the variable. Get rid of the excuses. There'll always be excuses for the most, what's the word I'm looking for here to make it, the most frivolous or hardcore supporters, but they're isolating the variable as best as possible. So that way, if the Jets offense doesn't function next year, it's because Zach Wilson wasn't good enough.
I think it's a reach as well. But I will say this, Lance talked a little bit ago about giving credit where credit's due when teams stick to their philosophy of falling in love with guys and going and getting them. And I got to tip my cap to that as well. I think that with this young back, you're also getting a pass catcher and someone that's going to be able to support Zach Wilson in that manner as well. And we got Taco Tater coming in here with some support. Fellers, let's just roundtable this, and Lance, will kick it to you. What's your opinion on these $20 million a year wide receiver contracts? Well, first of all, real quick, there's going to be more of them because wide receivers just flying off the board in round one. I mean, setting records, doing all this other stuff. Lance, what say you? 20 mil a year for a wideout.
Well, first things first, we got to pick in for the Houston Texans. They're taking Jalen Petrie, the safety cornerback kind of hybrid player out of the University of Oregon, a guy that I really like for the Broncos. And if he was available, it would have been really cool to see them, that maybe jump up and go and get him. But as far as these $20 million wide receiver contracts, the first thing that jumps off the page is Christian Kirk resetting the market. I heard an interesting take on the Draft Dudes podcast the other day that Christian Kirk is going to be the most influential signing of the 2022 offseason. And the reason why is because you're seeing guys like A.J. Brown now getting moved, Marquise Brown getting moved. You've got Tyreek Hill getting $25 million a year. The Devontae Adams deal, like they completely reset this market. And as the salary cap continues to rise up in 2023 with the new TV money, we're going to see a lot more of that. I don't necessarily hate it. However, with the talent and influx that we're getting at the wide receiver position in the NFL draft every single year, we're seeing it again this year. Is it really worth it to start spending money on that when you can just reload that talent position like the Tennessee Titans did and go and get Treylon Burks after they traded A.J. Brown? Like, that's my opinion on it.
I mean, it totally depends on where you are at with your quarterback, paying your quarterback. I think if you have a young rookie quarterback contract, it makes sense. You can pay the money because you're paying pennies on the dollar at the most expensive position. But if you have a very expensive quarterback, it probably, like the Broncos coming up here, if they can get value more than the compensatory pick prior to one of these rookie contract wide receivers hitting the market, it makes sense to shop them and use that excess capital to go out there and get another wide receiver the next year. But Luke, looks like you got something to say. Let's hear it.
Yeah, well, you talk about quarterback and wide receiver, right? Wide receivers constantly referred to as the dependent position based off of the one throwing you the ball. And that's one thing that we would all agree with Jerry Jeudy. He's got a whole new set of toy throwing him the ball this year in Russ Wilson. And here's the thing, man. You got the New York Giants on the clock right now. They don't exercise the fifth-year option on Daniel Jones. Do they look at quarterback? If so, who makes sense for the New York Giants?
Well, Eric, I want your thoughts on this wide receiver deal really fast because I know you and your positional value and the way that you like to build your teams, this might be a very fun conversation on your end.
Well, don't have to wait long for the Falcons pick. The Falcons traded up and are on the clock. With with wide receiver, Christian Kirk is going to be super influential. That's why we saw the run on it. On wide receivers early, teams not wanting to. I think it was Howie Roseman basically said exactly what Nick did, that they have Jalen Hurts on a rookie contract. They can afford to pay it. Not so much the case, pay that to AJ Brown, not so much the case with the Tennessee Titans, who have, Ryan Tannehill, even though they may be looking at getting a new quarterback, they have Derrick Henry. Speaking of the Titans, though, something that I want to touch on with Nick with drafting Roger McCreary is not only do they have draft a running or a corner with 0 percentile arm length, they drafted one last year in the 3rd percentile on Elijah Molden, which is going to be interesting to figure out how they use him, because I felt that McCreary's best usage in the NFL was similar to how Elijah Molden was used.
It will be interesting. Good player, regardless. I'm curious to see. I mean, these edge rushers are still here. Kyler Gordon, still here. I've got to circle back, though. Jalen Petrie coming off the board breaks my heart a little bit. Love Jalen Petrie. He's going to be a great player for the Houston Texans. And Texans are still, a couple years away probably, but getting Petrie in there, considered one of the smartest, most energetic, coach's dream type of players there. Good for Lovie Smith, getting him and Derek Stingley. That secondary is going to be a big upgrade this year in the AFC South. Still a bad team, but like what the Texans have done so far. And it's been a while since we've been able to see that. So let's check in with Luke here. Luke, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Mile High Insiders, we're going to be driving the show tomorrow. But Luke, feeling good so far? What are your thoughts?
I like Petrie too, man. We talk about him. I know you loved him a lot, man. So I kind of feel you there. I started falling in love with him after you were just, gushing over him with good reason. So that's an interesting pick to me. I think Lovie Smith is very happy. He is rooted into that defense and trying to right a lot of wrongs down there in Houston. Atlanta moving up. That's interesting. Here we go.
I'm really excited for you, Scott. Arnold Ebiketie, the edge rusher from Penn State to the Atlanta Falcons, one of my favorite edge rushers in this class. He is about under 6'3". I think he's right about 6'2", but he had 34 and like an 1/8 arm length. One of the most tenacious players I watched this season. How many tackles from the edge position where I saw him chase down a player on the opposite hash mark? Hash marks are bigger in college football, guys, where he'd make a play on the opposite side. I mean, great player, transferred from Temple. I think he was the son of a former Cameroon Senate or somebody working in DC, and came to soccer and then found the NFL and love football as well. So love Arnold Ebiketie. Here he is running the Hoop Show, Scott's own video. Make sure you guys are following Scott Kennedy on Twitter and following his channel on YouTube. But I absolutely adore Arnold Ebiketie. He was one of my 5 dream picks for the Broncos at 64 when I wrote that article earlier. So was Jalen Petrie. So a little bit bummed to see the talent go off the board as expected. That means we were evaluating these guys correctly, more or less. But 2 of my favorite players off the board here. I'm really happy with the Falcons getting Arnold Ebiketie. To me, I would hope that Scott feels a little bit better about the Drake London pick, getting somebody who I think in most classes would be a first-round player in Arnold Ebiketie, getting pushed down because of the depth and edge this season.
I gotta say, with all these teams we entering day 2 that we were expecting or projected to look at quarterbacks, the Giants, the Falcons, the Titans have passed on them. So we're still continuing to see these quarterbacks fall. And I mean, we said it last night, and I'll say it again now, is the NFL made it clear what they thought of this draft class. And our takes a year ago about how the 2022 draft class was not good seems to be, on point.
Yeah. I mean, people, are looking at Malik Willis right now. Like, when are you going to go, man? I mean, when's your name going to be called? Deservingly so. A very talented young man, but this is odd. You don't see a couple different things. The run on wide receivers that we continue to go back in the first round and revisit, but it was a quick first round last night. Also, teams weren't utilizing that whole time amount, and I loved it. I mean, it's so agonizing at times when teams, you feel like they have the pick ready, the phones are off, and they just sit there and they wait and they wait and they wait. Not this draft. This draft, there's tons of movement. There are rapid decisions. I absolutely love it because George Payton said we are going to be in on every deal, and you're seeing a lot of deals tonight here in round 2.
Yeah, and on that point is we're 38 picks in, and we've already seen 12 trades. Which is just completely unprecedented. I love how fast things are moving. I couldn't believe last night that we were approaching pick 25 and we'd only been live for like 3 hours. I was flabbergasted with how quick it went. Super excited. It's always nice, especially for those on the East Coast who have to stay up a little bit later. For me, it's not as bad. I mean, being able to be done with this about 8 o'clock at night, it's not too bad, but it's nice for, people who aren't fortunate with the time zone.
West Coast, best coast, baby. Let's go. No, mountain times, and that's what we say, God's time, right? Let's get it around here. Arnold Ebiketie. Eric, I want to get to you. Arnold Ebiketie thoughts, because obviously we have probably some Falcons holdover here. I know that you were a big fan of him as well. Were you surprised that he didn't go round one? Because I sure as heck was.
I was. There was so much talk about him going round one. I thought he would. I started to buy into it a little bit. He ended up with the early second round grade for me. He has really good refinement with some of his pass rush moves, which you don't see with a lot of others, especially with how inexperienced he is. My big concern with him is that he's not as stiff on the edge against the run that I typically like. So it was weird for me because I love these guys, run defense, run blockers on the offensive line. I gravitate to him. So it was weird that I ended up liking Ebiketie as much as I did with him having that issue.
He really reminded me of the guy who the Broncos are going to have pick their 3rd round pick, Elvis Dumervil. And obviously a little bit taller than Elvis Dumervil, but the weird body type where very short, but still long as heck. Yeah. Great reach, tenacious, great bend. You don't see that as much, Eric? Is that what it is? Was the pick coming in here? Either way.
It was the pick.
Okay. Well, I love Arnold Ebiketie, and the Chicago Bears are on the clock. Are they going to continue to try to tank the career of Justin Fields? Tune in to find out, because God bless, they are terrible. I think before the draft, we could have said that the Atlanta Falcons had the worst pass catchers in the league, especially wide receiver. Now it's far and away the Bears. The Bears pass catchers suck out loud.
Oh, I'd like to throw in the Packers on that one as well. I like their best wide receiver is Sammy Watkins, and he's the ghost of his former self. They also have the corpse of Randall Cobb there. I guess I got Christian Watson there. That's fair. I'll give you that. But still, at the same time, I mean, that's one guy. They're moving on from Devontae Adams. They didn't have a whole lot of depth there as well. I mean, Rico Gafford, former Wyoming cornerback, is listed as their 4th wide receiver right now. Like, that's how bad it is in Green Bay.
Yeah. Well, I got to talk about the Chicago Bears pick, because they drafted Kyler Gordon, and I mean, Melvin Gordon, Kyler Gordon, Gordons are just the best. So I mean, this is an A+ pick. He should have gone 1st overall. Anybody with the name Gordon should go 1st overall.
Oh man, you must be listening to the Kool-Aid that's being sold at one of the other Denver news stations, saying the Broncos should trade Javonte Williams and start Melvin Gordon instead, huh? Is that
no? Got to represent the name Gordon, man.
Yeah, this is Gordon Eric Charles Trickle that we're talking to here. So, of course, he's going to have a whole lot of respect for the name Gordon, damn it. Love this pick. I love this pick for the Bears. They needed another versatile secondary piece. And Kyler Gordon, with the athleticism, like this dude is a freak of an athlete. He's also very nimble on his feet. He's actually into competitive dancing, which apparently was something that was thrown around as like a reason why he was dropping down. That there was questions about his love for the game of football. I don't care what that is, guys. Like, watch the tape just a little bit, because this kid is a solid coverage cornerback. He's a very physical player as well. I like Kyler Gordon, and it's unfortunate he's going this high, because that would be another player that I have my sights set on for the Broncos.
I love the way that he undercuts breaks for the wide receivers he goes against. He has a great knowledge of the route tree. This is a really solid pick, and Eric talked about it earlier. I mean, Washington cornerback I mean, they pull out so many corners the last few years. Really, really impressive. I like it a lot. He also has some thump to his game, and he's a thumper, and he'll come up and lay the wood. I love it.
Yeah, with his actual play, I mean, when I first watched Kyler Gordon, I wasn't super impressed. Then I sat back and went back over him and watched him again, and I came away really impressed. I mean, he made it into my top 5 corners. I'm a huge fan of his game. I love his versatility. I love the physicality he brings. Still learning the technique of it, but I'm betting on that athleticism and the versatility with him. Big fan of it. The Bears needed some additional help. They have the guy out of Utah from a couple years ago in that secondary, and they needed to, continue building that. Granted, they do need to build around Justin Fields as well if they want to better his career, but there's been some rumblings out there that the new coaching staff already isn't sold on Justin Fields. So
they never are when there's a new coaching staff that comes in. But why teams ever take a quarterback when their head coach is about to be fired is beyond me. I guess you have to swing when you can, but trading up, I mean, who knows? The cornerback you're talking about, Jalen Johnson, opposite there of Kyler Gordon. I really like Kyler Gordon as well. I will say that I had the impact of judging him on his combine because everybody sold him that he was going to be one of the best athletes, like Byron Jones level of athleticism there at the combine. And he didn't live up to that. So pushed him down to where he's going right now, which is where he should have been. Is he going to be a boundary cornerback? He played mostly slot there for Washington. He comes down, tackles really well. Don't think he has the best zone instincts. So for the Matt Eberflus Chicago style defense, that is going to be a concern early on, but physicality, length, great tackler. I mean, the reason that he played the slot for Washington, it's kind of that new age slot, bigger, longer guys to go up against those bigger slot players because he's such a good tackler. Lengthy, strong at the point of attack. Great pick. One of the guys that I'd have been fine with the Broncos trading up to get in this class. Yeah. So a couple of guys now gone off the board. Obviously, Broncos have not had a deal. We'll see if they end up trading up with you. You guys will know when we know. And we got Life coming in here saying, thanks, guys, for the great show. I haven't turned in. It's a Leaf? Okay, well, that's too bad.
No, it's not too bad. Anytime I can correct Nick, I'm going to do it. It's Leaf. I got you.
It's too bad that I got it wrong. Leaf coming in here. Leaf Erickson. That's how I should have known that one. I have a buddy named Life too. Germany. Anyway, thank you guys for the great show. I haven't turned in for a while because of cross Canada move. Oh man, up north there. Awesome. Broncos country is vast indeed. As Chad likes to say, Broncos country is in a place. It's a state of being and a state of mind. So thank you so much for joining us. Leaf. There we go. Got it. And Lawrence Rivera coming in as well saying, I wanted to give Luke a shout out. Christy Remedy. Christy, how you Lawrence. Doing? Good to see Christy.
What up?
Yeah, great to see Christy. I'm curious what Christy's thoughts are where the Broncos should be going. Christy's obviously a stalwart of the Huddle Up show. So great to see Christy coming in here. And also wanted to get back to the name that I like. Yeah, Nick. Oh, mid-flight. Sorry about that. I was clicking the super chat there, Sky. You can pull that one back up. Christy's mid-flight and everything. So we have a captive audience now. That's great. That's the best kind. Nick Kaiser coming in here saying, shout out for pronouncing my name correctly. Oh, hopefully I did it right that time. I got the first name right. If we do trade up, when do you think that should happen and for whom? Right now, the guy on the board that's left that I'm like, oh man, it'd be great if we could trade up and get him would be Boye Mafe. Tests like an absolute freak, super long, 260 power at the point of attack. He's a little bit older for an edge rusher. He's going to be 23 this year, but man, the traits that he has, the power, the length, the upside, the versatility, sign me up. That's a guy that him and Arnold Ebiketie were my favorite two entering day two today, as far as the value and the positional fit. And if you can get either of them, I'd be ecstatic going to get the guy. Shout out to Travis Jones as well, still on the board. Love him, but edge rusher wins.
Well, and Nick brought up a really good point too in the last super chat. I mean, you're probably going to see another deal, right? Because you've got Seattle on the clock right now, and then they have another pick immediately after at 40 and 41. So teams are probably calling, that quarterback is a need. I think corner, Seattle might go that route as well. Offensive tackle, they've got tons of positions. They're in a total rebuild out there in Seattle, Nick, as you well know.
I got to grab this. Let's see, where am I at here? Okay. I got to grab this super chat here from KB, from Kenny Booker. Shout out to Kenny, by the way, a former staff here at MHH, decided to go and pursue a career in the Army and continue on with that. So shout out to Kenny. It's good to see you, buddy. He says, who is the Elvis Dumerville of this draft class? Somebody who doesn't have ideal size, but dominated in college anyway, like Elvis did with 20 sacks. The guy that I'm going to jump to immediately is one of my favorite edge players, and I'm hoping the Broncos can get him potentially at number 96 overall. And that's D'Angelo Malone out of Western Kentucky. He had 11.5 sacks last year, 9 sacks last year, 11.5 sacks in 2019, 6 sacks in 2020. A little bit older. He's a fifth-year senior at Western Kentucky. Questions about his strength in the running game, but got decent length, really good athleticism. He bends the corner really well. That would be the guy that I'm looking at. Eric, what do you think?
For edge rushers that a little bit undersized, I mean, for the most part, they all have pretty good height and length that you're looking at. Maybe guys super late, but I mean, for the next group of them, Boye Mafe, Ojabo, Pascal Jackson, Robinson, Malone, Sanders, Benito, they've all got the size and that you're looking for in the length for the most part. So there's not really a Doomerville, I guess, of this class.
And it's a different time. You're exactly right. I mean, these edge rushers that you're seeing in the modern NFL, you don't even see the Khalil Macks really even anymore with the big bulky type. You see the bend with the Bosa brothers. You look at Hutchinson. You look at these guys that are coming out now in the first round. You mentioned Pascal, and I absolutely love this cat out of Kentucky, 6'3", 268, 270 on a different day. But 4.7 40s, got great athleticism with the 37.5-inch vertical, if I'm not mistaken. But I like this kid. I think he could be there. I wouldn't trade up for an edge rusher because this draft is loaded with them, and you could always pick one up towards the tail end.
Yeah, I mean, and with Pascal, I mean, there's absolutely no one thing you often hear a lot is about, do they love the game? And there's absolutely no question that he loves the game. Fought cancer, came back and just had an outstanding year. Praised by coaching staff, praised by everybody who knows him. Has an awesome commercial for a local dentist office there. I mean, if you're looking at the character aspect of it, there's a guy who is a upper up with the Falcons now that used to be with the Buccaneers that they always talked about, getting the team star and that deals with character and stuff. And I mean, Pascal, he'd get the star from every single team because there's no doubt about his character.
Well, and his character is literally, like you said, unquestionable because he's the only 3-time team captain in Kentucky history. Like, this guy is a great leader on and off the field. Like you alluded to the commercial that he did a little bit ago. And Rodney Garcia jumping in here, showing some love on Facebook. We appreciate you, Rodney, there. But that's a glue guy that you get in Josh Pascal, a guy that's going to be just great for your locker room and great for the community as well. I really would like the Broncos to go in that direction. Nick, glad to see you back, buddy. How we doing?
I'm doing well. I think we have back-to-back picks now for the Seattle Seahawks. I don't know if they've been announced yet. I'm curious if they will use the full time because if their time runs out, then guess what?
Your boy's gone.
Mafe to Seattle. Well, yep. This is what happens. It's going to be a bummer, but
this is why we do this, so Nick can get mad. It was Scott last night. It was Nick tonight. It's just, this is, man. I mean, Nick, you got a lot of guys that you love that are falling off the board really early. That's a tip of the cap to you, man, because at least for now, before you grade these picks, there's a run. You're starting to see a run on some of your favorite players that everybody's talked about here at Mile High Huddle, and you can find those articles at milehighhuddle.com. But man, a little bit of a bummer. I saw Lance too, especially. I saw your face, and you're like, damn. What do you make of the move, man? This is a big one.
So the big thing is, like, you want to talk about a freak athlete you can put all over the defensive formation. Maybe not slide him inside, but there's some blitzing ability for him. Like, an incredibly versatile player, good length, good athleticism, a little bit raw for the edge position. And I think that he played like the role that he had in Minnesota was a little bit undefined for him because they did play him off the ball a little bit and drop him back into coverage. But excuse me. This is a guy that I really, really like. Go ahead and take it away, Eric, really fast. Sorry.
Lance needs a cigarette, so we got to give him a quick smoke break.
Boy Mafe. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, Boye Mafe. I mean, the big thing was that Seattle or Atlanta, they wanted to get above Seattle. I mean, outside of quarterback, the other big position for Seattle was edge. They needed somebody to get after the quarterback. From what I understand is that they're looking to get up for Logan Hall, but Tampa Bay was basically saying, no, we're not moving. I think they may probably try to get up for Ebiketie, but Atlanta managed to jump them for that. And so they go with the next best edge available, Boye Mafe. Great athlete, a lot of tools to work with. And I mean, we're seeing it. I mean, at the edge position, bet on athletic traits.
Yep. Especially at the edge rusher. You're exactly right. And Mafe, not only, the athletic testing, but really long arm, 260-pound frame, can be your stand-up guy, can play hand in the dirt. You wanted to rush as a 7 technique, a little bit closer to the line, the offensive tackle, he can do that. You wanted to line up at 9, he can do that. I think he had 2 sacks or 2 strip sacks in the Senior Bowl as well. You could see that bend from him. After this, there's only about 3 more edge rushers that interest me in the second round. In David Ojabo, obviously you have to wait on him. Who knows about him, but I would still take a swing on him. We talked about Josh Pascal. I heard you guys mention when we came around, and Drake Jackson. I know that there's some talk about the character stuff, but I mean, gosh, the tools are pretty darn obvious for him. And there's a reason that he's going to be available after Arnold Ebiketie, after Logan Hall, after Boye Mafe as well. So it's a little bit less of a talent there, a little more concerned, but God, somebody's got to start picking some quarterbacks here. God bless. Come on, wide receivers, cornerbacks. Come on, guys, quarterbacks. Let's push these talents down the board for the Broncos. What's going on?
And Seattle, with their second pick, goes running back, getting the Kenneth Walker out of Michigan State.
My running back one. 6'9",
Same.
210 pounds, explosive as all get out. And while he's not the athlete that Breece Hall is in the open field, nobody broke more tackles this year than Kenneth Walker. If you go watch Michigan State versus Michigan this year, the running back's a devalued position, but in a singular game, a great running back can still take a game over. And Kenneth Walker did that against Michigan. I mean, Michigan undefeated in the Big Ten this year, and then obviously got whipped by Georgia, but really good team this year. And Kenneth Walker took it to them in their one loss this season. So really like Kenneth Walker, like what he can do for the Seattle team, like how it's coming together for them. Obviously, much better to have Russell Wilson here, but Kenneth Walker with the 41st pick here, the pick. Is this the pick the Broncos? No, this is their original pick. Boye Mafe went with the pick. That was the Broncos. Oh, that's a double-edged sword for me. Rather have Russell Wilson. It's okay. I'll cry myself in Russell Wilson highlights. But now we have the Indianapolis Colts. Come on, Colts. You guys want to take a quarterback. You got to take a quarterback. Not a quarterback here. We could see maybe a wide receiver off the board here. Sky Moore would make some sense as well. Yeah, and let's keep it going here. Luke, what do you think about these back-to-back picks here by the Seattle Seahawks and some players that I'm hoping to go see live this year as the Broncos play in Seattle, and I'm hoping to go to the game?
Yeah, I think everybody's trying to – it's a copycat league, right? Everyone's trying to find Javonte Williams in the second round. You're trying to find a bigger back that can withstand some punishment, but you need two running backs, and George Payton just proved that by going and getting Melvin Gordon. Now, I wasn't a big fan of the signing. Shocker, I know. But Mike Boone, I like Mike Boone a lot as well. In the NFL season, you cannot have too many running backs right now, and if you got a second rounder that you're really just going to use up, then use this guy. This guy is a great ball carrier. He's got awesome instincts. I love his aggressive nature. I don't love him like I love Javonte Williams, but very, very nice pick.
Yeah, I like that the added addition to it. They brought Rashad Penny back. They have Carson still. And I mean, Pete Carroll, he loves to run it on first and second down, has done it like 90% of the time in his coaching career with Seattle. So just adding more ability to just consistently run the ball. And right now with the quarterback situation there, I mean, they have to be a running offense really because they can't pass.
What do you mean? He's authentic is what I was told last night, right? He's authentic. It's going to be fine. Everything's totally cool.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
He's authentically bad at the quarterback position. Like, that's exactly what he is.
Well, and so here's the thing. Nick asked a good question. Speaking of quarterbacks, right? You got pissed off Baker Mayfield that's going to land God knows where. And then you got Malik Willis just sitting here. Carson Strong sitting here. Desmond Ridder sitting here. Man, quarterback. This is bizarre. I thought we'd see one by now, and here we are. Why? I mean, I guess it's right. The quarterback class this year was pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, it's historically bad. Like, quite honestly, it's as bad of a quarterback class as we've seen since 1997, when I believe it was Jim Drunkenmiller was the name that we heard last night, was taken with like the 26th overall pick. He was the only quarterback taken. It's the first time since that has ever happened. Like, this class is not really terrible. I think there's some players that can maybe rise up, and if they develop correctly. Malik Willis is one of them. Matt Corral is another one to me, but there's a couple of guys here that I'm really surprised that we're seeing slide down the board. Now, Eric, we are at the 42nd overall pick. The Colts are on the clock right now. Why don't you give us a quick update on your big board? Who's the best 10 players available really fast?
I mean, Travis Jones, Malik Willis, Bernard Raymond, Nakobe Dean, and Chad Muma. Those are the top 5 at the moment. My number 6 guy is a guy that I'd be keeping an eye on for Denver, depending on how serious they are about improving their interior offensive line with Cam Jurgens. A big fan, the guy who has a lot of fans among Bronco fans is Daniel Fa'alele, Jaquan Brisker, who I know that Nick is quite high on, Sky Moore, and then David Ojabo.
David Ojabo, that's a hot story. You see a lot of David Ojabo comments here in the thread, and I want to kick it to each one of you real quick. I think I heard Mel Kiper talking about it before the show, and I might have misheard, so don't quote me on it, but I think he had said he could see him falling to round 3. Would you guys like to see this cat in a Broncos uniform if they could get it for an absolute bargain if he continues his plummet?
I mean, I would be willing to man, it's so hard because you don't know if he's going to be available this year. And even then, he's a designated pass rusher off the gate. You saw him, if you go back and watch the college football playoff game against Georgia, Michigan made the choice to take David Ajabo off the field consistently because Georgia was targeting him in the run game. He is that bad in the run game right now. Now, you're not drafting guys because of their run game per se, but he's going to have to work on that. Now he's going to be behind the 8 ball because he's coming off the Achilles injury as well. Now, I do believe that because he suffered the Achilles injury in non-team organized football activities, he can go on the NFI list, which is the non-football injury list, which means that after the 4 years of his contract are over, he can actually, they would put an option year on him, where it would be a original round tender, second round tender, first round tender, which does change the formula for me with David Ajabo there. If you want to sit him his entire first year, I'd have no issue with it. But trading up for him concerns me a bit, just for how far away he is still as being a complete player and the injury.
Real quick, the Minnesota Vikings traded up for Andrew Booth Jr. out of Clemson. This is a guy that there was a lot of talk about him going with before they traded down with, I think, 33 or 34? 34?
Yep.
There's a lot of talk there.
They're announcing Broncos Seahawks, I think. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm going to said something on that.
So Booth, last night I talked about it quite a bit, that there was some character stuff there. Got some more information about it this morning and after we went off last night, and it seemed to be more medical aspects as to why he was falling. He has that hernia issue, and then there was a knee injury in January. I believe it was a torn patella tendon, but he has had issues with that knee going back to high school, and there's still continued issues with it before that teams have flagged him for. That's why he fell out of the first round more so than the character. The character stuff, from what I understand, was more so 2020 with the bad influence, and he kind of matured and grew up a little bit during the 2021 season.
Right. Andrew Baker jumping in here. No one knows what Peyton's board looks like, and we could draft many ways, but what would y'all be upset with at number 64? Nick Benito at 64 would probably upset me. Going a wide receiver would probably upset me just a little bit. But for the most part, the best player available on the board, there's definitely a need for a linebacker, definitely a need for edge. Obviously, you get a tackle in there as well. You could use some help on the interior of the offensive line because there's just some uncertainty there. A tight end would be a pick that would maybe upset me a little bit, just depending on who it was. But no, I would be pretty ecstatic with any way that the Broncos went, unless it was like George Pickens from Georgia, which I like the player. Don't get me wrong. I just don't see the fit there with what Denver has. And that would signal a move from like Tim Patrick being traded or like Jerry Jeudy being traded, which then creates a logjam at that X receiver position. It's just too redundant to me.
Yeah, and we got Lawrence Rivera coming in with support saying, what about Nebraska linebacker / safety / slot player Jojo Doman? He's got fire potential. Yeah, Jojo Doman was really interesting for Nebraska this last year. He's probably my least favorite prospect out of the big three for Nebraska this year. Obviously a very good athlete, but my concerns with him is he's going to be 25 or 26 years old this year, which for a linebackers tend to fall off a cliff at the age of 30. So you're pretty much just drafting him for his rookie contract. How valuable is that? It's not like a running back there. He also has very short arms for everyone to drink, arm length, but very short arms for the slot. That matters for a linebacker. And also it's almost a pure projection for him playing in the box. You didn't see much tape of that at Nebraska. So concerns with him there. He's a good athlete, good special teams contributor, but doing a lot of projecting for a guy who doesn't have traits and age that line up with a guy being a top 100 pick.
And he also is another linebacker that has a lot of medical red flags. Troy Anderson out of Montana State has them. I believe both of them are with their shoulders as well. And that's kind of a big deal for linebackers.
You know who doesn't have them? Chad Muma. No, but here's the cool thing about JoJo, right? He's a Colorado native as well. So you could see 3 Colorado natives here in the Mile High City, potentially go in the second round with one Trey McBride, maybe, depending on how teams feel about him. Very popular prospect. We'll have to see. But I like this cat from Nebraska. I do have concerns with him. He's not my first pick. I like Troy Anderson. I like Chad Muma over this cat. Nakobe Dean still on the board. Kind of interesting, but he's fast, right? 4.6 40. He's got decent athleticism. I think Matt Milano comparisons is what Zerline had early on in the season, but not bad. I think there are better linebacker prospects though that didn't play from Nebraska. I can't stand those Cornhuskers, man.
Yeah, we got a crazy pick here for the seems like for the New York Giants, unless I'm getting deeked here. Eric, have you heard anything for the Giants? It's a diminutive wide receiver. Yep.
Wan'Dale Robinson, who for me is more of a running back in the NFL than receiver.
So talking about Nebraska players, Wan'Dale Robinson transferred from Nebraska to Kentucky. I'm actually pretty shocked that he's going off the board here before Calvin Austin III, given Wan'Dale Robinson's very small frame. Austin's small, but he's got a bit more reach on him. I think he's got built a little bit better as well. But Wan'Dale Robinson, this has to be right on the wall for Kadarius Toney, right? Like this, the same role probably. What's going on with Toney after taking him at 20 overall last year? Maybe out of a job. Hopefully he stays his way out of the AFC West.
Who's going to throw him the ball?
They got Daniel Jones.
They love it. Yeah.
But
fumble the ball his way.
They have all the confidence in the world in Daniel Jones. Just ask him about that fifth-year option. It's crazy. Little guy, right? 5'8", I think 175 pounds, sopping wet slot guy. Eric said, he's one of those niche guys that you're going to see that they're going to try to use those reverses, get the ball in his hands, just be a playmaker, a lot like a Deebo Samuel maybe, but Deebo's not tiny.
Yeah, and Kayla is not talking about us here, talking forever. It's the guy who's announcing this Vikings pick, who I don't know who it is, but he's still going. Maybe Chris Angel's still dangling up there. Who knows?
I guess they had to
he's
actually
still
send
alive?
somebody out. I guess they had to send somebody out to tell him to read the card because he just kept talking.
Really?
Oh my God.
Wow.
That's what's being said on Twitter.
Oh, I see it right now. They're like, come on, hurry up. And he's laughing about it. Oh, okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, let's go. Here we go.
You know what,
please.
though?
Oh, here
Respect.
it is. Read the card. Please hurry up.
Respect.
That's happening.
I mean, it's your moment. You steal the show.
Well,
Yeah, new man of the Minnesota Vikings. But let's keep. Okay, it's a joke now. Let's keep going. Yeah, good for you. Okay, he's announcing the pick. There we go. Oh, and he spilled something. Okay, this is a classic. As Dan Wilkett says. So we have two picks here. The Minnesota Vikings making a pick and the New York Giants making a pick. Now Cleveland's on the clock. Everybody's cheering against Cleveland here, right? Hopefully it's a long snapper here or something like that. No karma for the Cleveland Browns going forward.
Yeah, after the whole Deshaun Watson deal, it's kind of hard to look Cleveland in the face with a straight face and not be at least a little bit disappointed in what they had going on there. I mean, again, there's still due process that needs to go along. I have my own thoughts about it, but at the same time, like that it's a shady move to me to go and do something like that, especially when you have Baker Mayfield, who I don't think was as bad as everybody else thinks that he was. I mean, he was serviceable at least enough that you could win some football games, especially with that running game that they have. But not to me. I'm curious as to where they're going to go here. Are they looking at another edge player here, maybe a linebacker to add to that room? It's curious to me where Cleveland's going to be going here.
They've been linked a lot to wide receivers, and Cleveland is a team that pretty much all of their premium picks are used in the pass game, and they're all used on younger players. So it's probably going to be some sort of player who is not 22 years old yet, and somebody who is more passing game oriented. So that one sticks out to me as maybe a Drake Jackson, one of the younger players in the draft. Good length there, just lines up for how they run things there. But who knows? Not a first round pick. It's day 2 pick. So variables can slightly change there the further you get from the first round. Yeah. So we got some takes here. I guess we got to ask the elephant in the room, guys. Who the heck is going to take a quarterback? Come on. Are the Broncos going to have to take Malik Willis at 64
I'll call
at
it.
this point? We had no choice.
Detroit will be the first team to take him at 46.
You know, it would be really spicy.
Malik.
Baltimore Ravens coming up at 45. They haven't paid Lamar Jackson yet, and they could run a similar style offense.
No way.
That would be wild.
It'd be fun. I heard this speculation earlier today on, I believe it was Sirius Radio is what I was listening to at the time. I bounced around all over the radio market today, but that was definitely something that I heard today was that with the Ravens not necessarily sold on Lamar as a passer, they could reset the quarterback position, stay cheap at that, and bring in Malik Willis, run the same style of offense, and just kind of let him grow and move on from Lamar Jackson because somebody's going to pay him a monster amount of money and they get another big compensatory pick and just kind of keep rolling it through. One of the big points was when Lamar was gone and when he was out, Tyler Huntley played at least well enough and Malik Willis is better than Tyler Huntley is. So it makes sense from that aspect. I don't see it really happening, but I mean, if it did, it wouldn't completely surprise me.
No, because that decision would have had to have been made a long time ago. They would have gotten a million first-round picks. You know, we saw quarterbacks get moved all over this offseason. It would have already happened. But I think it's interesting that that's out there. I mean, that would mean they're going with a brand new center and a brand new quarterback, like back to back. I don't know, man. It's just you get rid of Hollywood, you know that your quarterback's a little upset, but could be a wide out. That's interesting.
The Browns traded out with the Houston Texans.
Oh man, to talk about double dipping there in the trade, they should have just packaged that one in the Deshaun Watson deal. What are we doing? Wasting our time here.
Is this your quarterback? Is this your quarterback at number 44 overall to Houston? Like
that's why they had to jump Detroit, right?
Is it Sky Moore?
No.
Is it Alec Pierce?
Nope. Alabama.
John Mechie. John Mechie, great pick.
Wow.
Really good pick.
Yeah,
really good
love
pick.
John Mechie. Actually, he'd have been one of my sleeper picks for the Broncos there at 64 because I think he's an awesome fit for this offense. One of the best blockers in this class of the wide receiver position. Obviously got injured in the, was it the first Georgia-Alabama game this year, the SEC championship game, or did he get injured in the Auburn Alabama game? Either way, really like John Mechie. A lot of people thought he was going to be a back end of the first round wide receiver before that injury. Can play Z, can play the slot, can do vertical stuff. And if you're looking to run that quick pass game, your wide receivers, guess what? They got a block in space, baby. And John Mechie does that. Why Henry Ruggs? Why Jerry Jeudy? Why Jamison Williams? All these guys getting the Jaden Waddle. These guys getting the ball in space. You see John Mechie blocking out in front of them. So I really like John Mechie. Good pick for them, even if he doesn't play this year. And Houston, who cares what their record is next year? They're going to be bad.
Well, and it was the ACL tear that probably brought him down. Yep. You know, these Alabama receivers have a reputation, and that ACL tear should be a concern, but that's a great pick. I think we all like it. I'm surprised. I thought it would have been, a Jackson or a different receiver, but quarterback, no second.
I think we lost you there for a second, Luke, but we'll see when a quarterback finally comes off the board. Luke, you're still there. You look good now. Looking good with the SI shirt. Give him the thumbs up. Don't give us that finger. No, I'm just kidding for the
Hi.
Really excited to see what Baltimore does now. And Scott said, this is something that we're running the simulators and just in real life. The Baltimore Ravens always take the players that we want. Dafe Owe, the trading up and getting Kyle Hamilton, getting Tyler Linderbaum. Now they're on the clock again. No team has accumulated more round 3 and 4 picks over the last decade than the Baltimore Ravens. A really good team within that regard. Any idea where they're going, Eric? I know you have a bit of an inside source here. We talked about Travis Jones being the pick prior. Is this going to be Travis Jones here and kind of break Scott's heart?
I think that is a very good possibility. I know that they wanted to upgrade on the defensive line, and they love those big athletic guys on the interior. They wanted Jordan Davis. I mean, the Philadelphia Eagles had to jump him for a reason.
Yep.
Eric DeCosta was on the phone with Jordan Davis when he got the call from Philadelphia, from Howie Roseman, saying that they were drafting him. So I think that's a good possibility at this point.
Yeah, we'll see. Do you have any thoughts, Lance, where the Ravens going to go here? And anybody besides Travis Jones, kind of wet your whistle?
Malik Willis is one that really stands out to me. Again, I mean, we just got done talking about that. They already went to the offensive line, but Bernard Raymond is still there. I like that a lot. Nakobe Dean, another linebacker, potentially falling them. Like that would be pretty spicy to me.
That'd be scary, Lance. I love it. Boom. I like it.
That's a big one here because that's another player that just continues to fall. And how many times do we have to talk about this with the Ravens? It's not just you guys. I mean, every single year they have a guy like Marcus Peters when he fell to the Ravens all those years ago and became their first round pick. Like that was a huge guy that I wanted for the Broncos a couple picks later. And like they just managed to figure out ways to get these guys that continue to fall to them and fit exactly what they want to do defensively. And Nakobe Dean would be a really good pick here for them.
Or maybe Sanders from Cincinnati, D line. I mean, defense, right? It's hard not to project defense with Baltimore. It's a thing. They just get these defenders. They're shaking them from trees, man.
Yeah, and last year their cornerback room fell apart. I wouldn't be surprised. I know they already got Kyle Hamilton, but this is a team that I don't know if anybody's drafted cornerbacks as much as the Baltimore Ravens over the last 5 years. So what do you think, Eric? Do you have any idea for us here?
I was going to say, if they go linebacker, I think it would be Chad Muma over Nakobe Dean.
Okay, that's fair. What about Tariq Woolen here? Like a long, freaky athlete kind of guy you can throw around in the secondary, pair him with Kyle Hamilton. Jimmy Smith is getting up there in age. Like they need to have another guy. I think it would be a really great cornerback duo with Marlon Humphrey there as well. So, I mean, Tariq Woolen might be a guy to watch out here as well.
And the pick is in.
Where could it be? Where could it be? Some other dark horse cornerbacks here that could be considered here. They love themselves some physical cornerbacks there at Baltimore. Maybe somebody like Cam Taylor-Britt, one of the most physical cornerbacks in this entire class. You mentioned Tyreek Woolen. He could definitely be an option. Damari Mathis, I mean, he's been slept on in this cycle, but I wouldn't be shocked to see him off the board up here. He could fall anywhere for the rest of the day too. It wouldn't shock me at all. And we got Ashley Watson coming in here. Good to see you, Ashley, saying, "Hey fellas, I'm new watching the draft. Is it normal for guests to break into random stand-up?" Ashley, if you want, come on down. Let's do it. We'll read the card, Ashley. No, haven't seen that before. Very funny. That we'll be talking about that one for a while. I wish I could hear what he was saying. Was that the actor on Blue Mountain State, like the coach from Blue Mountain State? Any of you guys watch that show?
Yeah, no? I don't know who it was, but every draft we get provided with these moments that live in infamy. I mean, like the CD Lamb thing is making the rounds, right, of his two phones and taking the phone away from the young lady. There's always something, the DK Metcalf taking his shirt off, Pete Carroll taking his shirt off. There's always a moment that it's going to go viral from the NFL draft, and maybe that was at least the one for round 2.
The Lions traded up to 46. A heads up, some housekeeping there. Maybe that's the quarterback. God, who knows? These guys need to come off the board. Come on, push them down. Push some players down the board. Oh man, who knows what's going to happen here? So the Baltimore Ravens pick is in. Do we have any idea what it is yet?
They go edge rusher. They get the injured guy, David Ojabo.
Wow, man, there it is.
There's Scott. Scott just made
every year. Every year it happens. They got Kyle Hamilton. They get David Ojabo, who was a projected top 10 pick early, a guy that they can sit and wait on for a little bit. God damn it. Sorry, pardon my language, guys. Like, seriously, it drives me insane how good Eric DaCosta is such a good general manager. He's a great pass off from Ozzie Newsome, who did this every single year as well. Man, I love this pick. I hate it, but I love it as much. Like, good stuff.
Edge rushers getting pretty thin pretty quickly, as we expected here. Middle of the round 2, a bunch of guys, too valuable of a spot to come off the board and stick around here. Kenneth Booker coming in, $4.99 super. Thank you so much. Everyone zoom in on the draft board there in the background. I saw Wilcox, the name on the last one on the board there. KB82, Kenneth Booker. Have the Jets had the best draft so far? Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson, Breece Hall. They have had the best draft, but you're kind of the team that has the most shots at the basket is probably going to score the most buckets, that kind of thing, right? They had a bunch of picks clustered in the first round. They had a bunch of picks clustered in the second round. So yes, they're having a great draft, but they also had the means to do that. So I might actually lean into the Giants. I know they had 2 top 10 picks too, but to get Evan Neal and Kayvon Thibodeau is 2 guys who are mocked pretty consistently, number 1 overall in the draft class, to get them 5 and 7. Hallelujah. That's a pretty good haul as well.
And with David Ojabo, I mean, it's worth noting that the new defensive coordinator there in Baltimore was the defensive coordinator last year at Michigan. So
I forgot about that. That's a really good point. And there's another one from Todd Osendorf jumping in here saying, it was EJ. Sorry, this stream jumped on me. EJ saying David Ojabo and Odafe Owe will be fire. Like, oh my goodness, this is going to be just an amazing pass rush pair.
They were high school teammates, weren't they? David Ojabo and Odafe Owe played together in high school or something. And they both from Africa, and then I think Ojabo went to Scotland for a little bit. I could be mixing up Odafe Owe and David Ojabo, but I'm pretty sure they were high school teammates as well. So that is absolutely wild. Imagine going up against those 2 guys in high school ball. I'd have to confirm that one, but I'm pretty sure there's a linkage there between David Ojabo and Odafe Owe.
I want to go back to the draft here, and it's got like the Jets are there, the Giants are there, and then the Ravens. Just with the value that they've gotten with Kyle Hamilton, they moved up and down the board. They got Tyler Linderbaum to fall with them, and that's a great pick for them and the offense and whatnot. And then they get David Ojabo here as well. Like I'm a big fan of what the Ravens are doing here. Eric, you look really upset over there. What's up?
The only edge rusher left by the time Denver's on the clock is going to be Nick Burrito, as the Lions traded up and got Josh Peshkin.
Drake Jackson's still there, but this is what I was worried about with the edge rushers. And I do not like Nick Bonito. Let me get on my soapbox here why Nick Bonito is a bad pick for the Broncos at 64. He's tiny. He can't stand up against the run at all. And he's only really good either dropping in space or playing a singular gap. In today's NFL, if you want to play wider boxes and you want to stop the tight end, everyone keeps screaming in my ear about stopping the tight end. You need to have length and size in your front 7 so you can play more defensive backs. And Nick Bonito has to play in a front that is essentially cover 3, 7 guys coming downhill, coming in the gaps, because he can't play gap and a half. Yeah, he's essentially a upgraded version of Malik Reed. I'm not a Nick Manito guy. If you want to be wider and faster in the back end, you need to have length and size in the front end.
I put this in our group chat with Nick and Carl and Eric and James Campbell. It was a while ago. I would rather have D'Angelo Malone at 75 than Nick Medino at 75 or even 64. Like D'Angelo Malone, I think has higher upside than Nick Medino does. And everyone's going to say, the freak athleticism, the length, yada yada yada, the ability to have a pass rush plan. But I think that if you get D'Angelo Malone under the right coaching, he's going to have a higher upside and a better floor than what Nick Benito does, because at least he tries in the running game. Nick Benito doesn't even try.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd rather take D'Angelo Malone at 75 than Nick Benito at 64, because one actually gives effort on rundowns and the other one just kind of stands back and just lets him get manhandled.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. It's man. It's fun. This is so much fun to see how this is falling down for the Broncos. The linebackers are still falling. You got Nakobe Dean. You've got Chad Muma there as well. We talked about Cam Jurgens just a little bit. Offensive tackles are still falling. Bernard Raymond, Abraham Lucas are still there. Despite seeing all these defenders go off the board, especially these edge rushers, I think the Broncos are going to luck into a really good pick here in the next couple of picks.
Edge rusher is one of the deepest positions in the draft. I'm okay with some of these rushers going off the board right now. I liked Jonathan Cooper coming out last year. That's not to say he's a finished product. And the fact of the matter is, you've got injured pass rushers right now with Randy Gregory. Bradley Chubb's coming back from an injury, so I shouldn't say he's injured, but that's a huge concern. And it's a level that the Broncos are going to have to address. Whether they do that here in the second round, I'm not sure. I like USC pass rusher Jackson, right? A lot. What do we got?
Fedarian Mathis. I mean, Washington absolutely loves those Alabama defensive linemen.
Is that the pick?
Yep.
Okay.
That's a good pick for them, because they still have Jonathan Allen there, Deron Payne there as well. Fedarian Mathis slots in at the nose tackle position pretty easily. I think you play the 3 technique is probably the best fit for him. Nick, I know that you're more of a fan of him at the nose tackle position. You think he can 2-gap pretty well, but I think there's enough burst, enough length that he can actually play that 1 gap as a 3 technique, maybe even as a 5 technique as well. What do you think of Fedarian Mathis, Nick?
I'm curious what this means for the likes of the other Alabama. They have other Alabama guys, not Allen, but the other one. Deron Payne. I wonder what this means for Deron Payne going forward. Obviously has not been an amazing defensive lineman for them, but could be on the move here. And with how thin the defensive tackle class is in general, maybe they could get some value returned on him. I think this pick kind of makes up for how poor the Jahan Dotson at 16 selection was. That one felt like a mega reach for me. I like Mathis, gap controlling there. This is a Ron Rivera pick. Feels like to a T even. So good get for them. I mean, Washington Commanders, Carson Wentz, that was probably the worst move of the entire offseason so far, trading for Carson Wentz with Jimmy G and Baker Mayfield available for a song right now. But I think it's a fine pick. And a lot of people rave about Fedarian Mathis's intelligence, work ethic, just good dude. And man, he is long as heck. Yeah, I think he's probably better. It's kind of a shaded 1 technique nose tackle where he can occupy, but he can do a similar role if you want to have that occupier be more of a 3 or 4 eye kind of technique too. So very long, very strong, and going to free up guys at the second level for that Washington Commanders defense.
Yeah, and you look at Chicago that's on the clock right now, and Nick, you mentioned it earlier. They've got to protect their new quarterback that they drafted last year in Justin Fields. Maybe they go offensive line here. Maybe Daniel Falalele. I know I screwed that up from Minnesota. I mean, where Chicago eventually has got to figure out that you have got to invest in protecting the quarterback, and you cannot allow Justin Fields to just take shots like he did last year. He's got to improve his decision making, sure, but protection, it's a big, big thing that Chicago's got to figure out.
Yeah, this is a spot that I could see them go Abraham Lucas or Bernard Raymond. The two of my 3 top tackles left. Daniel Fa'alele being the third. They could also go on somewhere on the interior with Jamari Salyer is also there. But yeah, they got to do something to help out Justin Fields on offense, either protecting him or giving him another weapon. They're lacking both. So I'd hope for Justin Fields' sake that it's an offensive player, but we'll see.
So, Eric, I want to ask you a quick question about Jamari Sawyer, the guard prospect from Georgia. I've seen a lot of people saying that they think that he can still hang outside at tackle. What's your opinion on that?
I think you can play him at tackle if you're like desperate enough. Kind of like what the Broncos did a few years back with Luis Vasquez, about moving him out to right tackle if absolutely needed. I'd plug him in at guard and just let him play. I think he can be a day one starter there.
Yeah. DWI guys jumping in here saying Muma. Yeah, Muma to the Broncos would be great. Hopefully it's not Muma to the Bears right now.
I think this might be a Bernard Ryman destination, but who knows? And I think Ethan must be muttering Muma in his sleep, voice to text. Oh, I probably didn't need to read voice to text there, but for that one. But yeah, absolutely. You know what? At this point, with the way the board's going with the edge rushers flying off the board, I mean, you pretty much are just going to have to thoughts and prayers your ways with Randy Gregory and Bradley Chubb being healthy for the Broncos edge rushers to hold up. But maybe the best player is going to be available there at 64 would be an off-ball linebacker. Muma's still available. Nakobe Dean's plummeting down the board. I mean, you're small and you're not very thick. You're going to fall down the boards in today's NFL. Also, Georgia did everything they could to not put him in space and coverage as well. So that's a concern for me. And Troy Anderson still available too. So it might be possible. And Brandon Reagan saying, hey, Trey McBride is still there. Interesting. Could we? I think Trey McBride is going to come off the board at pick 60. I'm going to call my shot there with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But we'll see what happens there.
It wouldn't surprise me to see if Trey McBride doesn't go to Tampa at 61, the Cincinnati Bengals, they desperately need some tight end help here. They got Dax Hill at the tail end of the first round to help that secondary. Like they need a tight end after losing CJ Uzama and the stuff that they have and the stuff that he was able to do there at the tight end position. Trey McBride pushing the field vertically with Joe Burrow throwing the ball down the field. That's a big fit to me.
Well, I think San Fran's at 61, right? And the Bengals are right at 63. And there was a mock that had, I think, McBride going to the Bengals right before the Broncos even got picked. I'm trying to remember who had mocked him there. But now Trey McBride, a lot of teams are very interested in this cat. I think he does go at the end of the second round. Obviously, Broncos country realizes trading Noah Fant away. They're wondering, okay, tight end, that's a need. Sure, but with the premium first pick in the second round, I'm not sure that I love it. And don't get me wrong, I love Trey McBride, but for me, there's too many good defenders still here that I would really go after, or an offensive tackle like Abraham Lucas.
So I think for Trey McBride, the range that he could possibly go, I think we're just now hitting that with the Saints. I wouldn't sleep on the Chiefs taking him. There's been some talk about Travis Kelce entering retirement here before too long. Pittsburgh Steelers, they are always looking at tight ends.
They got Fairmouth.
Yeah, but they're still very old school. They still like those two tight ends. Green Bay Packers have also been linked with tight end, but I don't think they have another second round pick after moving up. So there's definitely options I think you go, but the big team to watch is the Bengals. There's a lot coming out of there that they want to move up, that they would want to move up and get him if he fell within range, that they want to replenish that. And the Bears go defensive back. So they avoid offense again, taking Penn State safety, Jaquan Brisker.
Oh, there goes the safeties.
Rodney Garcia weighing in on a defender the Broncos are very familiar with, a first rounder. Bradley Chubb has not proven anything, and I don't think he's going to improve this season. One of the things that we've talked about repetitively on our show, Nick, is Bradley Chubb's goal of playing every game this season. And I think it's a smart goal because the injuries have just absolutely bombed his career thus far. What are your expectations for Bradley Chubb coming back? He looks great right now coming into voluntary minicamp.
I mean, he's playing for money. So I think he's going to have a good year, but he's going to have to prove it again. If I was in charge of the Broncos, I'd slap that franchise tag on him without a second thought because he hasn't been proven to stay healthy. And when the Broncos drafted him, I know there's a lot of talk when that happened. Oh, he's going to be just as good as Myles Garrett. Do you watch the tape? God, what are we talking about? He's a fine player, no doubt, but not a dominant, top 10, top 15 level edge rusher in the NFL. Can be a very good player there. I'm excited to see what he can do going forward, especially with Randy Gregory there and playing with a lead. But he's going to have to prove he can stay healthy. Your best ability is your availability, and Chubb hasn't proven that so far. So, man, I am concerned about the pass rush. Broncos last year had the 31st ranked pass rush in all of football. Only the Atlanta Falcons were worse than them in terms of pass rush win rate and Pro Football Focus pass rush grade. And a lot of that was built on your edge rushers starting as Jonathan Cooper and Malik Reed. Your
Yeah.
Closer to that being the reality again this season than you care to admit with Randy Gregory already having his shoulder surgery with the arthroscopic scope there, and Bradley Chubb. So concerned about the edge rusher, no doubt.
Yeah. Cody W jumping in here with a $2 super chat. Thanks, Cody, for all your continued support, dude. We really appreciate you for joining with us for the 2022 live draft coverage. Jamari Sawyer in the third for the Broncos. He's played every position on the offensive line. We kind of talked about him just a minute ago. Emergency tackle, stuff like that. Play him at both guards. Is he a fit here, Eric? Is he a fit for the Broncos?
I mean, I think there's enough tools there to work with that he could fit in any scheme. Ideally, I would play him in something that keeps it more inside between the tackles, but I think there's enough there that you can live with it. Similarly to who was there in San Francisco there for a while, played guard. Name escapes me at the moment, but I mean, he did quite well for San Francisco before they moved on. Didn't have the best lateral agility or movement skills. I think Sawyer can kind of be that kind of guy.
Are you talking about Mike Iupati?
Yes.
There, yeah. Scott just came in the group chat too as well. Yeah, Mike Iupati, the kid out of Idaho, didn't he make the tail end of the first round when he was drafted? I know that he was very highly drafted. Yep. Out of Idaho. Yep.
Yeah, he was incredible, man. One of the strongest guards that I can recall out of the last decade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what a people mover. I don't know if Sawyer is that level of powerful player.
Yeah.
But Sawyer, I mean, Georgia, he played tackle at Georgia. He could play tackle in the NFL. Georgia used really tight alignments with their offensive line, and he pretty much was playing guard with who's the really godly tight end that Georgia had this year? The true freshman, Brock Bowers. Oh my God.
Yeah.
2024 top 10 pick, calling it now. But they pretty much use their tackles like guards at Georgia. So I think he's a guard. I don't know if I'd love him at center. I'm not really interested in him for Denver, given their needs. They need somebody who's way more center specific or has tackle upside. And I don't see Sawyer, despite his versatility at Georgia, projecting at that at the next level.
They can just go get Zach Tom. He played tackle and center. So,
yep. I mean, that makes some sense for me. And a little bit bummer here. When the Broncos traded for Russell Wilson, obviously, amen. Give me Russell Wilson 10 times over. But at pick 40, I was really hoping to push some safety propaganda on all you folks out there with the Broncos. Hopefully somebody like Daxton Hill falling there. Lewis Seen, both those guys off the board before 40. But then Jaquan Brisker and Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petry's off the board there too before that, but I would have been okay with Jaquan Brisker. He played with a meniscus injury, I believe, this last season, if I remember correctly. But man, he's all over the field, mostly played in the box for Penn State, but he's an athletic enough player that he could play too high. He could play over the slot. Really dynamic player. I think there's a big drop off after Kyle Hamilton, Daxton Hill, Lewis Seen, Jaquan Brisker, Jalen Petrie. After that, Nick Cross, maybe Kirby Joseph.
Yeah.
I punt on safety. Now we're waiting.
After those guys, it's maybe third round safeties.
And that's
75 would be a little bit rich for me for Nick Cross or Kirby Joseph, but maybe moving down a little bit, 80 plus. So there's the gap right there.
I like Nick Cross though. Like, super athletic. He covers pretty well. A very physical player as well. There's some length concerns to me, but and also where do you play him? Like he's not athletic enough to play the single high. Doesn't have the range for that, and he probably doesn't have the strength or the play physicality to play in the box all the time. If you want to throw him at strong safety, but at least at 96, you have a guy that you can kind of move around a little bit. Maybe play him at some cornerback as well, and see how he works there. So Nick Cross at 96 would actually be a fairly decent pick to me.
I like Daxton Hill. Every team is trying to find that nickel hybrid safety right now, and I think he fits the mold. Otherwise, you're going to have to reach really, really deep in the late rounds and hope it works out.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Eric, we're coming back around now. God, they're showing all Mel's best quarterbacks available. Anybody who tried to sell you that this year's quarterback class was as good as last year was selling a oceanfront property in Arizona. What a load of crock that was. But now we are. Eric, where are you at with your top players available? So I'm pretty surprised to see Travis Jones still falling. I know that the nose tackle is not as valuable, but the way he tested at the combine with his length and size, I mean, I thought he was athletic enough that you could honestly talk about him as a one-gapping scheme, but very powerful player. If you're looking to play a too high, lighter boxes, you want somebody like that up front to free up those places so you can play less guys in the box. So pretty shocked Travis Jones is still here. Anybody else stand out for you?
Well, real quick, the Saints came in. They're picking Alontae Taylor, the versatile defensive back.
Oh, man. Love
out of Tennessee. That's a guy that I think is going to be more of that safety nickel hybrid that Luke was just talking about. that teams are really hunting for. I'm a big fan of him. I mean, I'm not playing him on the boundary by any means, but they just lost. What's his face in free agency, and so that could
Marcus Williams. It was Marcus Williams. They just lost him in free agency at safety.
Yeah, and they didn't they lose PJ Williams as well?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah. So I think this is a move more so to replace what PJ Williams did in that defensive front, more so than Marcus Williams.
And just what this means for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, also, who pretty much played a very slot-centric safety role for them. Maybe you see Alontae Taylor further back. You're not going to find many more physical players, though, in the secondary than Alontae Taylor. The RPO game, quick pass game, he comes down there and he kills guys in space. So, Luke, sorry I cut you off there. What are you saying?
No, you're good. I was just going to revisit Travis Jones. I like that name a lot. That a good player out of UConn. I think you're going to probably see that name come off relatively soon, maybe early third if we really want to drop. But I'm surprised he's there for sure. Not interested for the Broncos right now, but Kansas City, here we go. What do we think? Wide receiver, D-line, cornerback, safety, all needs for the Chiefs.
Hopefully they take the I don't want to disparage this guy too much, but there's a lot of rumors that George Pickens is not the best smiled upon person as far as his character goes, and the Chiefs do not shy away from character concerns. We all know that by now. So George Pickens would make a lot of sense here. They could use a receiver like that. They got Martez Valdez-Scantling. They got Juju Smith-Schuster. Both those guys do most of their work in the slot. So I think George Pickens would make a lot of sense here.
Yeah, I mean, there's well-reported aspects of on the field throwing punches at opposing players. I think against Tennessee at one point he splashed water on opponents. There was issues in the locker room. I guess that there was a point where he threw a punch at a teammate in the locker room. Arguments with coaching staff, things like that. So there's a lot there. And then on top of that, you have the injury concerns as well. So Pickens is one of those guys that I think you watch and you can definitely see upside on the field. You can see the potential that he has. But once you start digging into him, into those off-field, those medicals, that he just kind of falls down the board. And,
sounds like a Kansas City Chief then, Eric. I mean, injury prone, a bad apple. Let's do it.
I do got to admit, though, after watching the video of Trent McDuffie getting selected and, a couple babies getting shaken, I think that it was a little late because they already got rid of Tyreek Hill. So how to replace that?
Oh, come on. You can't go there.
Oh, I went there.
Oh, Rodney, don't you do it, Rodney. Don't you do it. Don't put that evil on us, Ricky Bobby. Rodney,
I would be surprised.
Saying Chad Muma, watch Chiefs. Dude, I'm telling you, Kansas City have been watching him, and they were there, and everybody be loving some Chad Muma. That would suck. That would make me so upset.
That would surprise me because I think they already have some good linebackers. I thought Willie Gay Jr., they drafted him pretty highly a couple years ago. He's been on and off the field, but he's a freak athlete. And then they took the linebacker from Missouri, Nick Bolton, who was really good for them in the box last year. So I guess, you can always look to upgrade and add competition. But I'd be a little bit shocked.
The Kansas City Chiefs traded out and the New England Patriots are on the clock.
Well, now we can be talking Chad Newman.
This got to be wide receiver here. I really do think wide receiver here.
Is that Leo Chanel's theme music?
I was thinking linebacker too, Bill Belichick.
Leo Chanel would be perfect for their scheme.
Belichick's already done weird stuff. What if he traded up for Nakobe Dean? Like you just go back to back funky moves.
I'm curious here.
I'm scared.
Leo Chanel here. Are you talking like the Kyle Van Noy role?
No, I'm talking Deontay Hightower. He's almost a 1-for-1 body type, killing that A gap. Okay. Or Jawan Bentley. It's coming downhill. They like to play a 5-0-5 front, where there's a lot of bodies being taken on by the linebackers and a lot of pressure coming from the linebacker as well. So it looks like Eric has the announcement. I guess it's probably not going to be Leo Chanel guessing what we're saying, but
no, I was going to say is we've seen it before with Bill Belichick, those big guys, Travis Jones.
Travis Jones makes some sense too.
That would be good. A Jones on Jones crime in the trenches there with Big Chris. That would be nasty, and that would be a challenge to Denver's offensive line. That would be very interesting. I like that. That makes sense.
Yeah. When I saw Leo Chanel kill Iowa up the A-gap at 6'1", 250 with his athleticism, he screams New England Patriots style defense. Not every team runs that scheme, so I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, Nick, every single year we can pick out multiple defenders that killed Iowa. So it's nothing special.
And they're all linebackers that should be drafted in every second round.
Linebackers are edges. And isn't Iowa praised for their offensive line? What's up with that?
How about all the
tight ends?
Really
ticks me off.
How about all the great tight ends that they have that block really well against all these edge players coming around? I mean, like,
ooh, that's a little
David Ojabo and Aiden Hutchinson just blow Iowa away.
Yeah, Tyquan Thornton.
Really?
Wow.
That is the worst way to try to take advantage of Mac Jones and his inability to throw it more than 5 yards on field.
All right, here we go. We have to do it. I had this written down because I wanted to do like the most impressive draft so far. We kind of touched on that. This by far is the worst, most disappointing draft that we have seen thus far. You get Cole Strange in the first round. Like, that's a massive reach. Then you get Tyquan Thornton, who projects a speed threat returner guy. Like, wow. For the value alone, like the players are nice. I like Cole Strange, don't get me wrong. But for the value alone, oof, dude. Oof.
The issue is Cole Strange he was a reach to the public boards, but with what's being going around with the NFL and what's being said with that, Cole Strange wasn't making it to the second round.
Right. Wasn't making it to the second round?
Wasn't making it to the second round.
That's who am I to question Bill Belichick about anything? But our uncle, is Uncle Robbie and Bill getting a little long in the tooth over there in New England? They're doing some strange stuff, back-to-back strange moves. Come on, fellas, you're gonna go with Thornton here? I don't get it.
There were other speed options available than Tyquan Thornton that I think made more sense, that offer up more ability. Calvin Austin, I think, would have been a better fit because he offers the deep speed as well as the short area quickness that actually utilizes Mac Jones's arm strength or lack thereof.
And he can run a better route.
And let's not act like Bill Belichick is infallible. This team has made a lot of head scratchers in the draft, and they've kind of fallen off post Tom Brady. I mean, just going over their recent draft history, Anfree Jennings in the third round, the two tight ends, Devin Asiasi and Dalton Keene, terrible picks. N'Keal Harry, Joe Juwan James, Chase Winovich, Yadni Kajus, first round picks there, Sony Michel, Duke Dawson, Derek Rivers, Antonio Garcia. There's a reason the Patriots are falling apart, and it's not because the coaching and scheme isn't very good. It's because their draft classes have been horrible the last 5 years. They really have been. He's living off coattails of what he's done, and good scheme. I mean, he's getting the maximum out of his guys, but they're not drafting very well. They just haven't been.
The one pick that they have over the last couple of years that really stands out as a big hit is a guy that Eric, when we first started doing DVDD, was a huge fan of those Michigan guards and Ben Bredesen and Michael Onwenu. And Michael Onwenu has been a fantastic guard for the
I got to scout that cat at Shrine a few years ago. He was one of my favorite players, just a fighter, man, and like one of the best guards that I love to watch, man. Just awesome. I love it.
Who was it that Denver took just not long before that?
Netani Moody.
Yeah. I was rather
25.
I was rather disappointed.
Yeah, Michael Onwenu would have been a lot better there, but is what it is. Jaquan Thornton taking some height, weight, speed guys. I don't know. Maybe this is their few. Who is the guy on the Patriots for a number of years that was like not that good of a wide receiver, but a dominant special teams player for them?
Slater, who I think is actually still with them.
Before Slater. Even before Slater. Branch? Was there somebody like that out there? Maybe Scott can. There
was Deion Branch. You had Troy Brown as well. That was a good special teams player. They actually played cornerback for them as well in the late 2000s, 2008, 2009 area. Who else was there that they had that was a really good special teams player? I know Slater is the one that really stands out because he's like the special teams Pro Bowl player every year.
Yeah.
Eagles just selected Cam Jurgens.
The Eagles, good for them.
No.
I mean, they got to replace Kels.
Yep. Is it Kels or is it Kelsey?
It's Kels. Travis Kels actually did an interview where he talked about it that for so many years he just never corrected anybody, but it's actually Travis Kels or Jason Kels, not Kelsey.
Yeah, I've seen that too. He probably changes it his mind every 10 seconds. The guy loves the camera. Smartest guy in the room. Just ask him. Cam Jurgens, right? Nebraska, and it's for knowledge. Here we go. I'm a little surprised, if I'm gonna be honest. I think it's a little bit of a reach. What say you?
This sounds like where many people thought he was going to go. Good centers coming off the board here pretty quickly now. The only one left that I would probably take here top 75 picks is Dylan Parham from Memphis, but Cam Jurgens, he had issues snapping the football, which is not what you want from your center. I think 4 missed snaps this last year, but his length and his movement skills, and he looked really good at the drills running the combine as well. A great athlete. I think he's going to be a great scheme fit for that outside zone scheme that Nick Sangarini wants to run. I'm probably pronouncing his name incorrectly there, but I think it's a good pick for them here, and the Eagles are dealing with a surplus. You don't have to go value pick every single time when you have as much extra capital as the Eagles are dealing with. So pretty good pick here, I would say, for the Eagles overall. Sort of fortifying that offensive line. And again, another team that is building it up so their quarterback has no excuses next year. If Jalen Hurts doesn't get it done, you're gone. You're not good enough, buddy. We're not dealing with mediocrity here. You're as good as you are on your rookie contract, and you're no good for us anymore. So buckle up, Jalen Hurts. You better go out there and show it.
Played 3 years, has a lot of snaps under his belt at Nebraska. So you got to like that. You want your center to be honed into his craft. What do we have?
Steelers, prototypical wide receiver day 2, George Pickens. Speaking of.
Okay. That's actually go ahead.
They've been willing to take issues or take problematic wide receivers before and try to get those issues fixed. And if it doesn't work, I mean, they have no issue shipping them. They constantly have that rotation. I not a big fan of the player here, but with it's prototypical Steelers, and they stick to it, and they keep this rotation going at the wide receiver position. That every so often, I mean, every other year, basically, they're taking a wide receiver somewhere day 2.
It's crazy to me that they go with George Pickens here, because I think that they could use a little bit more speed to pair with Chase Claypool, who ran a lot better than everyone wants to. I like Deontay Johnson as well, but this gives you a size option, a guy that's a very physical player at the catch point as well. I like this pick for them. I think he fits what they want to do the best. But again, I mean, you're talking. Who was the guy that they had a couple of years ago? Martavis Bryant with the issues that he had. Obviously, everybody knows Antonio Brown, but George Pickens is another guy that we were talking about it earlier, squirting water on players, punching players, fighting teammates, fighting coaches. Like, he's just not a great character guy, but I mean, get him in that Steelers organization where they do have a lot of bad apples, and Mike Tomlin does a really good job of keeping those guys quiet for the most part. Like, go back to Le'Veon Bell specifically, like, he was always a bad apple, but at least Mike Tomlin figured out a way to put his finger on him and keep him suppressed for the most part until it became time for Le'Veon Bell to get paid. So I like this pick for Pittsburgh.
It's about winning football games, and the NFL is not full of Boy Scouts. Ronnie Garcia coming in. Dean or Muma? Guys, what do you think? Hell yeah. Let's go get me a linebacker. We would love it. Nick would be okay. Nick doesn't want to trade up, and I get that, because I don't think you're going to need to, guys, right? I mean, that's what we're seeing right here. Nakobe Dean is still on the board, for crying out loud. You don't need to reach and go after a linebacker. Not now.
Yeah, for me, the value on the board that remains, I would take Dean or Muma at 64. I wouldn't fight too hard. I don't think the return on investment is going to be as high as some other spots, but Drake Jackson still available for me. Only 20 years old, very long, great jumps. Some concerns about his maturity that maybe is pushing him down here. Otherwise, he probably would have been a top 40 pick. But and the tools are great, and if they're okay with him, then I don't know him personally. So if they're okay with him, then I like what I see on tape. Then you have 2 offensive tackles left that make me very interested. Bernard Raymond's still there, guys, right? Am I missing something? Bernard Raymond's still out there. Obviously, the age and the arm length are concerns, but I'd be very interested in here for Denver. And Abraham Lucas as well. And then, of course, Travis Jones. So those are the guys I'm more interested in than either of those linebackers, but wouldn't be against the linebackers. I just don't want to trade up for one.
I want to throw it over to Eric really fast, because I got to interrupt you really quick, because we don't have the ESPN little dinger deal. We've got Eric going in the background. Ooh, it's like every single pick is like, ooh. So, Eric, what do you got, man?
The Colts selected Alec Pierce. I mean, Alec Pierce, there's some issues with separating there, but I like him. I think that he's a good matchup in red zone with Matt Ryan. I mean, he's able to go get those jump balls. He does a good job of boxing out at the catch point. I like Alec Pierce. This is a little bit earlier than I would have gone for him because of the issue separating and how important that is for the NFL game now. But I mean, this late, at this range, it's not terrible.
Yeah. I agree with that. I mean, he's a good size receiver, right? 6'3", 211, 212, something like that. 4'4", good speed. I mean, decent talent. Second round wide receiver depth. I mean, hey, Broncos country, you know about that. Some guy named Cortland Sutton. right?
And
Was neglected from the first round, and you can definitely get a second round wide receiver that can hit some home runs.
And he fits the mold that the Colts like at wide receiver.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this is a team that is going to be able to run the ball out of 11 personnel. Michael Pittman, Josh Pascal,
I love
Alec
Pittman.
Pierce.
Yeah.
Boom. John, if you're playing, your choice is either you're going to play base against 11, or you're going to play base defense against 11. Good luck. Or you're going to play nickel against 11, which then they have Jonathan Taylor. I mean, this is really going to be a physical, fun team in Indianapolis, like what they've done in the draft so far. But they are accumulating blockers and size at the wide receiver position. And Pascal, the wide receiver out of Colts, probably the best blocking wide receiver, one of the best blocking wide receivers in all of the NFL. So it's going to be fun.
I don't disagree with you on that one, Nick. I can't remember his first name, but I know who you're talking about, the Pascal kid. But then you got Michael Pittman, who is another big, long, tall, athletic guy, a beast at the catch point. Alec Pierce, the same kind of deal. Like, you're looking at height, weight, speed guys that may not be the best route runners and don't create a whole bunch of separation, but it doesn't necessarily matter. You've got Matt Ryan. He's going to put the ball where he wants to put the ball, and it's going to work out because those guys are just physical enough at the catch point that they're going to make it work for him. And like you said, the blocking ability for both of those guys. Pittman is a mauler. He's nasty, super, super physical. Pierce the same way as well. Like, this is it's a prototype pick for the Colts. And they, like you said, they are showing they want those 6'3" guys, the 6'3", 220-ish guys with long arms and very physical play styles at the receiver position. And they've got 3 guys that fit that mold perfectly. Which is crazy too, because they may not have the deep speed threat anymore in T.Y. Hilton, so like they need to add that aspect to it a little bit. But with Matt Ryan on an aging contract, this is perfect for them. Run the football and just let him kind of pick his poison with those big receivers and let him go to work there.
And unfortunately for the Broncos, we do have I guess fortunately and unfortunately, we do have a run of wide receivers happening now, which is good for Denver because we are probably not targeting a wide receiver there at pick 64. However, the Kansas City Chiefs on the clock at 54, taking one of my favorite wide receivers in the entire class, Sky Moore out of Western Michigan. Going to be really good for them. Probably one of the best slant receivers in this class. I think he had some of the most yards after contact of any of the receivers in this class as well. I'm really curious to see what this evolution at the wide receiver position and just offensively looks like for the Chiefs in a post Tyreek Hill era. But looks like it's going to be one that is very much based on yak ability. And I think that Andrew Reid was probably getting a little bit fed up of every single team playing cover 2 against him and all this space underneath without guys to take advantage of it there. Now you're going to see the Chiefs working a little bit more of a horizontal pass game, I believe, getting the ball to these guys quickly. And all 3 of the guys they've gotten are yak guys: Juju Smith-Schuster, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, Sky Moore, yak. So I think they're going to be trying to force teams into more cover 1 and cover 3 against them, more bodies in the middle of the field, and totally different attacking here. And just curious as heck to see how this experiment goes for Kansas City.
I'm okay with it. I really am. I was afraid they were going to go linebacker. But man, Pat Mahomes is going to make this cat a whole lot of money. And Andy Reid, Eric Bieniemy, as long as they're both there, figuring out what's going on with Bieniemy in that 1-year deal that kind of keeps re-upping every year. And who knows what's going to happen to that. But yeah, I mean, 5'10", 195, this cat is trying to fill that speed need that the Kansas City Chiefs waved goodbye to by trading Tyreek Hill. I think it's interesting that Eric had said Travis Kelce was debating or mulling over some rumors of retirement. So they could have gone tight end, loading up on wide receiver. They got to keep that all-star Pat Mahomes happy.
I think the one big takeaway that I have here before we jump to Eric really fast is Sky Moore's ability to get off of the line of scrimmage. Like, he gets a clean release off the line of scrimmage so well. Like, his release game, his footwork and stuff like that. Jerry Jeudy has a really good release. Sky Moore has more technical refinement in his release, and he doesn't take a whole lot of wasted steps. Like, this kid is so good off of the line of scrimmage, and it helps. You got Juju Smith-Schuster, who does a good job as well. Marquez Valdes-Scantling, who does a really good job getting off the line of scrimmage. There's going to be a very big aspect in the quick passing game here. And like Nick said, the yards after the catch versatility with all 3 of these guys, watch out.
And there goes Colorado State tight end Trey McBride to the Arizona Cardinals.
Ooh, I like this. I like this. I like that one a lot.
They keep doing everything possible to provide weapons around Kyler Murray and still keep struggling on offense. Well, and that defense too.
Yeah. Okay. Talk me through this one. Why do you like this one, Lance? Because all the stuff that we talked about, Russell Wilson not using the short area middle of the field and making Trey McBride not as valuable there. Now you go with a smaller quarterback who even uses less in the middle of the field in Kyler Murray. So sell me on this, because I know that Trey McBride tested pretty well, but he was not really a vertical guy. Didn't separate very much at Colorado State. More of a find the soft spot in the zone, catch and fall down kind of guy, which is fine. Like if we had Tom Brady or Peyton Manning here, amen, give that to me. We'll be great. But I don't know about Russell Wilson. I don't know about Kyler Murray for this fit. So why do you think it's such a good fit?
I think the biggest thing is, even though he didn't test very well, and yeah, he didn't look like a guy that's really going to stretch the field vertically, I think horizontally is where you're going to look with him. You're going to do the deep over, the deep drag routes and stuff like that. And with Kyler Murray's ability to scramble and get outside of the pocket and look to the boundary that way, I think that look at this right here. You're going across the middle of the field. That's a big thing to me. Now you're going to see that secondary window open up over on the outside, and that's where his big versatility is going to be there. That's why I like this fit a lot, especially if you have DeAndre Hopkins, you got the speed of the Hollywood Brown now as well. You need that intermediate level of the field pass catcher option here, and McBride's also a fairly decent run blocker. Like you can use him in that running game as well. So I like this fit. It's not a perfect fit to me. I think that they probably could have went in a different direction here, but if you're going to add to the pass catching room, that's why I like Trey McBride here.
Yeah, I get it, and also he's a decent blocker here. He's just a little bit of a jack of all trades. And for my opinion, of the way the tight ends are going right now, you need somebody who's a dominant blocker or a dominant athlete. And Eric, go ahead. You look like you're chomping at the bit.
Well, I just wrote up a scouting report from actually like almost right before we went live. And one thing that, looking back on my notes, that stood out to me was that despite his size, he doesn't always play physical. I want to see more of that Tarzan aspect of him, especially as a blocker, instead of this Jane type that we kind of see a little bit.
Right.
I like him, and he's got very reliable hands. He only fumbled once, which I believe was in his final college game, and only had like 5 or 6 career drops. Like, strong grip. I mean, when he gets his hands on defenders, it's a little hard to break free. But I want to see that finishing aspect, that driving aspect from him as a blocker, and I just don't get it. Not a big fan of the fit. Again, talking about attacking the middle of the field, Kyler Murray has some issues seeing the middle of the field. And what was it, like all but like 20 of his receptions came between the hash marks. And then there's also the fact Colorado State really pulled him out of the stopped using him as much when he got to the red zone. Especially this last year, I think he caught almost 100 passes or had almost 100 targets and only 1 touchdown, which is a little bit of a concern as well. I like him. I think there's good upside. It's just a matter of figuring out the best way to use him with what Kyler Murray can actually do.
Can somebody please take a god darn quarterback?
I like the fact that Trey McBride is going to a good team. Yeah, I got to see him at his pro day, and I really, really liked him. And he comes from a good family. He's a Colorado kid. And I saw the comment, if he didn't go to CSU, we totally would be talking about him. That's not true, dude. He's one of the best tight ends, top 2 in this class. Okay. So, yeah, he is the big fish in the small pond. Let's just say it. But I'm curious to see what he does with the Cardinals. And now I think it's odd because they retained Zach Ertz. Right. So I didn't see tight end really as on the radar for them, but they found their guy. They loved him. They didn't have to move to go get him or anything like that. And I'm just excited to see Trey McBride have what should be an exciting career in a really exciting division, the NFC West.
Going back to your quarterback. Sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You go ahead. I was just going to say, going back to the quarterback conversation, I'm taking a look. You've got Dallas on the clock right now. They're not going quarterback. You've got Buffalo on the clock. They're not going quarterback. But then the next 2 picks, you've got Atlanta and you've got Minnesota. Atlanta with Marcus Mariota, like this could be Matt Corral, who I think is almost a carbon copy clone of Marcus Mariota. Like that's a good fit there. Malik Willis as well. The Vikings with Kirk Cousins. How long is he going to be around anymore? Do they really believe in him? Could that be a potential spot for the quarterback? I think that these guys, if they don't go here at 58 or 59, these quarterbacks could fall out of the 3rd round, which might be an opportunity for the Broncos to trade back a little bit and get another pick from like a Detroit or a Carolina maybe to potentially move up there and take a quarterback here at 64. Like this is not falling well for the Broncos right now.
Yeah. I mean, at some point you want to swing on the quarterback with traits, right? I mean, even this is the Drew Lock conversation here. Like, oh, well, we got issues with his accuracy. There's some talk about, intelligence and processing on the field, but like he's got tools. Roll the dice. And guess what? If he's not good 1 year from now, we're in a position to take a guy, even though we don't even know yet. Swing again. Who cares? Keep swinging until you hit the quarterback. But this is getting ridiculous. I didn't think the quarterbacks would be this falling down the board. Eric, do you have any thoughts for us on what's going on with the quarterback position? Was it this class? I mean, I was screaming, this is a bad quarterback class, but I didn't see it like this. One pick in the top 20, no picks in the top 55, or only one in the top 55. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I didn't think it'd be this bad. I think part of what's scaring teams off away from Malik Willis is that we saw him against tougher competition and he kind of crapped the bed. With Desmond Ridder, I think that there was a lot of issues his body mechanics, the upper half and the lower half are not in sync, and it's a lot of placement issues. And it's bad when you're the quarterback guru that's working with him, Jordan Palmer, and you have to go to quarterback wins to try to hype him up a little bit. That's never a good sign. Matt Corral, there's a lot of issues with the offense that he ran. There's character issues there. A whole funny story with Wayne Gretzky's son and him. And then Carson Strong, medicals. The knees are shot. Like, that's the word going around. Carson Strong's knees are shot.
And also, apparently, Carson Strong struggled a lot at the Senior Bowl with his interviews. Said he was one of the worst interviews at the Senior Bowl this last year. So we got a surprise pick here. What are you thinking?
Dallas goes with Sam Williams.
Called it. They anybody who's done any sort of sexual assault allegation, step on up to the Dallas Cowboys, baby. That's where
fitting
you're
with
go.
Jerry Jones.
Yeah, God. Okay.
Wow.
What are you thinking here, Luke? How you doing? Luke, thanks for joining us again today, too. I know that this is a busy one, and shout out to all three of you guys taking so much time to join us today. My pets miss me, but I'm sure your guys' kids and families miss you, so a lot of fun to be hanging out with you guys.
Yeah. No, man, of course, dude. This is what we do. Yeah. Anytime you guys want to take a swipe at the Cowboys, it's okay with me. But yeah, 6'4", 251. They're getting themselves an ornery. Okay, can we say that? Offensive lineman, to say the least. Man, I don't know. I guess if you're Jerry Jones, you think you hit it out of the park. I would have probably gone Abraham Lucas if you really wanted to go that route here myself, if you're Dallas. But hey, it's Jerry's world, and we're just living in it.
So I wonder with this, if Jerry Jones is going to sit there and print off his sheet with their draft board to show that, hey, we had him higher like he did with Tyler Smith.
That's good. I like the fit here. Let's just start with this. Sam Williams is a good enough athlete. He does a really good job as a pass rusher. The tape itself meets up with the value here. I think that Sam Williams actually is a second round player. The problem is it's just you've got the assault allegations. I believe there's a sexual assault allegation, or is it assault against a woman or something like that? Very serious character concerns here, but they just lost Randy Gregory to the Denver Broncos. Obviously, they needed to fill another edge opposite of DeMarcus Lawrence. The fit is nice here. If you want to talk about the player on the field, I like the fit for the Cowboys, and I think that the value is good here too.
I still think I don't know. I would have liked him to see him go offensive line. I really would. The trenches, you trade one trench for the other. And yeah, we could talk about bad eggs. The NFL is full of them, but it's about winning. Let's make no mistake about that. And I know we want them all to be darlings and we all want them to be Boy Scouts, but they're not. And the NFL is a money-making machine. It's about wins and losses. But how's that working for you, Jerry? Because you're not getting a whole lot of Super Bowls down there. Not in a long time. Timbo Slice, we appreciate your love. Carl's going to be coming in here soon. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Carl's birthday today. So please be sure to say happy birthday to Carl as he spends some time with his family before hopping on and spending time with Broncos country, just like Jason Lang spending time with us tonight. We really appreciate you, Jason. Thank you so much.
So on Carl, we're not exactly sure what's going on with him. There was a tornado warning in his hometown or a tornado watch in his hometown, and the power's out. So just a quick update on that. We're trying to get in touch with Carl right now to see if he's going to be able to come on here soon. But yeah, that's
the thing. With the Scarecrow and the Tin Man and the Cowardly Lion.
Wizard of Oz.
Thank God they're not in Kansas anymore, right, Toto?
Oh my God, you're absolutely right.
Oh my goodness. Jason Lang jumping in here. Nothing to say, just showing some love on Super Chat or with the Stars donation. Thank you, Jason. We appreciate that. Tampa Bay on the clock here. Tampa Bay's on the clock here, number 57 overall. Eric, we haven't taken a look at your big board here in a little while. Give us your top 10. I know Travis Jones is still available to you, Malik Willis as well. Who do you have still inside of your top 10?
Well, obviously, I mean, as you said, Travis Jones and Malik Willis, they still have first-round grades for me. Not really surprised Malik Willis has dropped. Travis Jones, I think it's got to be teams just don't think that he has the positional versatility that I thought he did when I watched him. Bernard Raymond's dropping, touch on that with the age and length. Nakobe Dean doesn't have ideal size for the NFL with the modern-day linebacker, being able to make those overthrows, dropping it in front of the safeties behind the linebackers. Doesn't have the size to make that even smaller. Chad Muma's a guy who I thought would be gone by now. Daniel Fa'alele, his value's all over the place. Very limited to scheme, not going to be for everybody. Jamari Salyer, Perion Winfrey, who Nick has mentioned about before, about some character stuff there. Desmond Ridder, another guy that we just talked about a little bit ago, and fallen. I mean, just so many mechanical issues. Christian Harris, the linebacker out of Alabama, Troy Anderson, the Montana State linebacker, and DeMarvin Leal. Those round out my guys that are still have the round 2, round 1 grades.
So it looks like the Bucks have traded up to select Central Michigan tackle. I'm going to butcher the last name. I always do. I'm going to say my guy, Luke. What's that?
Bernard Raymond?
I thought it was Luke. Yeah.
They have 2 Central Michigan tackles. So they took Luke Gadecki over Bernard Raymond. Interesting. So he's going to be guard for them, I would assume. Yeah. Go ahead, Luke. Sorry to interrupt you. I just thought it was going to be Bernard Raymond and my heart dropped.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Yeah, it's funny. I actually ran into Ryan Jensen a few weeks ago in Glenwood Springs, man, and I'm sure he's happy somewhere, right? Getting himself another fighter, another big boy in the trenches. You got to continually reload at the offensive line position. You've got to have guys in weight. This isn't someone who's going to come in and start right away. You've got to get used to Tom Brady's offense, but I like the pick. I think it's a smart pick. Little surprised, if I'm going to be honest, but you've got to invest in your offensive line. You cannot just continue to go into free agency like the Broncos have done over and over in right tackle. Sooner or later, you need to take a chance in the second round on one of these cats.
The one thing I want to interject here, this pick doesn't surprise me at all, quite honestly. It surprises me it's Luke Goedeke, but it doesn't surprise me that the Buccaneers go guard after watching Ollie Marpet walk away. I mean, he retired in the offseason. They needed another guard bad. So you're getting another tough physical player. He's got some tackle versatility. He started at right tackle for Central Michigan this last season. So I like this pick, and it's not a huge surprise other than who the player is itself. The position is right, though.
Well, and it makes me wonder if the Buccaneers felt that maybe the Vikings had some interest in him. They had to leapfrog somebody to go get this cat. So Vikings, you're thinking about them. They've got offensive line. I mean, I would even say, Buffalo, I'm surprised. I would think that they would have a little bit of need on the offensive line as well. And then San Francisco, maybe that was another target, a Kyle Shanahan type guy. Hard to go there with some of the film, but definitely makes you wonder.
Eric, what do you think here?
I think that Minnesota was definitely a target to get above them. They've been heavily linked to both Central Michigan guys, and they need a lot of help on the offensive line still. Some guys that they've used high picks on haven't exactly panned out yet. Trying to figure out their best 5, new coaching staff, so no real major commitments to guys that are already on there. Sounds like they want to rebuild it, and they've been connected to both of them. Bernard Raymond's still there. Maybe they had Luke Goedeke higher, and that's why Tampa Bay wanted to get above him, or maybe they just were afraid.
Goedeke. I struggle with that. Goedeke,
yeah. He played, started out his football career, I want to say, at Wisconsin Whitewater after not getting any offers, and then had a chance to walk on for the Wisconsin Badgers, and instead decided to take a scholarship at Central Michigan, former tight end, then added a bunch of weight, sub 33-inch arm length, so he's going to be playing guard the NFL. But you saw that, they just had a center or guard retire there for, was it Ali Marpet?
It was Ali Marpet.
And this is very much a plug-and-play instant contributor for them. But Tom Brady's window is what? Who knows? So it makes a lot of sense for them. What also makes sense, Brandon Tate breaking the little cold spell we were on there with the super chats. Thank you so much, Brandon. $4.99 saying, am I missing something about Nakobe Dean, linebacker from Georgia? If Dean falls far enough, is it worth trading up for? Dean is small. Dean is not a coverage backer. And Eric has something to say for us. But if Dean's there at 64, I wouldn't fight against taking him, but not trading up for him. Nope.
Troy Anderson to Atlanta.
Good pick.
Wow. Excited about that one too, I bet.
I really want to pull Scott into this conversation just to hear what he has to say about it, but he's not ready behind the scenes. He's still hanging out with us, but I really am curious as to what Scott has to say about Troy Anderson. I really like this fit as well. They lost Foyesade Aluakon to free agency this year to the New York Jets, so they had a hole at the linebacker position. I like the fit here a lot.
Yeah, and with Nakobe Dean answering the question there, you have to start to wonder if there's medical issues with Nakobe Dean as well. The small frame, physicality, a lot of times that doesn't tend to hold up with a violent player with a small body type. So maybe there is some medical concerns for Nakobe Dean long term. Obviously, the versatility, not very lengthy, not a good player as far as coverage ability goes. So all in all, I mean, good college players don't exactly always equal good NFL players. You're projecting the traits here, not the stats that they put up in college on elite defenses. So maybe that's pushing him down, but this far down the board has to make you think maybe there is some medical issues going on there with Nakobe Dean. And we're watching Troy Anderson here. Obviously, somewhat local kid there for the Montana State Bobcats. Tested as one of the best athletes ever for the linebacker position. Played quarterback for Montana State, played running back for Montana State. This was his first year at linebacker, and very, very good chase and pursuit. All the upside in the world. Going to have to work on his processing, going to have to work on his tackling technique. Not surprising given this was his first year at linebacker, but betting on the traits there, it's going to be fun to see his career and how it progresses.
Well, and maybe now you start to see these linebackers start going. Maybe he was the first domino, right? And maybe a team does take a swing on Nakobe Dean. You look at teams that need linebacker. Minnesota's one, Buffalo, arguably Cincinnati, maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. I like the pick for Atlanta. I really do. I think Troy Anderson's a damn good football player and is going to be a really good player for the Falcons.
Sorry, I just find it funny that we actually got the Falcons drafted a former quarterback at least. So, I mean, maybe they want to play Troy Anderson at quarterback, or maybe running back, or maybe returner, because I know talking with quite a few people that teams viewed him as just a tool for multiple ways. Even some talking about using him on offense a little bit.
I mean, heck, Terry Fontenot, the New Orleans connection. He just got his own Michael Thomas at pick 8 with Drake Jackson. Now he gets his own. What's the name of the weapon there for Taysom Hill? Yep, they got their own Taysom Hill there for Atlanta now. So be a lot of fun there. Very fun player. We took him, if you guys recall, in the Broncos roundtable mock draft for Mile High Huddle. We took Troy Anderson there at pick 64 overall, and he goes 58. So overall, even though I said, I think Carl and I both, or Eric and I both said Perrion Winfrey, Troy Anderson first off the board. So good call, guys, on that one. And Scott Shelby coming in with Dan Foley as the picture there. I absolutely love Chris Farley's Dan Foley SNL. Shout out to that one. God, I love Dan Foley. Scott Shelby coming in $2 super over on YouTube. Thank you so much, Scott, for supporting us. We're approaching 2 hours and 15 minutes now. We're going to be here for another 2 hours and 2.5 hours. Who knows? So kicking it to Eric. Eric's itching to talk, but what's going on?
Well, we got another guy with a little bit of a checkered past going to Minnesota, and Ed Ingram out of LSU.
Okay, Ed Ingram. Research in his back, there was a case of him having accusations of having sexual relations with a minor prior to LSU, caused him to have a suspension there. One of the better pulling guards in this class, very good at the point of attack. I think that game versus Florida, I believe it was a clinic by Ed Ingram this year. That one really sticks out in my mind, but definitely some concerns there. Obviously, second round, he's still talented. He's going here, but this many guys getting picked, there's going to be some issues with some of these guys in their past, but definitely a darker one for Ed Ingram there.
So the big thing that I heard about Ed Ingram with his past there, with the sexual relations with a minor, it sounded like he got off on those charges on a technicality, and also he didn't have like any remorse for it. It sounds like this guy is kind of a little bit weird. As far as the football player is concerned, though, very good football player, strong at the point of attack, moves very well. Like Nick said, a really good pulling guard, fits with what Minnesota wants to do there in that power game, in the inside zone game as well. Dalvin Cook's really going to like seeing Ed Ingram in front of him. They desperately needed to fill a hole. And I know that this may go off a little wrong, but I have a very good friend that's a Vikings fan, Logan Leash, who is actually having a pretty good time with this Vikings draft class because he absolutely hates it. It's awful for him.
And just to get the specifics out here, because we want to make sure we're 100% correct in talking about stuff like this, but Ed Ingram was arrested in 2018 and charged with 2 counts of aggravated sexual assault involving a minor. Charges were dismissed, and then he was reinstated a year later to LSU. So that's the reality. We'll leave that up to the rest of you guys to discuss amongst yourselves, but that's the facts of what's happened with Ed Ingram, and now he's the 59th pick in the NFL draft.
Yeah, let's spin it back around to football. So second team all SEC, a big reach for me. I would have probably had a third or a fourth round grade on this guy. Now we are getting closer to that third round, but these teams do their homework and sometimes they just toss it aside and do what they got to do. But they're putting a premium investment into this guy, and it's definitely a check on the risk column.
I can't believe we are the Bills, the 49ers, the Chiefs, the Bengals away from the Broncos picking, and not a single quarterback has come off the board. This is dreadful. Maybe somebody wants to come up and trade up for 64, given a future second round pick in the process. I'd be happy with that at this point, given you thought more talent would be available with quarterbacks coming off the board. But no, God, what's going on?
I'm getting nervous. My hands are sweaty, knees weak, mom spaghetti, all that, dude. I'm like, we're just about here, man.
Bengals moved up. They're on the clock over that. And I think it's worth noting, too, that in all these trades so far that have happened during the draft, not a single future pick has been part of it.
That's a good point. That's a really good point, Eric. Even with all the moves yesterday, no future draft picks have moved around. Honestly, the trade market this year, as far as the picks that are given up, has been really light in comparison to a couple of years ago. Like there's not a whole lot of interest in teams moving up, and the teams that do move up, they're not having to give up massive hauls to be able to do so, because again, this draft is just so heavy in the middle of it. Like it is very noteworthy the compensation to every single trade that we've seen thus far. The two biggest ones are getting Hollywood Brown and AJ Brown. Like those are the two big ticket items this year, and that's not future draft capital. So it's very interesting.
Well, so, and the Bengals, just real quick, the Bengals for me here are probably going to go offensive line. I'm thinking Abraham Lucas. You got to protect Uncle Joey, right? But I would throw up if Logan Wilson got his teammate with Chad Muma right there, because I know linebacker, they got their eye on Cincy.
Speaking of what was used to move up, the Bengals sent pick 63 to move up 3 spots to 60 and only sent 209.
Wow. Wow.
For a tackle, Abraham Lucas, right? It's got to be, they got to invest, continue the build.
Definitely could be Abraham Lucas, could be our guy from Central Michigan, Ryman. I'm really hoping that it's not the cornerback that I was hoping for here in Cam Taylor-Britt, but we'll see. The Bengals have been needing a defensive back player.
Taylor-Britt.
Are you serious?
Yep.
I love it. Nick, you're my boy, Nick. You're my boy, Nick.
You just gotta stop talking. You keep jinxing it, man.
So dude. I gotta give a big shout out to what the Bengals are doing here. They needed to get versatility in the secondary. I mean, with Eli Apple and the burnt toast that he was, Trey Waynes last year as well, upgrading over Von Bell with Daxton Hill in the first round. Then they go get another versatile guy that can play inside. He can play outside. He can drop back and play the safety, run in the alley as a run defender. Like I like what the Bengals are doing here. They've already invested in the offensive line, but they've got Eric. I'll get to you. Just send Eric. What's up?
So people keep asking about what's going on with Nakobe Dean. According to Albert Breer, there's a lot of questions on linebacker Nakobe Dean. It's straightforward. He had a laundry list of injuries in college: ankle, foot, shoulder, wrist, pec, groin, hurt before pro day, may need pec surgery post rookie year. Knee has plenty of wear and tear, and then being as small as he is just magnifies it all.
We'll see you in the 4th round, Nakobe Dean.
Going with Cam Taylor-Britt here too. I mean, you saw what Eli Apple did to him, right? You saw what happens when you got Eli Apple, and so while I would have gone offensive line for Cincy here, I think this is a good pick with a really good player.
Man, this was one of my favorite players in the draft in this range, which hurts me to say. You guys know how much I despise Nebraska football, so to say that about any of those guys here, God. And I have plenty of Nebraska jokes, but I loved Cam Taylor-Britt's versatility and physicality, good length as well. Not crazy length, but what you want there. He met the thresholds and off the board here. So, man, if I'm George Payton, and the linebackers available here, God, somebody come trade up for a quarterback and give us a first 2023 pick of this class. Please, somebody. I don't want any of these guys. Maybe Drake Jackson.
Here's a lesson for everybody. In the draft, don't speak in absolutes, because I know I said this multiple times. I know I said it to Nick. There's no way Travis Jones will be there at 64. And here we are just a few picks away. Travis Jones is still there. Don't speak in absolutes when it comes to
that. I want to go back to Nakobe Dean really fast. Who was the Alabama linebacker from last year that everybody had ranked so highly? But then there's a
Dylan Moses.
Yes, that's the one. Dylan
That was
Moses.
me. That was me. I was banging and whoever was in the chat, they were right. I love every linebacker. I'm a sucker for linebackers. Every one of them's the best thing ever.
But are we going to see a Dylan Moses style fall with Nakobe Dean here? He's undersized. He's got all the injury concerns. There's maybe some character concerns there as well. Like, does he fall all the way like the 7th round?
I'm going to interrupt you here. Denver Broncos are fielding calls to move back
because the guys that they wanted are gone. They were looking at Cam Taylor-Britt, guaranteed.
Yes,
with
they
that
were.
one. Oh, all of a sudden we hear that the Broncos want to move back. Okay.
Bengals jumped up to secure him because Denver was trying to move up for him.
Well, there it is. Okay, well, bleep.
You come for it, and here it is, ladies and gentlemen. You just don't know how these things are going to go, man. And here we go. Nick Keys are coming in. Go Big Red. CTB is a baller.
It kind of picks me off that the Bengals gave up like nothing to go get him. Like at that cost, I know we need draft picks, but you're talking about like a 6th round pick there or something, or 7th round pick.
Yeah, I mean Denver sat with Denver has 206. Bengals sent 209. One more spot, just send that 3 extra higher. Yeah,
that's a bummer. George Payton. Sometimes be like that. Man, I love Cam Taylor-Britt. They're showing the highlights now. It's just going to make me upset. But I guess the Broncos looking to field back. They must not like Bernard Raymond that much. They must not like these linebackers that much. They must not like Travis Jones that much. But we'll see what happens.
And Drake Jackson going to San Francisco.
That's a good fit there.
That's a really good fit. Holy cow, man. That's a great pick.
You get to slide Eric Armstead inside just a little bit more. It fills the hole that they got with Solomon Thomas a couple of years ago. The guy that just never panned out on the edge there. He can put his hand in the dirt. He's strong enough, physical enough. There's some need for him to get more nuance in his pass rush ability, and his run defense is not necessarily the greatest right now, but damn it, they continue to invest in that defensive line. They've got Javon Kinlaw from a couple of years ago that they need to fill another hole there. Man, I like this pick.
Yeah, me too. He's got a good size, good motor, nice bend, stays low, understands the importance of reach. Nick, how you doing, bud? I know things are tough because we both like this. I think we all kind of like Jackson here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. This is for real because now Drake Jackson is off the board. Nick, we liked this kid coming out of USC.
Yeah, very good player, lengthy. Some concerns about the maturity, but 20 years old this last year, got him down to 240 pounds, and he bulked back up. Probably going to be playing at 270 the NFL. But man, Cam Taylor-Britt and Drake Jackson, my 64th pick in my mock draft and my 75th pick in the mock draft, obviously was hoping on that. You never know that far down. This is a crazy process, but pretty bummed to see those guys go back to back. I'd have been pretty happy with either of them at 64. My favorite player available, though, still is Travis Jones. Maybe they end up taking that guy. I don't know what their plan is with the likes of DJ Jones there, moving them around, Draymond Jones, etc. There's still some good players available, but pretty bummed to see some good players fly off the board right before the Broncos pick, especially with Kansas City and Buffalo picking right before them.
Yeah, if you're George Payton, you just want to be careful. I mean, who's to say that he wasn't on the phones trying to move up, but you gave up a lot to get Russ, and that's okay. But he also said, look, we're interested in acquiring some picks too, not only this year, but next year. You guys just pointed it out, Eric, especially saying, look, these draft deals that are happening here today and last night aren't really affecting next year's class this much. It's pretty much real-time trade for real-time trade draft capital as we go. So I think that's something that's really interesting to see if George Payton values those future picks more than the picks in this draft.
I mean, is anybody offering future picks is the big thing. Who knows? But we'll find out soon. Okay, so we have the Kansas City Chiefs on the board here again, picking 4 times before the Broncos pick once, and then the Buffalo Bills. Chiefs could use, like we mentioned it earlier, could use a right tackle. Eric hinted at it earlier about Abraham Lucas at pick, whatever pick the Chiefs picked when they took Sky Moore. Maybe this is Abraham Lucas or Bernard Ryman here for the Chiefs. Any thoughts on Kansas City coming up here? Going to be on the clock here in a second. Anybody?
Bueller. I'm here with you. We'll let it roll. I think they should consider offensive line.
Yeah.
You've got arguably the best quarterback in football, and some of these experiments, they don't work in the NFL. Okay, like you're gonna draft guys, they're not gonna work out. That's okay. Time to move on and bring in the next crop. And sometimes teams struggle and get anchored with these investments. And I just think that Luke is sitting there, man. I would do it. I'd absolutely pull the trigger if you're Kansas City Chief.
I'm with you on that, Luke. I really am. The Lucas Niang has not panned out, and Eric kind of brought that up a little bit ago. They need another tackle here. They need a guy that is a good pass protector because they've struggled to protect Patrick Mahomes. Even last year, where he was just running around and doing stuff all over behind the line of scrimmage. To bolster this pass rush would be, or the pass protection, would be a big move for them. I also like them to go back to the defensive secondary here and maybe see if they can find another cornerback or even another pass rusher. I know that they have George Karlaftis, they have Frank Clark as well, but to get another pass rusher here, maybe we watch Nick Medino go there and to pair them because Frank Clark is on the tail end of his career. Get another young pass rusher there, like that makes a lot of sense to me as well.
I love our guy Dylan Von Arks coming in here real quick saying, Broncos country, chill. There's so much talent. It's all going to be okay. Dylan, you're our guy. Thanks for riding with us on this live draft coverage. Dylan does tons of work to help us and support us and make sure we have what we need. So thanks, Dylan.
So Eric, can you give us anything as far as trade scenarios here? How likely is that going to happen? I mean, there hasn't been that much movement here recently, at least big moves. Any chance that the Broncos can get some draft capital here for future 2023 or even this class, or is the pick going to be coming for the Broncos here because there's no movement?
I think if they move down, I don't think they're getting any future capital. I think it'll just be a later round pick. I'm not expecting a big drop down. Maybe somewhere to like just a few picks later in the earlier third round and getting an extra seventh but yeah, no, not expecting anything. And there's a possibility that they don't even find a partner to move down to. Oh, and then the Chiefs came in and selected Brian Cook, a safety out of Cincinnati, who I was a big fan of. I thought he'd go in the top 100, but this is a little bit earlier than I thought he would.
Yeah, one of the best tacklers from the safety position in this entire class. He can play the box, he can play the slot, and he can play too high. I don't think he's going to play single. I don't think he's that level of athlete. I don't think you want him to play slot versus wide receivers that often, but a versatile player. We know how much Steve Spagnuolo loves cornerbacks who can tackle. Safeties who can tackle, come downhill that are versatile. And Chiefs added two pretty good players to their secondary here, along with Sky Moore and George Karlaftis. So obviously 4 picks in the top 62. You're going to walk away with some good players in this class, but I think they've done a pretty good job overall. None of these picks have been egregious, in my opinion, based on the film evaluation that I've put in.
Right. Yeah. I'm just taking a look at teams potentially in trade down scenarios for the Broncos, looking into the third round. You've got the Giants, you've got the Texans, you've got the Seattle Seahawks. All of them could potentially be looking to move up in front of each other to go and get a quarterback. That would be the way that I would look. Potentially the Seahawks at number 8. There's already a dialogue between John Schneider and George Payton, obviously with the Russell Wilson deal there. Are they looking at like a Desmond Ridder, a Matt Corral, a Malik Willis here at the tail end of the second round? And you're not moving that far back. Seattle picks at number 72 overall. That's 8 picks down. If you can get that and then another maybe a 5th round pick out of Seattle. I think they have 2 5th round picks there as well. That might make a little bit of sense to me.
Yeah, just real quick, going right back to Chiefs pick, Brian Cook. That's a mouthful. I think he can match up with tight ends okay. He's a little bit of a thumper, so Broncos country, get used to this name. You're going to see it. Now, I'm not saying he's going to be the honey badger or anything like that, but this is going to be one of those players that you see in those nickel dime scenarios that comes in. I don't think he's going to be a day one starter. He could be just with the need, right, at the safety position for the Chiefs. But yeah, what the Broncos, right? Broncos on the clock. Are we waiting? Where are we at here?
I don't see who the Bills have picked yet. I'm just going to call it out because I've been calling it all day. Is it Travis Jones?
James Cook.
Oh, they took James Cook here. Interesting.
I love this pick for the Bills, man. I love this pick for the Bills. Maybe too much power there up in the scheme there, but dude, you want to talk about run like incredibly fast running back here. Good receiver out of the backfield as well. This is a huge pick for the Bills. I love it.
and Broncos are on the clock. We should focus on the Broncos right now.
Yep,
We can circle
agreed.
back to Cook. Eric, what are your thoughts are right now? The Broncos are officially on the clock. We've waited a long time. Travis Jones still here. A lot of linebackers, 2 offensive tackles we talked about. There's still a lot of talent here. What are you hearing? What are you thinking?
I mean, if they like Bernard Raymond and think he can play at tackle, and I mean, they have the ability to give him a year, that's a good way to go. I mean, get that developmental guy. Abraham Lucas is still available as well, so that's another tackle. Ultimately, I think we're looking at a trade down.
Okay, well, I'm hoping that's the case because more fun to talk about more guys later. Lance, sorry to cut you off there when you're about to go off on Cook, but the Broncos are on the clock, man. We've been waiting for this. We got to go. What are you thinking for 64?
Sorry, I'm also kind of a closet Bills fan just because Josh Allen's there. But at 64, you take the value here. You like Travis Jones is the value here. You have to go in and help in that defensive line, and you can wait on the offensive tackle group. It seems like those guys are falling. Lucas might be there at 75. Raymond will definitely be there at 75 from the looks of it as well. And if nothing else, you can wait and get a Braxton Jones or a Max Mitchell later in the draft. Travis Jones or Muma has to be the guy here. And it looks like, Eric, you got some news for us.
They got the burrito.
They took Nick Benito. Well, don't love the pick. We'll see if we look at smarter or not later on. But the Broncos are taking Nick Benito, diminutive edge rusher from the University of Oklahoma. I know that Daniel Jeremiah was very high on him. And this is Malik Reed writing on the wall. You pretty much went from Magic Carp to Gyarados as far as Malik Reed's profile. Nick Benito, not very long. Not very strong at the point of attack, but versatile and a really good player if you give him an avenue to get after the quarterback. So not what I would do here, but Nick Benito coming in here for the Broncos at pick 64. They do add to the pass rush, but they're probably going to have to live in more cover 3 going forward with the scheme.
This was our worst case scenario that we had kind of talked about a little bit earlier. I think we all kind of said this guy. So I'm very disappointed. I'm not happy. And now I have to go right about Nick Benito, and I don't want to do it because I just think maybe, man, I don't want to judge George Payton, right? We got Russell Wilson here. Why do I need to be all sad and negative? I just don't see it. I really would have, if you wanted to go defense, I would have went Travis Jones.
So try to shed a little bit of a positive light on it. Nick Benito, he's got analytics favor him. He drew a lot of holding penalties from offensive linemen as well. Capable pass rusher. But I just come back to the issue of how he is against the run. And Denver showed that they had a targeted thing for that when they went and got DJ Jones. And now they go for Nick Benito. And so it's a little bit rough. But we're going to pass it over. We're going to bring them in if they're ready here in the chat. We got the football priest just waiting for confirmation. If you guys are ready, thumbs up.
Holy dude, it's finally Broncos just made a pick. Zach and I, we had to wake each other up. Someone went like this. Hey,
it's been 84 years.
It felt like forever, dude. But Trickle, Benito, dude. What are your thoughts? We want to hear your thoughts, and then we'll tell you what we feel, what we're hearing.
I mean, I have issue with him against the run. It's Oklahoma really helped them out with their slanting fronts. Nick talked about that a little bit earlier. You have such a targeted, verbally and vocally, George Payton talked about the issues against the run and wanting to improve that. And they go and get a guy who has so many issues against the run. He can't hold up the point of the attack. And I don't see consistent effort. Very talented pass rusher. But I wonder, and he's got good analytics for that, but I wonder if that slanting scheme that they ran at Oklahoma, how much that helped that there.
What about the value? That's the one thing that Kelvin and I are tripping out a little bit on. And by the way, guys, because you've got literally like 100 million media in this conference room, the Wi-Fi, it's not so good. It's not so good. But look, real quick, guys, and then we'll let you guys get back to doing your thing. I'm stoked. I want an offensive tackle or edge help with the first pick for the Broncos this year. I'm stoked. Kelvin.
We talked about this on the roundtable. I feel like tackle is the Broncos' glaring need if there was one. But you guys agree they could have waited on that. I think Lucas or someone else might fall a little further to the third round. Is it fair to say, agree with me or not, guys? Bradley Chubb is officially on notice now. You signed Randy Gregory, $70 million. They don't believe in Malik Reed, Jonathan Cooper. You draft an edge now. I think Chubb's time is bye-bye in Denver.
Yeah, Nick Benito is just basically a slightly better version of Malik Reed.
I don't know about Bradley Chubb being put on notice here. You've got it, like, to me, it's Malik Reed that's got to be put on notice here. The 1 year restricted free agent tender. That's the guy that's going to get out of here.
I don't. This completely stupid.
I don't necessarily know that it's a stupid move. I like the pass rush ability, and he does a really good job like working off of different moves and stuff like that. But like Eric said, like he's thin in his lower frame. He doesn't work well in the run. He doesn't set a very good edge. Like I really question this pick, especially when you got a guy like a Travis Jones who projects as a high level interior pass rusher. Like that's the guy that I would have really preferred to see the Broncos go with.
I mean, it seems like the reality is the Broncos got sniped for Cam Taylor-Britt. That was their guy, and maybe even Drake Jackson there at pick 64. I've seen those two guys go 2 of the 3 picks before the Broncos put them in a bind. They looked to trade back, and that says everything they thought about the picks that were available there. Nick Benito can get after the pass rusher. He's a versatile player. I'm expecting the Broncos. This also leans into being more of an attacking front. It's going to leave you vulnerable on the back end of coverage this year. No doubt about that, but Bradley Chubb, I would say Bradley Chubb is somewhat on notice, though. I think you guys are correct here. Just long-term projection here. You brought in an edge rusher. It's a position where you want multiple guys here. I just think that with the way the NFL is going right now, you want a little bit more length and size on the defensive line so you can play too high, so you can play less guys in the box. Nick Benito doesn't do that for you. So schematically, game theory-wise, I don't love the pick, but I do love getting more options in the pass rush.
Guys, love it. We're going to dip out. We'll pop back in when the Broncos go back on the clock in round 3. But don't forget, everybody, go check my Twitter if you want to see where to meet up with us. Zach and I in Vegas tonight after the draft around 8 p.m. local time, Pacific Standard. But guys, keep crushing it. We keep popping in to listen as much as we can. But you know how it is at these media events. It's hard to kind of listen while you're working. So keep rocking and rolling. Much love to all of Broncos country. We'll talk to you here in, I don't know, 45 minutes probably? Hopefully.
Yeah, something about like
Thanks,
that.
Guys.
Thanks, Chad. Thanks, Dak. You guys have a lot of fun. We'll talk to you here in a minute. Cody W. jumping in here with the $2 super chat, kind of voicing his frustrations with this pick as well. What the heck, he says. We're taking Nick Benito over Chad Muma. No, I tend to agree with Cody on this one as well. Eric, I know you've already voiced your frustrations and your opinions on this pick, but with it being over Travis Jones, with it being over Chad Muma, with it being over even Nakobe Dean, who we've already talked about him potentially even falling, like this just doesn't feel right to me. And shout out to Benjamin Albright, who had this a couple of weeks ago, saying that Nick Benito was the guy for the Broncos at number 64. So shout out to him. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, it's again. I just come back to it. With the way the NFL's going, you want guys on defense who can do a little bit of it all. You don't want to be caught with a big weakness, in my opinion. And I mean, here he is, such a poor run defender. Maybe they can sit there and have him get the effort and use some of his ability as a pass rusher and transfer it over to the run game. He's light in the lower half. He doesn't play up with a good base. Doesn't play with good leverage against the run. I mean, I don't know how many times I wrote down that he just got absolutely abused as a run defender when I was watching him. Very disappointing. Disappointing that they weren't able to trade back. Probably not getting enough. But it's a rough one. I know they definitely did get sniped with a couple guys that they wanted. They were trying to get up a little bit higher up before the 60s as well, trying to get up into the 50s, but they weren't able to do that. So this is what happens when you get stuck making a pick.
Yeah. And I mean, just to be real, Roy Fletcher saying PS2, no one liked it last year because we were disappointed about the quarterback because it meant another year of Drew Lock versus who knows who. So we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, this is projection, and those guys are dealing with a lot of information there that we don't have. But Nick Benito did get after the quarterback at a good rate. And I think this is maybe somewhat indicative of Ejiro Evero's scheme going forward. Obviously, he's had been trained under Brandon Staley. He's been trained under Raheem Morris. This, to me, screams more Raheem Morris-centric defense, where they did have smaller bodies at the point of attack, able to run a safety down from that too high pre-snap safety look to play more cover 3 look. Obviously, it can leave you exposed on the back end if you don't have an Aaron Donald and a Von Miller out there as well. But I think he's going to be a good pass rusher as far as rotational goes. I don't see him as ever being a guy I will value as a starter, but as a second-round pick, he's probably going to be a starter. So I'm bummed in the pick. I'm going to end up grading the picks. I'll probably give it a C- when the time comes, but is what it is. There's still some good players available. The Broncos have plenty of guys left that they can target here, 75, 96. So we'll see what happens. But I just really worry about his limitation, and I don't value edge rushers who are essentially the big thing with Nick Bonito is he going to be able to be enough of a player in first and second down that he doesn't end up just a designated pass rusher? That's the biggest scare for me with him. Because I think he's better in coverage than he is holding up against the run, which is not what you want for an edge.
That was where I was going to go with that. Like, I wonder if they're going to use him as like a hybrid off-ball linebacker and as a blitzer in the passing game, and maybe keep him away from the running game that way. Use him more in coverage where he can use that length, he can use that athleticism, he can use that fluidity in the bend in his hips to use him as in the flats as a pass defender. That might be an interesting role there for him. And then you still have the ability of him of getting after the passer and rushing the quarterback on third down. Like it may not be all that bad, guys. Like there is a silver lining here, and it's the athleticism that he has to use him in multiple different roles. He's not just going to be a true edge defender, I don't think.
Yeah, and I think this also maybe puts an end to the experiment that was, hey, maybe Baron Browning's going to be an edge. Baron Browning's longer. Baron Browning's a better athlete than Nick Bonito. Baron Browning's stronger at the point of attack than Nick Bonito. But Baron Browning, maybe that experiment of him moving to edge is going to be put to rest. So we also have another pick coming in here, Brian Asamoah. There's a linebacker off the board to the Minnesota Vikings. Kind of another Oklahoma defensive player coming off the board. Perion Winfrey still available. There were some whispers about Perion Winfrey character coming into this draft cycle. So the fact that he's still sliding here despite his athleticism and frame, maybe there is a little bit of legs to the concerns about Perion Winfrey's, I guess, personality. So Eric, sell me on the positives of Nick Bonito here, because I need a little bit of pick me up. Otherwise I'm going to have to go grab an adult beverage.
The Nick Burrito memes are alive and well.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so the biggest positive, Denver had a major need to improve their ability to get after the quarterback, and he helps with that.
Yep.
That's really about it. I mean, Randy Gregory, he's not the best of run defenders, so maybe they're valuing the run defense from the front seven or from the down lineman more than the edge, and just looking for pass rush at the edge position. He's got some athleticism and ability to move and drop into coverage, so he could be a pass down specialist. You can use him a little bit of versatility with that. And could mean no more Malik Reed too. So that's a big positive.
The chat's going nuts, guys. It's moving so fast. Make sure you get some super chats and stars and stuff like that in here. We'll grab as many comments as we possibly can. This is rough. The Brian Asamoah pick, I like that a lot. We also had Luke Fortner, the center from Kentucky, going off the board at the top of the third round here. So what's next for Denver here? I guess that's got to be the biggest thing. They got that edge player. They still have a hole at cornerback. They still have a hole at linebacker. Obviously, Travis Jones continues to fall here. Where do you think the Broncos go next, guys?
So real quick on Travis Jones, I guess there's some concerns about one of his knees. I reached out and thought about that, and there's some issues there with the knees, especially at his size. Got flagged for it at the combine, and it was something that was kind of kept quiet a little bit.
And we have the two next picks coming in here. Joshua Ezedu, the guard from North Carolina, has some guard tackle versatility going off the board there. And also the Cleveland Browns taking Martin Emerson, cornerback from Mississippi State. Long, lean, not a very good tackler, but projects as a good press man corner. Go ahead.
I will say I am glad that Denver didn't reach for Martin Emerson.
Yeah.
Talking about Nick Bonito as a run defender, I mean, Martin Emerson is even worse. I mean, granted, it's from the corner position, but I mean, you got to have run defense capability and physicality on the edge against the run, or on the boundary against the run, and that is not the case. Another thing too is that we saw Evero. I mean, obviously with the Rams, Leonard Floyd, Nick Bonito speaking out to a couple people. I mean, there was often things of Leonard Floyd role. That's the role for him. Leonard Floyd had some issues against the run, was able to develop a little bit there. Still not great, but not terrible. So I think that's kind of what you're hoping for from that.
Well, that's kind of what I alluded to, was using him as a guy that you can throw out in the flat and have him in coverage and stuff like that, rather than putting him at the point of attack in the running game. So the more that I think about it, then maybe I can get behind it a little bit if that's the role that they're going to use with him. But I think you could have waited to get him. Like I really do. You could have went in a couple of different directions here. You could have went with the offensive line. You could have went you could have went with the linebackers. You got Chad Muma there as well. So. Man. Oh well, I guess it is what it is. But again, it's kind of frustrating. But going back to a comment that we got earlier, last year we were all upset about the Patrick Surtain. Eric and I were on the same page there. We didn't think he was the best fit, even though he was the best cornerback in the class. He wasn't the best fit for the Broncos, and obviously we all wanted a quarterback there instead. But at the same time, look at what Patrick Surtain turned out to be. He's one of the best cornerbacks in all of football last year. The Broncos changed their scheme up to run more man coverage with him and with Ronald Darby as well. But at the same time, like, Surtain played very, very well. If there's a right role for Nick Bonito, then I guess trust in George Payton, trust in Ajiro Evero, and see how this plays out before we really get too negative on it, I guess, is the most positive spin that I can put on it.
So there's a long-standing tradition with Broncos draft picks that I'm not a fan of, and how long it takes before I get blocked. The quickest is DeMarcus Walker. I got blocked on Twitter the day after. So I'm wondering how long before Nick Bonito.
Nick, what do you think, dude?
I mean, he's going to get after the quarterback, and you can never have enough pass rushers. I just don't know if he's ever going to be a starter at this level, which in the first 64 picks of the draft is what you want. But yeah, there's going to be a heavy rotation of pass rushers to the Broncos. And even if he ends up a DPR, only coming in on third downs at this level, he's going to be able to do some stuff for you. I'm curious to see what his usage ends up being, how many wide nines. Maybe he's even going to have some off-ball looks, people wanting an off-ball linebacker. I like his ability in coverage more than I like him setting the edge and the defense. Maybe you're going to see some more delayed blitzes, a lot of twists and stunts kind of stuff going on where Bonito can get a clear lane to the pass rusher. But again, and there are guys who are smaller pass rushers that still pack speed to power, but Bonito didn't really have that. And he did test like a good athlete here, but more like a linebacker, just not a lot of power behind his punch. So concern there, but you're talking about pick 64. It was one of the reasons that I wanted the Broncos to trade up for an Ebiketie or a Boye Mafe. Never mocked into the Broncos once down here, but hoping for the best, man. We're all pulling for the Broncos here. And I like that the positional value, edge rusher, second most valuable position in football. Got to be able to get after the quarterback. Need a bevy of pass rushers here. The Broncos are in a position where Randy Gregory had the shoulder surgery. Bradley Chubb has missed time in 2 of the last 4 seasons. Going to be a free agent after the season. I get it all around as far as the position goes and the dynamic ability to get after the pass rusher. But again, I think the ability to hold up at the point of attack and be a good run defender so you can play less guys in the box to play more coverage players is, that's where you want to be in today's NFL. And Bonito doesn't bring that for you at all. So, and we have a question here. Bonito 6'3", 245. He's not small. Your average edge rusher is 6'5", 265. So yeah, that is significantly small. Let's just pull up the mock draftable here. Eric, you have something to say to that?
Well, looking at some of the advanced analytics there, obviously I mentioned that how it's very favorable for Nick Bonito, but of course the slanting front that they use at Oklahoma helps it out a little bit. In 2021, he was a pass rusher 72% of the time, sack percent of 3.1, pressure percentage 22, and he got and his true pressure percentage was 23, which is more like standard pass sets. Obviously, we can't talk about enough. He's able getting after the quarterback. Never needed help there. It's just, again, it's the aspect of trying to get a more well-rounded defender on the edge with the way the NFL is going, especially on offense. That's the concern here.
Yeah. And just
maybe
circling back to the data here, talking about Nick Bonito being big. For defensive ends, he's the 7th percentile in weight and 12th percentile in arm length. He's a diminutive player for what he is. He is small. And that's one of the reasons that you don't see the speed to power. You don't see the ability to set the edge. But if you can give him a singular lane to the quarterback where he's kept clean, not having to touch guys, then he can get after the quarterback in a hurry. He's got good click and close for that position. Karen coming in saying these guys get paid too. Today was payday. Go Broncos. And you know what? That's a great thing too. I know that somebody asked earlier, is Nick Bonito's character okay? Apparently, he had a lot of issues early on, but he matured a lot. He found himself in the doghouse a lot his freshman season. A lot of team suspensions there, but matured over time. So as far as the character goes, at least sounds like he's learned something and grown. Lance is dying here. Bronchitis Lance today's or this week's draft. And Eric, you have something else. And Karen, thank you so much for the $5 super. The support. We've seen you chiming in the chat. We appreciate it.
And just to make this clear, and this is, I think I can speak for all of us here, even though we may not like that pick, we want him to succeed. It's the best thing for the Broncos, and that's what we care about. George Paton, I mean, I understand George Paton. He's done a really good job so far. Sometimes GMs make bad picks. We'll see how this plays out. Maybe a year from now, we'll be talking about how I was wrong on this, like I've been wrong before, how Nick's been wrong before, and how Lance is always wrong. So we'll see. We'll have to wait for that. But it's just a matter of not where we valued him. And that's, I mean, we all get paid to be here and give our opinions on these. And so just doing that.
Yeah, hopefully I got that last cough muted. So if I didn't, I do apologize for that. I tried to. We got some updates here. I just got a notification going back to something that Eric had talked about with Nakobe Dean, the Georgia linebacker. Apparently he declined surgery on his shoulder. And now that's a major concern and a medical red flag. So that's another particular reason why he seems to be dropping. And also going back to a conversation that we had, we got a couple of picks coming in here. Eric, when we were talking about Nick Benito at number 64, you said at least the Broncos didn't panic and take Martin Emerson. The Cleveland Browns actually traded up to take Martin Emerson at number 68 overall. And then at number 69, the Tennessee Titans took Nicholas Petit-Frere, the offensive tackle out of Ohio State. So a couple of picks that we can run down here. Why Emerson, not to the Broncos, but we see the Browns trade up for him. Eric, what's up with Martin Emerson here?
I mean, he's a bad run defender, and the Browns love that from their defensive backs.
Denzel Ward can lay the hammer. Not the best form tackle.
I kid because Denzel Ward and
Greg Newsome.
Oh, Greg Newsome. They're both good at that. I was thinking more so Greedy Williams. Greedy business decision, you know. Just some poking fun there at the Browns because it's always fun, especially with what they did. But no, talking about it, Nicholas Petit-Frere, he was a guy who was once in my top 20. Then Michigan happened. Chad Muma going to the Jaguars. He's finally off the board. He's not there at 75.
That's like the most telegraphed pick that we've seen yet. Honestly, the Jags looking for a linebacker, and Chad Muma was widely linked to them for a while. Like that's upsetting to me that we didn't get to see him at 64. I would have taken Muma instead of Benito there. But to see Chad Muma go back-to-back years, well, I guess not back-to-back, year after year. So you got Logan Wilson to the Bengals at the top of the third round. Now you get Chad Muma to the Jaguars at the top of the third round as well. How about Wyoming turning out some pro level players at the linebacker position here lately? Sorry, I got to give the shout out. Preem jumping in here, $2 super chat saying, I'll back Benito until there's reason not to. I trust George Paton 100%. And again, like Eric said, you know, we're not rooting for him to fail. We may have some flaws in his game that we point out and stuff like that. But I like you said, trust George Paton, trust Ejiro Evero. Let's see how this plays out first before we get too negative on it. Despite us, you know, thinking that there's better fits for the Broncos, or you could maybe wait on Benito there. So, Preem, we appreciate the feedback, guys. Guys, get your super chats in. We'll answer as many questions as we can. Nick, sorry, go ahead, Eric.
We're sitting at 71. The Broncos are obviously cooking approach. I think we can start focusing again on what the Broncos could do, players fall, and potentially ways they can go. Is this where they look to move down? I know they have interest in that. They want to accumulate more picks this year. So, I mean, there's plenty of options. What do you guys think?
I mean, I'm hoping for Bernard Raymond here or Travis Jones. You mentioned the knee, but I would love to get an offensive tackle as a developmental guy here. The Broncos only have $12 million in cap space projected next season, which is concerning. Even if the cap does raise, obviously they can do some maneuvering to create a lot of cap space. But Russell Wilson's going to want a new contract after the season. Dalton Reisner is going to be a free agent. Draymond Jones is going to be a free agent. Bradley Chubb is going to be a free agent. So finding yourself young, cost-controlled players at those expensive positions is going to be helpful for you. And I'm guessing Bernard Raymond's coming off the board here with the Bears pick now that I mentioned. Okay, All right, good.
No, I just want to laugh real quick because I keep seeing all these tweets about NFL GM on the fall of Willis and Dean. Absolute insanity. They're an NFL GM. If they believe it's insanity, then take them.
Yep.
And
granted, a quarterback is just a little bit different, but
yep.
So I actually want to go back. I said, Chad Muma to the Jags telegraph pick there and whatnot. They got Devin Lloyd as well, and they just signed Foyesade Aluakon. What are they doing? Like, why load up on the linebacker position like that? I guess now that I think about it, it doesn't make sense.
Ooh.
Like, man, that's kind of crazy here. Leon Archuleta jumping in here before we get to Eric on the next pick. $2 super chat. I really want Nakobe Dean. We need an upgrade at the inside linebacker position, and it's starting to fall fast. I mean, you got Leo Chenal here. Brian Asamoah just went a couple picks ago. Chad Muma's off the board. Troy Anderson's off the board. What other linebackers could potentially be available? Let's go to Eric first, and we'll come back to that conversation on the other side.
Valistone Jr. to Chicago. They got a good fit for what Justin Fields can do.
Yeah. Coming back to Nick Bonito here. I am curious if we bring it back to Ejiro Evero coming in here. Maybe this defensive front is going to be much more who's coming, who's going than we thought. I mean, you talk about Baron Browning lining up and being more versatile coming forward. Maybe there's going to be a lot more simulated pressures, something that Mike Zimmer did a lot, walking those linebackers down over the A gap. You have somebody who is longer and a better athlete and more explosive and stronger at the point of attack than the edge rusher you just took in 64 overall and Baron Browning. Maybe you're lining him up over the A gap. Maybe you're creating pressure there. And who's dropping? Is it going to be Benito over the D gap, or is it going to be Baron Browning over the A gap? So a lot of different questions as putting the onus on the quarterback and the offensive line to sort out who's going to be blocked, who's going to be available there when these teams are in pressure packages. Still, you have questions about playing the 4-2-5 front or a 5-1-5 with the ability to play across multiple gaps and hang at the point of contact. But I am curious to see just how much they're going to use these guys over different gaps here on those money downs, because that's something you do get when you do have a Baron Browning and a Nick Bonito with this type of defense and with the versatility that these guys have.
Well, and let's not forget about the other linebacker, dang it, is Jonas Griffith. Like, and his ability, his sideline to sideline ability, his ability as a blitzer. And also you've got Josie Jewell in there as well, who's a very blitzer in the A gaps and the B gaps and stuff like that. Like this actually, the more you kind of think about it, the more this actually works out in a really good way for the Broncos. Got a couple super chats here. I want to grab Roy Fletcher Jr. jumping in here with a $10 super chat. Is Nick Bonito a good special teams player? No. And with us being in need of those players, has that a big influence on the pick? No. Unfortunately, Nick Bonito is not a special teams player in any way, shape, or form. The athleticism, though, and as a rookie, maybe you could see that. But with this being a premium pick here, I don't think that that's going to be the way that they go. And then one more, guys. Joe jumping in here with a $20 super chat saying, hey, guys, I'm super late. That's all right, Joe. Thank you for joining us. I see some sour fans, but what do we like for the Broncos' next pick? I think George Payton may be planning to double up on edge rushers in this draft, but I think the next pick will be offensive line. Nick, I'm going to send it to you really fast.
I'm just looking at talking about Nick Bonito being more linebacker than edge rusher. In Mock Draftable's database, when you plug him in at the athlete position, who do you think his number one comparison is in the entire database of like 10,000 players that have been gone through the NFL Combine?
Brandon Marshall.
Quay Walker.
That was the first name that came.
Quay Walker is his number. Quay Walker is his number one athlete body type with the length and everything there. So maybe the Broncos did get their off-ball linebacker here that everybody's been screaming for. And my internet's kind of falling apart here, so sorry about that. You guys can't hear me.
You're good there, Nick. That's fine. That's actually a very interesting comparison. I didn't think about that. Yeah, you might be right, guys. Like that might be the off-ball linebacker. Eric, we'll send you to Joe's comment here. Broncos next pick going to maybe another edge rusher, an offensive lineman here.
Well, I mean, looking at it, Dylan Parham. I mean, last year all their picks last year, none of them came in for a visit. Nick Bonito was brought in for a visit. Dylan Parham is available. Then they brought him in for a visit. Outside of that, I mean, I'm not really. Abraham Lucas is off the board. He just got selected to Seattle. So there goes that. The next tackle, Braxton Jones, Spencer Burford. Those are two guys I like for Denver. What they can both use that year. Zach Tom, he's a center I'm a huge fan of. I part of me would take him over Dylan Parham because I think Tom could be ready earlier. Was I think Parham has a little bit more upside. So I mean, yeah, there's plenty of offensive linemen available if that's the way they want to go. We saw them last year too. The third round is where they really traded back and acquired more picks and more capital. We could possibly see that this year. Let the board clear out a little bit.
So how about let's go back to the Abraham Lucas pick here. How about the Seattle Seahawks trading away Russell Wilson and then finally actually adding to their offensive line when they have Drew Lock behind center? They got Charles Cross at number 9 overall, arguably the best pass protector in this draft, and then Abraham Lucas, another guy that can step in immediately as a pass protector and set up 2 bookend tackles for Drew Lock there. Now, Eric, you got something else coming in here.
Who would either of you ever said that Jelani Woods would be the second tight end drafted?
No way. The Colts
to the Indianapolis Colts.
Wow. No, I was actually I was a lot lower on Jelani Woods, and Eric, you and I had that conversation a while ago. I actually had I believe I bumped him up to a 4th round grade on him. I didn't like I like the athleticism, the length and stuff like that, but I didn't like the raw football tape. I thought he rounded his routes off really bad. He's limited in what you're going to do with him in his usage and stuff like that, as far as in the pass patterns and everything. And he's not the best blocker in the league. And being 6'7", he's got a good pad level, but still you can get out leverage with him. Kind of a shock to me to see him go above Cade Otton, who is my number 1 tight end. Nick, what do you think of Jelani Woods here? That's interesting to me.
I love it for them. I mean, he's got the profile to end up being one of the better blockers in this class eventually. I mean, I know that he compares his game to Mercedes Lewis. So will be really interesting there. And hopefully I'm not freezing up. My internet's kind of freaking out right now. I'm going to hop out and be right back. I'm going to restart the Wi-Fi. Be right back.
You're good, Nick. Sorry about that. I know you're having some issues over that way. I want to grab this comment from Colby here. Another Wyoming player passed up by the Broncos. Sad face. Shout out to Wyoming though. Go Pokes. And absolutely, Colby. You know me. I'm the Wyoming guy here. Pretty much born and raised here, and lived here my entire life for the most part. So good to see another hashtag Go Pokes. Powder River Letter Buck. It's unfortunate to see that go. Here at number 74, we have the Atlanta Falcons on the clock. And we keep going back to this conversation, Eric. Is this potentially where we see the first quarterback go? Like we've talked about the Falcons multiple times here. They've done a fairly decent job so far. Obviously, getting Drake London doesn't necessarily appease to Scott, but for what the Falcons are doing, I really like what they've got. But quarterback still seems to be the glaring need here, and they pretty much have their pick of the litter.
Desmond Ridder.
Okay, there you go. Scott, I want to see your reaction behind the scenes. He's still hanging out here. And Eric, let's go to Desmond Ridder here really fast, because you and I had a conversation about him in our chat stream the other day. I like Matt Corral better. He was my quarterback 1. We were talking about the footwork issues that they both have, the arm strength comparison, stuff like that, the accuracy concerns. Why did you have Ridder as highly ranked as you did on your board over Matt Corral?
I mean, he's much better with his football IQ. He's absolutely praised for that. There's been a lot of questions about that with Matt Corral. You don't have the character concerns that you do with Desmond Ridder as you do with Matt Corral. There's also the injury with Matt Corral too. I mean, he just got hurt in that bowl game, right? Yeah. And there is a lot of concerns talking about it. That Desmond Ridder is actively trying to work on his mechanics, and there was concerns with Matt Corral how he just kind of has a don't care kind of attitude when it comes to improving his game. So I'm not shocked at all that Matt Corral's fallen. I'm a little shocked that Desmond Ridder fell to the 3rd round, but at the same time, I get it.
I'm surprised to see all these quarterbacks still available here. Now, moving on, Denver Broncos are on the pick, number 75 overall. And Scott will come back to Desmond Ridder if you want to jump in and say hello and give your breakdown on what he has to offer. That we would really appreciate that. But the Broncos on the clock, 75 overall. Let's see. We've got Bernard Raymond is still available. Travis Jones is still available despite the knee issue that's kind of plaguing him. Who else, Eric, is at the top of your board that makes sense for the Broncos here at 75?
Let's see who makes sense. Perion Winfrey. I think they can use another defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Reunite the Oklahoma teammates. Christian Harris, if they want a linebacker.
Yeah.
Depending on how they viewed DeMarvin Leal, I mean, he could fit too. With Nick Benito, I'm not a big fan of DeMarvin Leal. I think his best fit is to drop weight and play the edge instead of staying with his hand in the dirt as a defensive lineman. Braxton Jones, I mean, I have an early 3rd round grade for him, so that could be an option there. Like, there's plenty of ways they can go. Trade down is always an option as well.
How about Channing Tindall, the linebacker from Georgia here to Denver? Is that going to be a good fit with Nick Benito being there? Does that kind of muddy up the waters just a little bit?
I think with Channing Tindall, he's a good athlete, and I mean, he just can do so much for you. He definitely needs a little bit of time. I think pairing him behind Josie Joel to kind of improve on his reads and his instincts a little bit would be a good fit. I'm just not sure they go linebacker this early, and the Broncos aren't on the clock. They trade down.
Oh, the Broncos traded down. That's unfortunate. John Clay Eventing jumping in here. $5 super chat. John, good to see you. This is a new name. First time, at least at the Dove Valley Deep Diver side. Maybe you've been on the Mile High Huddle side of things there for a couple of times, but good to see you here. Lance, I'm a fellow Wyoming native. Hey, there we go. More guys from Wyoming. Let's have some fun here. Sorry to see Move and Not land in Denver, and go Pokes. Yes, sir. I'm right there with you. It is unfortunate to not see Chad Muma wearing orange and blue, because I think that he would have fit so well. Nick, you're joining us back here. The Broncos were on the clock at number 75 overall, and they traded down.
Oh, so, good for them.
Yes.
Too bad they couldn't have done that at 64.
I'm with you on that one, because if they'd have traded down at 64 and got Nick Benito at 75, I probably would have been a little bit more tasteful to everybody here. But it's interesting to see what the Broncos are going to do here. Well, what did they get?
Real quick, I haven't seen what they got yet, but real quick, they were interested in moving down from 64. It just didn't seem like there was interest in moving up. So they went with the guy. Sounds like they wanted to move down to like 66, 67, that range, still in the top 70, and get Benito there, but just no one was biting. Takes two to tango after all.
And did we get John Clay here?
Yes, we just grabbed him right before he came back.
Shout out to John Clay, fellow also, and also Desmond Ridder to the Atlanta Falcons. Did we talk about that yet? Scott, a very smart, cerebral quarterback, and one here in the 3rd round that, if he hits, God bless it. You got a rookie cost-controlled quarterback. And if not, if you're picking top 3 next year, Desmond Ridder, good job, buddy. If we can get to a 4th-round pick for you in the future, that's awesome. And if not, you can be a great, cheap, cost-controlled backup. God bless. That's the Falcons, I think, are having a great day 2 of the draft today. I'm loving what they're doing day 2.
Yeah.
So the Denver Broncos, they traded down with the Houston Texans, who moved up for Christian Harris and currently sit with the 80th overall pick. And
2023 picks, baby.
They got a 5th round pick this year at number 162.
And 2023
I don't think you're going to see any 2023 picks. Not until we're going to give you a 7th round this year for a 7th round next year.
Why the wait? Why is everybody set on the 2023 picks? What's the thought process here? Or the theories on that?
So I think, go ahead, Eric.
Go ahead. I was going to.
So I think that, Nick, to your theory there, teams view this draft class as so deep and they want to stay in this draft class. They don't want to give up a bunch of capital for next year. So when they're trading up, that's what the teams that are trading down are saying. Hey, we want picks this year. This class from 40 to 120 or even 150 is so deep at every single position all the way across the board. Like, teams want to stay in that area. And like Eric said, and until you get into the 6th round, like we'll trade you our 7th round pick this year and then a 7th next year to move back up into the 6th round. That's where you're going to see the meat of those discussions, unless we start to see some more players for picks traded around. Like for example, if the Broncos wanted to move on from KJ Hamler or something like that, hypothetically speaking, they might be able to get something from the future for that. But you're not getting draft picks this year for draft picks next year, because the team trading down wants to stay in this class.
And also, next year has quarterbacks. Teams want to keep those picks to potentially move up to get them. And then it is just a matter of the class. This year's the depth is viewed so well that they just want extra picks this year.
And circling around back to Nick Benito, obviously the pick that the Broncos have made so far, keep discussing it. Chris Sims coming out saying Nick Benito is a top 5 pass rusher for me in this class. He's really good in space. Not the first thing you want to hear from your edge rusher, but I digress. And a natural pass rusher with good first step and bend. I see a lot of Micah Parsons in his ability. Can't wait to see him up front with Bradley Chubb and Randy Gregory. Another person hinting at Nick Benito being more of an off-ball linebacker with pass rush ability rather than a true first and second down edge rusher.
The problem that I have with this Micah Parsons take is at least Micah Parsons is good against the run. Like,
I mean, maybe Nick Benito would be good against the run, playing it from the second level, coming downhill. Yeah. It's a totally different thing than being able to holding up. Go ahead, Eric. Sorry.
Being able to sit back and read the play as it develops a little bit, I think that could actually help him. I will say though, at least he doesn't have what the off fields like Micah Parsons did, so that's a plus.
Yeah. Some other body types that are similar here as far as the play style. I think ideally, best case scenario, you get a Hassan Reddick player there with Nick Benito. Obviously,
there they go. Ravens, Travis Jones, 72.
Good God.
76. Sorry.
I was going to say 72. What's going on?
Can the Ravens? Sorry, Nick. Let me step over you really fast. Can the Ravens do any better? Like, you're getting a first-round value in Travis Jones. You're getting a first-round value in David Ojabo. You've got the best safety on the board, a top 5 pick in Kyle Hamilton, and you also get the top center in the class in Tyler Linderbaum. Like, how can you do better than this? I don't see an answer. The only one that stands even close to this would be the Jets and what they've done so far, but the Ravens continuing to just pick away at the value, picking up players that fit exactly what they want with their scheme. Like, I'm in love with what the Ravens are doing right now. I wish it was the Broncos doing that because I would be head over heels in love with this draft class.
Well, I mean, the issue is that the Ravens had first round pick and an early second round pick to go do it. I mean, they were able to get Kyle Hamilton because they had that first round pick. So I mean, Russell Wilson, I mean, he helps ease a lot of issues with Nick Benito because got a quarterback. And I mean, with the Ravens, they could potentially have that issue of the quarterback. There is reluctance to pay Lamar Jackson from that front office. And there's some issues with him with his development as a passer, not going as they thought. So in a way, it's kind of even.
Yeah. And yes, Zach, I know we didn't have any picks. We got Russell Wilson. I'm just saying, like, if the Broncos were to stay where they were at number 9 and at number 40 and then at number 75, where essentially where we're at right now, if you get Kyle Hamilton at number 9, David Ojabo at number 40, then you get even if you do take Nick Benito at 64 and you still get Travis Jones at 75, like that. Like fill the blanks in there, like that. All those players were available, and that would have made a lot of sense to me. Like that's what I'm saying. Like if this was the Broncos draft, say we don't get Russell Wilson, we're staying at 9, staying at 40. This is the ideal draft, in my opinion, for what the Broncos have as their needs overall. Like that's where I'm coming from. Sorry about that.
Real quick, going way off topic, covering Nakobe Dean. At what point can we stop taking NFL players' opinions on college players seriously? Because Aqib Talib is talking about Nakobe Dean being the best player on that defense. And I'm sorry, but the best player on that defense was a certain defensive lineman that wasn't even in this class.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, linebackers are romanticized. They've been falling down the board here. A lot of people talking about them. We only had 2 at the very end of the draft. I mean, Mox, 3 months ago had 2 linebackers going in the top 10, multiple in the top 20. Falling down the board. So, I mean, there's still some value there, but is what it is. So have you heard anything else on your end, Eric, as far as it goes with the Broncos pick at 64? There's a lot of talk that they were targeting Nick Benito, didn't get any trade downs there. Was there anybody else that the Broncos maybe try to trade up higher to go get? And it's always fun to think about, the sliding doors of the NFL draft. Anybody else that they were targeting, trying to get up that you've heard at this point in the draft?
Well, they were looking to move up for, I believe Woody Page was the one who put it out. They were looking to move up for Roger McCreary. He just didn't happen to fall far enough. They were looking to get up and get Cam Jurgens, but the teams were offering too much. And then they were looking to get up for somebody else whose name escapes me at the moment. And then it was just too much. And George Paton, he wanted to just try to use a day 3 pick to move up, and no teams were taking it. A lot of teams were wanting at least 96. So,
yeah. Absolutely. So we have the Baltimore Ravens picking here. They pick Colts are next. Do we have any idea what the Colts are doing yet?
I don't know what the Colts are doing. Looks like they traded down with the Minnesota Vikings.
Vikings took the tackle we wanted. So that's too bad. Bernard Raymond coming off the board here, 77 overall to the Minnesota Vikings. Outside zone scheme fit for them. Too bad for the Broncos seeing him fall here all the way to the third round. I know he fell down the process early. There's still a lot of good tackles left. Maybe Abraham Lucas went off the board before Bernard Raymond, right? He's gone now as well. So now it's Broncos hopefully waiting until day 3 because I would not touch any of these other tackles here. Probably that's the top 100. I'm looking Spencer Burford. I'm looking Braxton Jones. But we'll see how it works out.
I'd consider Braxton Jones and Burford at 96.
Yeah.
Just simply because I'm not sure I want to risk them being there at 115, 116.
Yeah. Bronco Sunrise jumping in here, $5 super chat. Great coverage, guys. Until I see a true fail in George Payton, I trust. We got Russell Wilson. Big smile. And yeah, I mean, we can talk until we're blue in the face about the pick of Nick Benito or whatever pick the Broncos are going to have here at number 80 overall. But like Nick says on Building the Broncos and on Broncos for Breakfast all the time, it doesn't matter. We can have until you have that quarterback, you can argue all you want to, but you got to get the quarterback. We have that quarterback now. So we do have the opportunity to argue about, is this the right fit? Is this the best player for the Broncos right here? We got Russell Wilson now. Everything's good in Bronco land. In Broncos country, that's where we're at right now. We finally have the quarterback, and we can argue about the players that they have, the tertiary players they have on the roster, and how the rest of the team needs to be built out to actually make a perennial, not only playoff contender, but a Super Bowl contender. So thank you, Broncos Sunrise. We appreciate that. And like you said, in George Payton, I trust, because he went out and he got us the big ticket item this year in Russell Wilson.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, that's everything else is icing. Broncos could have given up their whole draft here, and I've been like, you know what? They got Russell Wilson, so who really cares? Don't hear me say that too loud, though, because obviously the Denver Broncos, we're supporting the draft here, and we're excited to get these new young players here. But the Broncos, a few picks away now. There's still plenty of guys left that make a lot of sense for the Broncos here. Some good centers here. Maybe this is where you see Dylan Parham come off the board. I think he's still available as well. Broncos could use a defensive lineman, Perrion Winfrey. Maybe they pair up. 2 Oklahoma Sooners here, get Perrion Winfrey and Nick Benito. And obviously you have some good linebackers still available. Leo Chanel stands out to me as the most obvious, but who knows? I mean, gosh, talk about the simulated pressures. Nick Benito lining up on the outside with Leo Chanel lining up over the A gap would be a heck of a time for offensive lines and quarterbacks to try to figure out who's coming and who's going.
So, Nick, I want your thoughts on Channing Tindall, the linebacker out of Georgia here. Does that make sense for the Broncos after they went and got Nick Benito? Are you looking for somebody to line up more along the interior or even a secondary player here?
Say that again. Sorry, I was distracted by the pick. So the Broncos are going for another pick here?
Channing Tindall. If the Broncos went to go get Channing Tindall, that linebacker from Georgia, does that make sense with Nick Benito here?
God, it seems very redundant in skill set. He's a point and shoot guy who is much more of a downhill pass rusher from the second level than he is playing sideline to sideline in space. So I would not say Channing Tindall makes sense.
Real quick, anybody who's watching the draft, maybe you can clear it up. I've seen multiple comments about the Vikings trading up for the Colts pick and taking Raymond, but I'm also seeing it announced that the Colts took Raymond. So the Vikings did not trade up. Okay. So something must have happened there with that.
Okay, well, that's who knows. But either way, it makes sense for both of them. If Ryman did go to the Vikings, probably more of a guard player there for them on the inside. But Ryman to the Colts makes sense. Who's the right guard? Right tackle for them, Braden Smith from Auburn, shortest arms of any tackle starting in football by a decent margin. Only one with sub 33-inch arms. They get another one then with Bernard Ryman, who's 33 7/8. Would make some sense there for the Colts needing to attack an offensive line. I figured they'd look for a little bit more power at the point of attack than Bernard Ryman, but who knows? And we got Eric going, ooh. So let's hear what the ooh's about.
I mean, the Browns in a good way, taking those toolsy edges. They took Alex Wright out of UAB.
Ooh.
He's the anti-Nick Benito in this class.
Super long, super tall, super physical, great burst off the edge, incredibly raw. I love Alex Wright out of UAB. I thought that he was going to go a lot later than this, but you want to talk about a guy that profiles almost very similarly athletically to Myles Garrett. big, tall, long, 6'7", 265, put his hand in the dirt and just be mean and physical at the point of attack with a lot of burst. This is a good pick. I like this pick a lot. And they upgrade. Obviously, they lost Emmanuel Agba a couple of years ago, but they might get the player that they thought Emmanuel Agba could be in Alex Wright. I like this a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see. The Broncos are a few picks away now. Cleveland going Alex Wright. So the Los Angeles Chargers and then the Denver Broncos. Seen a lot of Kansas City Chiefs picks come off the board here, but now we're here with the Chargers. Go ahead.
Chargers took some speed with JT Woods, the safety out of Baylor.
Oh, man, that's one of Scott's guys, and very interesting there. Tariq Woolen, is he still available? Tina Farchild? I feel like I haven't seen.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, Tariq Woolen is still available.
Yep. And Dean, guys keep talking about Nakobe Dean, but it sounds like the injury issue is a major red flag for him on top of a bunch of stuff. So I wouldn't be shocked to see him fall to day 3. He can keep asking, but he's probably going to keep falling, given his limitations as well as on top of medical red flags. And Cody W coming in saying at pick 80, if JT Woods was announced, that means the Broncos are now on the clock, and we should have a pick here pretty soon. Eric, what do you think? I guess I'm going to call my shot. And I'm going to say Dylan Parham. I think he's a good fit here for the Broncos that could use an upgrade. He can guard center versatility. Not only can he push Lloyd Cushenberry there at the center spot, but also he provides you a long-term option at left guard where Dalton Reisner last year of his contract. You want to keep that position cheap, cost-controlled. That gives you an option there at left guard as well in the future.
Yeah, I think interior offensive line is where I'd be looking. I also think that trading back is still another possibility. Again, we saw it last year. They moved back a couple times in the 3rd round. But we should see here soon what they do.
I'm going to trigger everybody in Broncos country and say the Broncos are going to draft Malik Willis here because they need a better backup quarterback than Josh Johnson and Brett Rippon. So the value's there. And if Russell Wilson, were to fail it, let's actually break this down for a second, guys. Russell Wilson is only on a 2-year deal with the Broncos. They traded all that capital up to go and get him. He's 35 years old, potentially could see some injury concerns drop off and stuff like that. Does it make sense for them to take a Malik Willis here? Probably not, but hell with it. I mean, let's get hot takey. No, Perion Winfrey is probably a guy here. Tariq Woolen, a cornerback. They need some cornerback help.
They get their tight end, Greg Dulcich.
Okay, there you go. Athletic guy, fairly decent blocker. You can put him all over the formation, line him up out wide. Kind of a height, weight, speed guy. I like Greg Dulcich a lot. Nick, what do you think?
Yeah, he's an exciting vertical threat at the tight end position. He's very much a projection as a blocker. I probably would have waited until day 3. Cade Otton's still available. Jeremy Ruckert's still available. Daniel Bellinger still available as well. But if they want to get some vertical ability from the tight end position to push Albert Okwuegbunam and fortify that position to get some athleticism there, it makes some sense. It's not what I would have done, but is what it is.
I mean, they needed, after trading Noah Fant, they needed another tight end. Albert Okwuegbunam still kind of unproven. Eric Tomlinson, very limited to being a blocker only. We knew that they were looking at tight end. That was obvious. There was no secret about it. They're looking at tight end. For me, early, with how little that they use it, unless they're making drastic change to the scheme that they're bringing over from Green Bay, unless Russell Wilson is completely changing it to using tight ends more often, I question the value. But they targeted a need, and they went and got it. So we'll see what happens.
It's kind of weird because, despite being this athletic tight end type, he ran a 4.69 40. That's not a blazing kind of guy. Noah Fant's running out here almost sub 4.4 40 or sub 4.5 40s out here. So he is quick twitched, I would say, out of his breaks and getting off the line of scrimmage, but doesn't really profile as an athletic freak at the position. So I'm curious if the Broncos had their eyes set on maybe Jelani Woods here with this selection and then end up settling for Greg Dulcich instead.
I still think they should have went Cade Otton. Cade Otton's tight end 1 to me in this class, and I know that I got some pushback on that. Really good blocker, very much an effort blocker, needs to work on his technique. When we did our mock draft on Sunday, I said he was the best blocker in this class and got some pushback there as well. But explosive off the line of scrimmage, really good hands, a great route runner, very multiple. You can line him up in the backfield as an H-back kind of a guy, maybe throw him out in the slot a little bit. I don't necessarily think you want to split him out wide. Needs to work on some physicality at the catch point, but that would have been the direction I would have went in over Greg Dulcich here. Cody W jumping in here with a $2 super chat said we need a right tackle to protect Russell Wilson. The Broncos have a right tackle. They actually have 3 of them, and there's going to be a competition. And I don't mean to poo-poo on anybody's idea here, but Billy Turner is a guy that played fairly decently for the Packers last year in this offensive scheme. They got Tom Compton as well that can play at tackle or at guard. And then they really want to see what Calvin Anderson is going to be able to do here. So that 3-way competition seems to be the way that they're going to go. I know Bernard Raymond's still on the board here. You can still see a Braxton Jones. But honestly, with the way that this roster is set up and the way that George Payton's kind of worked the draft so far, it seems like he's going in a different direction than the tackle position, at least at this point. Obviously, we got the edge / linebacker. We got the tight end with Raymond still there. It makes sense to see him just continue to keep pushing that can down the road a little bit.
Raymond's gone.
Did I miss Raymond? I thought
Raymond's gone. He was the one that there was a confusion with the Vikings trading up.
That's my fault. That's my fault. Sorry.
I like Dolchich as a receiver. Fine. I know that he was high for a lot of people. I didn't agree with it. He was like my tight end 5 or 6. I don't like him as a blocker. I think he has to be
not at all
built up.
Yeah.
It's very much he's very similar to how I viewed Albert Okwuegbunam, actually.
Albert Okwuegbunam was a bigger and faster athlete, though.
Yes. Mm-hmm. More so with the play. I mean, he's not the smoothest of movers. Poor blocker. I'd say that he turns a little bit better. Doesn't turn like a battleship like Okwuegbunam did. So I don't know. I'm trying not to be too down on these 2 picks and look at the bright side. With this one though, it has to have been a thing of like, hey, Wilson, who do you want, right? Because they made it clear that they're speaking with him. They're valuing his opinion on it. So that's definitely, that has to be part of the reason here, a big part of it.
Yeah. Hunter 3000 jumping in here with the $5 super chat. I'm disappointed. Whatever, though. Go Broncos. I'm just hoping for Otito Abania, the nose tackle from UCLA, who I know that Nick is a big fan of. Nick, what do you think of Otito Abania?
I think I like him mid day 3. He's a good nose tackle prospect with good length and burst in short areas. Probably not talking about taking him until about round 5 or so. And Lance, man, bronchitis is a killer. Be careful out there. I think he's going to be, if you could get Otito Ogbonnia and you're looking to move on from Mike Purcell, who's been injured the last few years, you can save some money moving on from him. Really been a non-factor since he's been injured for the Broncos. That would make some sense, but not probably until round 5. I wouldn't do it 115 or 116 personally.
Yeah, that's fair. Eric, Otito Abania for just for a second here. Let me scroll through the chat and see if I can find some good comments here.
I'm not as high on him as Nick is. I like him a good amount. But if I'm looking at a defensive lineman, Uwazurike out of Iowa State, that's the guy I would look at. Super long, not super bursty, but there's enough juice, enough strength. I think that for what the Broncos could use on their defensive line still, that's the way I would actually preferably go.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
I got a good comment here from CC jumping back in. Would be encouraged if we got one of D'Angelo Malone or Dominic Robinson here in the next couple of picks.
Well, D'Angelo Malone just went to the Falcons.
Damn it.
Man, there you go. So there you go, Scott. It's not the end of the world. The Falcons doubling up. I'm loving what the Falcons are doing day 2. They're having one of my favorite day 2s so far in this entire class. Ebiketie, D'Angelo Malone, adding who else have they added? So it's been Desmond Ridder as well. So good job by the Falcons. I'm excited. I think they're doing a pretty good job today after somewhat disheartening pick at 8 overall with going wide receiver. But day 2, I would say, what is the line from Dumb and Dumber? Just when I thought you completely ruin everything, you go around and totally redeem yourself. Definitely butchered that a little bit, but that's what the Falcons are doing today for me.
Yeah, that's It's a shame because I would have rather seen D'Angelo Malone wearing orange and blue because that was a guy that I really liked. Dulcich going as early as they did, as early as they took him. Even with Nick Bonito, like the Broncos need to walk away from this draft class with a pair of edge defenders, maybe even a pair of cornerbacks. And Malone was a guy that I really liked with his twitch, his ability to bend coming around the edge, his effort in the running game, the length and athleticism measurables that he does have. Like I love this pick for Atlanta, though. I mean, they needed to get so much better in their pass rush. Another team that doesn't get after the passer very well outside of Grady Jarrett. Like they needed a good draft like this, getting Ebiketie and giving D'Angelo Malone. It's a home run day 2 for these guys. I'm right there with you, Nick.
Yeah. Yeah, man. And still waiting on quarterback. So Greg Dulcich, I'm curious what his usage is going to be in this offense. Now, we saw the Packers a few years ago use a lot of picks on a, what is the position? An H-back kind of tight end as well, utilizing the player there. So I'm guessing that's what you're going to see Dulcich there. This might not only be an attack on, not attack, but a shots fired towards Alberto Cuebanam and his long-term prospects for the Broncos, needing to step it up, stay healthy, but also maybe some Andrew Beck usage as well there out of the backfield, kind of a hybrid tight end fullback usage for Dulcich as well with his body type.
Yeah, and I mean, they're having his press conference now. He's talking about playing with Russ Wilson. We're going to win some Super Bowls. Of course, we're going to hear that. And he talks about how he was asked to block so much and he feels like he's a great blocker. Well, I mean, he could feel that way, but the analytics, the tape, none of that agrees with him.
Yep. So it is what it is. But going to be an okay player for the Broncos and give Russ Wilson another weapon, no doubt. So we'll see how it plays out. Getting a tight end to solidify the room. Not the best tight end class, but a lot of tight end 3 and 4 types here. So hopefully he can end up being a tight end 2 or a tight end 1 for the Broncos. We'll see. And kind of a surprise pick here. Off the board here. Cordero Flott coming off the board to the New York Giants. Surprised. Really weird body type, 6 foot, about 170. He's coming in like built like me, I guess. I'm probably like 180, but he's played mostly slot for LSU, and I thought he would stick around another year and play switch to the outside with Derek Stingley moving on, but declared early, one of the younger players in the class. But Cordell Flott, and now the Atlanta Falcons are back on the clock. Atlanta Falcons making hay here. Can they continue their really good day too?
So correct me if I'm wrong here. Didn't Cordell Flott have incredibly long arms and his twitch athleticism was all right? Like I didn't get a lot of chance to really study Cordell Flott, but I know that as a slot defender, he was one of the better slot cornerbacks that I did get a chance to watch. So going into the Giants, like I like this pick at least a little bit.
He was a hair over 30-inch arms, 30 and 1.
So I was wrong on that. I apologize there.
Yeah, he had a weird body type.
I like the tape though. He's pretty fluid in his lower half though. I like that a lot. His change of direction skills were actually really good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So it will be interesting to see. The Broncos obviously going to be picking it again here in about 15 picks or so. And the the Falcons did pick D'Angelo, and we already talked about that. I'm behind with my stream, so Eric can take over that. I'm actually going to use the restroom quick, so I'll be right back. Guys, don't go anywhere.
Well, the questions about Nakobe Dean can stop. He's going to Philadelphia. They finally take a shot on the injuries there. I mean, and there's a laundry list of them. If he can stay healthy, I mean, he can be fine. Very smart, but got the IQ. I mean, he's a leader too. And the Eagles, they needed help at the quarterback position. So
They were widely connected to Nakobe Dean in the first round when they had 15 and 17 or whatever the hell picks that they had in the first round there. So to be able to get a guy like this, a projected first round pick based on the tape alone, I mean, you go where we're at, where Eric and I are at, where even with Nick and Carl and everybody here at Mile High Huddle and even across all of the Twitterverse, scouting players from afar, like what we do, we don't get a lot of information as far as the injuries and stuff like that goes. A lot of that stuff comes out after the draft is already is underway. Obviously, you can see stuff looking back, with injuries that they had. Obviously, you got like the blown Achilles for David Ojabo. That's pretty prevalent. The stuff with Nakobe Dean, denying to have the shoulder surgery, that's a big reason why he fell. I mean, he had an ankle injury, a knee injury, a hip injury, the shoulder deal that he's got going on right now. But when you look at the tape, the tape that Nakobe Dean has, his ability to scrape through the trash, his ability to knife as a run defender, his ability to turn and run as a coverage defender, like there's a reason why he was projected as a first round pick. There's also a reason why he fell this far. And for the Eagles to get a guy that was projected to them in the first round at this particular point, if the medicals check out, this is a huge, huge home run pick for them. Eric, what do you think?
Linebackers injuries are very important. I've heard nothing but praise for who he is as a person. So I really hope that he's able to stay healthy and stay out there on the field. I was a big fan of Dean. I remember watching a few years ago. We were watching a prospect, and I remember pointing out Nakobe Dean and be like, he's got NFL potential, but then, injuries took their toll. So it's a little bit of a risk there for Philadelphia, but I think this is a good range to take him. Going over a couple of the other picks, we've talked about, actually, we're actually pretty caught up. We're all caught up.
Yeah, we're pretty
talking about Greg Dulcich, though. Dulcich. There's a lot of praise for him. There's a lot of belief of his potential as a blocker. And he did use it quite a bit, or was asked to do it quite a bit at UCLA. So hopefully he can develop there for the NFL. It's possible. We've seen Alberto Cuebanam. He's still not a great blocker, but we saw him develop a little bit over the years. New coaching staff, new scheme. I'm curious to what they do. So overall, looking at the two picks over what Denver's done, I'm going to ask you this, Lance, here. What grade would you give them? Because for me, I'd probably give them a C+.
That's about where I was at. I was going to say a C. I think that they would have got better value with Chad Muma at 64. Probably would have got better value according to my draft board with Kate Otten over Greg Dulcich there, and even potentially looking at another linebacker in Channing Tindall was another way that I would have gone there. I'd probably give them a C. As of this point, the one thing I will say is at least they're plugging holes. They're filling the depth of this roster, and they didn't come into this draft with many actual holes. Like that's the big thing. They went out and they signed Melvin Gordon late in the process. They filled the right tackle hole, at least for this point, for this season, with Billy Turner and Tom Compton. They went and signed DJ Jones to help build the run defense on the interior of the defensive line. They did go and get Nick Benito. While we don't necessarily like it, it's at least another player there. But they got Randy Gregory, a high upside guy with a lot of pass rush experience there. There's no really true hole. They brought Kareem Jackson back. What hole do you have that is a true defined need for this team, for this roster? There's not one. So why not go get the guys that you really like? At least in my opinion, there's not a huge need. But go get guys that you really like, and you can fill out the depth of this roster. Now, Eric, you got a rebuttal here?
Yeah, I would say that there is one huge need for this team, and that's on the defensive line. Yeah. DJ Jones is fine. He's going to be playing inside. You have Mark Purcell, who can play inside a little bit, Draymond Jones, and then you're hoping on McTelvin Ajim.
Right.
You got to get a defensive lineman who can at least compete with him and push at this point. We'll see what happens. Marcus Jones just went off the board to the Patriots. They're willing to take a risk. Talk about arm length. That's a concern there. And he just had surgery on both of his shoulders too, which just adds to the concern there.
Yeah, and right before that, we had DeMarvin Leal, the edge defender from Texas A&M, go off the board there. A player that I'm not very high on. I had issues with his tape. In fact, I put it out on my Twitter account a while ago. I mentioned it to you guys in our group chat. And then when I posted my final big board rankings, DeMarvin Leal is not a top 100 player to me in this class with no defined. Yeah. Leal. Did I say Leal? Regardless, I apologize. DeMarvin Leal is not a top 100 player in this class with no true defined role, with no true burst or bend, and a lack of power coming off of the edge, and a terrible run defense grade. In my estimation, he was outside of the top 100 picks, and he just went to 84 to the Pittsburgh Steelers, which I like the fit there. I will say that. DeMarvin Leal, though. Nick, I want your opinion on that.
DeMarvin Leal, I think there's some questions there as far as he's so much of a tweener. Is he strong enough at the point of attack to hold up against double teams, which you have to do if you're going to play the interior in today's NFL? Don't know about that. Is he twitchy enough, a good enough player to play on the edge? No, not as well. So probably needs to play in a very specific scheme where he's going to pin his ears back and get upfield. And less teams are playing that single gap scheme going forward right now. You don't see many. You have to almost play cover 3 with a single high safety to get enough bodies in the box to do that. And just not as many teams are playing that. That being said, former high recruit does have some versatility. Not many guys possess the body type combined with the athleticism that he has. So do think that I'm surprised he's going here. There was some talk about attitude, about how dialed in he was as far as the personality. You gotta love football. Sometimes that scares guys because there's a lot of good players out there, and you gotta be kind of a psychopath to put in the work to be as in the NFL as a lot of these guys are. So questions there, but somebody's gonna take a shot on him at some point. Just too much traits, too much juice. Maybe a tweener, but that's why we're talking about him still being available this late into day 2 versus pre-draft this season, or I guess preseason this year, a top 10 pick in most mock drafts.
Yeah.
And I think that if they want to develop him on the defensive line, that this is the right team with Hayward and Tuitt. I mean, this is a team that they are, both of them have been praised for taking defensive linemen under their wing. I believe it was Hargrave and the big nose tackle. I can't remember his name there in Pittsburgh. Both of them have talked about how much those 2 defensive linemen have done for them to help them along. So, Leal to Pittsburgh, it's a good fit because of the people there, and they're the right guys to help bring him along.
Well, and that's something I was hinting at there just a little bit ago when I was talking about it. With his fit. Go ahead.
I'm going to interrupt you. We have to wait for Oakland or Las Vegas, to make trade. They traded down as the Titans move up from Malik Willis.
Oh, man.
There it is.
Finally.
I love it there. With Ryan Tannehill, it's kind of funny to see the fall from grace from him after Arthur Smith went to the Falcons to be their new head coach, because that play action passing attack that Arthur Smith had was elite with Ryan Tannehill, and what he was able to do, slinging the rock to Corey Davis, to AJ Brown over the middle of the field, utilizing the big play action with Derrick Henry coming out of the backfield. But now you're like, they're asking him to be the quarterback that can actually, win games with his arms based on his play within the pocket and outside of play action. And he fell from grace again. Are Tennessee, are they maxed out with Ryan Tannehill? Is that why they go quarterback here?
At this point we know who he is.
Yeah.
You're looking at somebody who can get you to that next level. With Ryan Tannehill, he's the guy that, he's at that top aspect of that tier where of guys who need everything right around him to really go and be successful. He did well after Derrick Henry went down, but there were still so many issues because they couldn't get a run game going to help take the pressure off of him. This is a message. They have Tannehill that they can continue working with, and once they're ready, Malik Willis is hopefully there to go for them.
Yeah. Real quick, Cody W jumping in here with another super chat, and thank you, Cody. We appreciate you, buddy. Any safeties or cornerbacks to look at for the Broncos here? One that we mentioned a little bit earlier, Nick Cross out of Maryland, is the guy that I would look at. Tariq Woolen, the cornerback, very raw out of Texas San Antonio, UTSA, would be another way that I would look here. But the Broncos still have 9 picks to go before they're going to be on the clock here. Nick, what do you think?
I'm kind of disappointed to see Marcus Jones come off the board here to the Patriots. That's a bummer, talking about potential guys that could be interesting for the Broncos down here. Kirby Joseph is still available. I know he's a very long corner safety that could be an option here. Tariq Woolen's an option as well that could be available. And maybe Joshua Williams or Damari Mathis. I really like Damari Mathis's fit in this scheme. He'd be my favorite pick of the Broncos so far today if they got him at 96, full stop. So will be interesting to see if they go that way. Maybe they reach on another safety that I don't see as high. That could be maybe an athletic freak. We kind of talked about him in one of the mock drafts we've done. Tycene Anderson is an interesting player. Still doesn't really know exactly what he's doing in space, but the length is tremendous. The physicality is tremendous. I think he logged 4 or 70 more special teams snaps in his career than any player in the last 40 years or something like that, which is crazy for him at Toledo. So would be interesting to get him as well. You mentioned Nick Cross. Unfortunately, Alontae Taylor's gone. It's a bummer for me. But yeah, the cornerbacks and safeties that are guys that I'd be interested in drafting have kind of flown off the board here.
Yeah. Travis Weber jumping in here. I'm sorry, but George Payton built this year's team on acquiring Russell Wilson and free agency. I'm sure Payton did his due diligence in drafting the best player available to meet the team needs. On CBS Sports, actually graded the Broncos drafting Benito an A-. That's the one thing that I will say is a lot of the media around, like on the outside looking in, a lot of the media is really high on Nick Benito just because he is such a really good pass rusher. But around here, we value a lot more in the run game, the versatility that you have as a player, the multiplicity that you have. Grading Nick Benito as an A- there is a little bit rich. This is just our opinions, guys. Whoever did that on CBS Sports, let's have a conversation with them. Bring them on the show. Let's have some fun and chop that up. Nick, Eric, what do you think there?
Well, I mean, I think that it's just what you said. I mean, there's going to be opinions on all these players.
Yeah.
I mean, you see it in the NFL. You see it with us. I mean, not everybody, Nick and I don't agree on everybody. Everything I say, so that doesn't really work there. Except for when it comes to John Gruden and Mike Mayock. But I mean, there's I can see why people like Nick Benito. I believe I said that earlier. With the style of player that he is, he's just not my type of guy.
Yeah.
I like guys who are more stout against the run. I'm not a big fan of pass rush specialists. I've never really have been. There are very few exceptions. Arnold Ebiketie is one of them. And so that's just what it is. It's just not my style of player. And I mean, that's why we've talked about it multiple times with, that player is of that mold for that team. Alec Pierce is this mold of wide receiver the Colts look for.
Yep.
I mean, you have your styles, you have your play style or your body types. You have these things that you like. I mean, it's like hand size with quarterbacks. George Payton is a big truther of hand size at quarterback. Mm-hmm. So not everybody is. I mean, clearly Mike Tomlin and the Steelers aren't drafting the 7-inch hand Kenny Pickett. I mean, it's just how it is. So, I mean, we'll see what happens on Nick Benito. I'm not a fan of it at the moment. I get why they did it. They value pass rush. They targeted that, and that's great. Just not my style of player.
Yeah, and that's completely fine. Andrew Morrow jumping in here with the $5 super chat. Broncos picks are round 3, the second best tight end in the class. Round 2, a highly rated edge. Round 1, Russell Wilson. Looks great to me. Go Broncos. It's hard to argue with that. That's your opinion. The second best tight end to me was Trey McBride. Cade Otton was my first best. Greg Dulcich was, I think, 4th on my board behind Isaiah Likely. Round 2, highly rated edge. Nick Benito has a 3rd round grade to me. Round 1, Russell Wilson, 3rd best quarterback in the NFL. That's my opinion on Russell Wilson. It's all opinions, and we're just trying to give you ours. And we're sorry if we sound negative, but this is what we do. We give you our honest opinions on everything. We're not trying to be Debbie Downers or be negative on anything. And at least I'm not trying to be. I'm giving you my opinion, and that's something that I've always tried to do was be the best me that I can be. Travis Weber coming in and saying my comment was not directed at you guys, and Nick, Lance, and Eric, and we know we do come off a little bit on the negative side of things, but we've always been those kind of people to give you the honest takes. What do we actually feel about it? We're not blowing smoke up anybody's butt.
So I do gotta say though, with Dulcich, I do like the fact that we have the belly in Quinn Miners, and now we have the hair. I'm jealous of Dulcich's hair. I've always wanted long hair. That's why I always let mine grow out, but it actually stops growing after a certain while or so it seems. I mean, his hair is awesome.
It is good.
Do I take the shot? Yeah, I'm going to take the shot. You also want the long flowing locks and not the gray poking through. Sorry, dude. Had to do it to you.
Me or Eric?
Eric.
Me.
Okay, because I get that.
I'm proud of my gray hair. Okay.
Sorry, man. I had to do it to you. I know you're self-conscious about it, but I had to do it. It was a fun shot. My bad, man.
I'm not self-conscious about my hair. I love my gray hair.
Yeah.
Better off. Good. My wife does too.
That's more important. Yep, absolutely. So Broncos are coming up here. We're about 10 picks away. Eric, I'm curious about your board here. Obviously, the Broncos still have knock-on offensive tackle. This is the area where maybe even you start talking about wide receiver. I wouldn't be opposed to them doubling up on edge rusher here. You still got some developmental edges type of guys you could talk about here. And Dylan Parham still available, I believe, at least last I checked. So Eric's putting his finger up again here, says he's got something for us.
Well, first of all, I want to say have a good night, Scott. Scott's going to be bolting out for us late on the
good one, Scott.
Thanks,
good job
Scott.
on the Falcons tonight.
Thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure. Going back to this, I do want to say, talking about doubling up on edge rushers, one thing that I don't think any of us have actually talked about it is with Randy Gregory, there is so many injury concerns, and there's the off-field concerns that we know about. Denver can get out of his contract after a couple of years pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this is a move of like, we're going to work on developing him. We talked about the off ball and try to develop him as an edge defender and look at replacing there. The reason why I bring that up is there's another developmental edge here that I really like in Dominic Robinson out of Miami, Ohio, that you can sit there and work on developing to replace Bradley Chubb, either after this year or depending on what happens there. I think you might need 2 years, so maybe that franchise tag for Bradley Chubb. And basically look at a kind of a changing of the guard in a year or two at the edge position.
Yeah, I mean, definitely possible, and getting depth at that position for sure. I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. Maybe somebody who's a little bit more thunder to Nick Benito's lightning as well would make some sense. Don't know if there's any players that stick out in my head as being obvious for that kind of fit here, but sticking out here, Broncos about to pick Jalen Tolbert going off the board here to the Dallas Cowboys. Good pick for them there, South Alabama player. But two that seemed to be a glowing light for me for the Broncos picking at 96 coming up here is Dylan Parham still on the board here, and the likes of Tariq Woolen, cornerback from UTSA. So we'll see what the Broncos do here. That would be Tariq Woolen is definitely some Bronco fans will probably get some Brendan Langley scars from that one, or PTSD, given Brendan Langley's, he's so big and he's so straight in a fast line, but it's not comfortable going backwards. Well, that's a cornerback you're talking about there. He better damn well be comfortable going backwards. But Woolen, 6'4", ran a 4.2 40, crazy arm length, definitely developmental, but I think he also has the ability to come in and play special teams day one with the physicality and the size that he would bring.
The one thing I'll push back on you with the Brendan Langley thing was, didn't Brendan Langley only play 1 year at cornerback before he was drafted by the Broncos? Like, he was a wide receiver before, and I know that he transitioned to cornerback with the same thing with Tariq Woolen here. But Tariq Woolen has 3 years worth of cornerback experience underneath his belt. He has to work on understanding the nuance in zone and stuff like that. But as a press coverage cornerback and man coverage, I like the fit a lot there, especially with what the Broncos did last year with Pat Surtain. They played him off the ball a little bit more, and with Ronald Darby. But if you're going to run press man with Tariq Woolen, get him on the outside, and maybe even slide Pat Surtain onto the inside. I know the change of direction ability is a little bit lacking there, but if you're going to have 3 long, tall, aggressive, very physical cornerbacks in press man coverage or even cover 3. That makes a lot of sense to me for Tariq Woolen.
Yeah, definitely possible. I mean, height, weight, speed freak. Definitely. They don't make much like him. There's a reason there's not many 6'4" cornerbacks. It's really hard to transition and flip your hips. The farther you are from the ground, most cornerbacks are, that 5'10" to 6'1" range. But still, could be a unique weapon, could be a fun player. And I think worst case, even, talking about 96 pick, if he just ends up being a dominant gunner, then that would be fun. And Eric's saying something here. What's going on, Eric?
Raiders just took Dylan Parham.
Ooh, major bummer.
Great pick for them.
Yeah, that comp's still available. And another thing that maybe could be the case here, talking about Denver potentially doubling up on edges, maybe George Payton has found a way to combine 2 players' skills and takes Kingsley and Nagbar here at 96 and combines the 2. Nick, you just had what I was kind of thinking of, but I totally thought.
Are we going Full Metal Alchemist here?
No, let's get an anime reference where they touch.
Oh, that's fair. Okay, yeah. I was thinking Full Metal Alchemist. Let's combine these 2 things and make something one out of the other, and hopefully we don't transition one of them into a suit of armor across the room, because that would be terrible. But I was going with that direction. Sorry, guys.
We talked about it a lot last year at the quarterback position of being able to do that. Maybe they finally figured out how. Maybe. I doubt it.
Kingsley Enigbar. There's so much lacking. He's just so straight line. The change of direction as a pass rusher is so bad. But if you pair him with Nick Benito, I see where you're coming from. That's really nice, guys. I like that.
At least we didn't pick him at 4 overall. He's Clelin Ferrell 2.0 is what I see. No bend to the hips, just straight line burst, good length, no pop. Can't really fight through blocks as well. Kind of gets blocked up. Kingsley Enagbare, he had like half of his pressures versus non-Power 5 teams this last year because he just simply overpowered them. Again, you're talking about a guy with crazy arm length, just kind of very niche. But I guess, you know what you're talking about, Eric? You have extra picks here. Kingsley Enagbare is essentially your first and second down player, and no way in hell he sees the field on third down. Nick Benito never sees the field on first and second down, but third down, hallelujah.
There's also the possibility reaching out to some people during the process of it with Enagbare, putting his hand in the dirt on passing downs.
Yeah.
And doing him a little bit about with that. But yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Having your 2-down run defender there, who he's not great as a pass rusher, but there's enough there that if they're passing on first or second down, you're not completely lacking. And then in obvious passing situations, you can go to Nick Benito as you work on developing him against the run. So it's it'd be interesting. I don't think that's the way they go. It could definitely see, again, every time the Broncos on the clock with George Paton, trade down's always an option.
Yeah. Bob jumping in here. And what's up, Bob? It's good to see you in the chat. I've seen your name a couple of times. I want to just give you a shout out really fast. Bob does really good job with analytics and our salary cap stuff like that over at milehighhuddle.com. Jumping in here to tip a pick for us. Terrell Bernard, the linebacker out of Baylor, to the Buffalo Bills. With Matt Milano here, I think this is a really good fit. Terrell Bernard is a really good athlete at the position. Has short arms, but at the same time, his ability to move and turn and run. I like this fit for the Bills. Nick, what do you think of Terrell Bernard?
Teeny tiny, but good player for them. Good tackler. I think Jalen Petrie helped a lot as far as his ability there at that second level, covered up some stuff for him. I can't believe that he came off the board before Leo Chanel. That is shocking to me. But who knows?
Well, I mean, first of all, Jalen Petrie and JT Woods are part of the reason why Bernard is now a linebacker. Mm-hmm. They wanted to get them out on the field. So hey, Bernard, go put on some weight and we're moving you up. Before Leo Chanel, I mean, Bernard's a former safety. He's got some movement skills and coverage ability, whereas Leo Chanel is just kind of that old school linebacker. Real quick, I want to say to Karen Haynes, I guess I'm a nerd because I'm sitting in a predominantly male Facebook Live on a Friday night to catch draft updates and talk. Well, Karen, we are super appreciative that you're here. We're super appreciative of everybody who's been with us for the 4 hours now of tonight and the 4 hours last night. Your guys' support, we absolutely appreciate it. I'm especially thankful of it. I'm able to do this full time because of your guys' support. So thank you all for that. And still a long ways to go. And then we have all day tomorrow as well if you want to join us.
Yeah, absolutely. Hassan William coming in here. Thank you for joining us today, Hassan, saying Calvin Austin, a dark horse here at 96. You know what? I wouldn't be against it. If you're going to lean into the pass rush specific kind of players, then getting somebody dynamic here, this would probably be a little bit of not a writing on the wall, but a wake-up call for KJ Hamler. And can KJ Hamler stay healthy? Can his hamstrings function running that fast? I don't know, but getting some juice in Calvin Austin III makes some sense. And I don't know if he's done it much at Memphis, honestly, actually, now that I think about it. But the skill set, did he just get picked as we're talking about
it? Carolina Panthers and Cleveland Browns are closing in on a trade for Baker Mayfield.
Ooh. That makes so much sense.
It's going to be interesting because Carolina has that one receiver that says, I don't want to play with Baker Mayfield, right?
Rodney Anderson. Yep. I mean, it's not as bad as Michael Brocker saying like, oh yeah, I'm really excited to move on from the Los Angeles Rams and play with Jared Goff. And then like a week later, Jared Goff is traded to the Los Angeles or to the Detroit Lions. That was irony. Very funny. So yeah, we still have some more players here on the board. I'm excited for the Broncos here. We got 2 4th-round picks, 2 5th-round picks. Is good class here. Overall, I'd say the Broncos have done an average job with their first 2 picks today, but that's okay. They got some difference makers, some guys that also, I will say, both the players they've taken so far, these aren't guys who are going to be non-contributors year one. Both of these guys have roles where you expect them to really push forward towards the 2022 season being impactful there. And even though the Broncos have depth at edge, Nick Benito should be their 3rd best, 2nd best rusher this season, ahead of Jonathan Cooper, definitely ahead of Malik Reed and Greg Dulcich. I mean, you have Alberto Cuebanam, who's kind of a big slot functioning right now. Dulcich is doing it similarly. I don't love his blocking profile at all, but he's very smooth, a good route runner as well, and can do some stuff vertically and after the catch. So these are both immediate players. It's maybe not the best as far as long-term value for the positions and projecting the roster 2023 and beyond, but definitely. Eric, you got something to say, or you have a tick?
I had a question for you. Lance and I talked about it a little bit earlier. One position that stands out to you for the Broncos to address, what would it be?
Still?
Yep.
I mean, this far in the draft, I guess I would say it's center. That's the one you're probably the most likely to get a day one contributor. Defensive line also sticks out. I think Perrion Winfrey is still available. You have some other defensive tackles and just depth in the secondary in general. I don't think you can have enough there. And the Broncos, I mean, can confirm it now. Asked around on it, Eric, after we talked about it. The Broncos were trying to trade down from 64 because they were a little bit, I don't want to say butthurt, but their hearts were set on Cam Taylor-Britt, and they were beat out for the Bengals to go up and get him. And then they know quality offers to trade down from 64.
And Drake Jackson was their guy at edge.
Yep. So they were very, very, very upset. They settled on Nick Bonito. Well, I guess we'll say settled. He's still going to be a good player for them.
From what I understand, I mean, they were asking even for just a 7th round pick, and no team was just willing to do it.
Wow,
no team was willing to give up a 7th round pick because they felt that they had too many options on the board. They didn't have to go up and get their guy. So it makes me feel, in a way, a little bit better about Nick Bonito at 64, because at least you tried. Like, it's not like, oh, we have to get him here. Like, at least they tried a little bit. They wanted to move down. And then, I mean, if you had him high enough, like, we wanted to get down to like 68, 67 and take him there, the extra 3-4 picks isn't terrible.
Yeah, I probably would have gone with Abraham Lucas or Bernard Raymond in this scenario, just for the value of the tackle there. And they're not going to be as much of an impact player probably in 2022, but it is what it is. And again, we keep saying this. We live and breathe these picks when they happen because it's fun to do, right? Get upset, get excited about it. But this is all icing. The Broncos landed Russell Wilson. They could have burnt all these picks. They could have spent them on a long snapper, every single pick. I'm going to sleep just fine knowing that the Broncos got Russell Wilson here and they actually emerged from the desert of quarterback purgatory. And we got, Lasilas coming in here with the support. Thank you so much. And we appreciate you with the stars coming in. And definitely, Eric, that's interesting to hear about Drake Jackson as well. Big bummer there. And this is also making me very upset that the quarterbacks didn't come off the board, because if 2 quarterbacks would have come off the board before the Broncos picked at 64, guess what? One of those guys is probably being pushed down to the Denver Broncos, but here we are.
Well, go ahead, Eric. Sorry.
And part of it too is like Denver brought in these guys. They like Dylan Parham. They like Jelani Woods. That was a guy that they wanted. They were hoping they would fall a little bit. They're, I believe, at 75 because I think he went 72, 71. That was what they were looking at.
Jelani Woods.
And it was a situation with Drake Jackson, Nick Bonito. They brought them in because they still had questions to ask. They got him in. They came away pleased. With Drake Jackson, one of the things that I heard was that he was very much everything's your fault, no responsibilities on me type. That rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Denver brought him in and they kind of eased those concerns there, so they were willing to go that way. All moot now because he wasn't on the board.
So, updated pick here really fast. Rachaad White, running back, Arizona State, was just taken by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then the Packers actually came in and drafted Sean Ryan, tackle guard out of UCLA, to help address the offensive line for Aaron Rodgers. Rachaad White is very interesting to me. I like the ability out of the backfield. I like the zone ability, that his vision and stuff like that, his footwork through the hole and stuff. Pairing him with Leonard Fournette is going to be a big boost there. Ryan, though, is a guy that I'm not necessarily super huge on. I think he's a guard mostly at this next level. The movement skills aren't the best, and in the wide zone, I don't know that I like that fit there.
Well, let's get talking on the Broncos. Pick 94 is on the clock. As the 49ers select the running back out of LSU, Davis Price, right? Or Price Davis. So we have the Patriots and the Bengals and then Denver. As I said before, trade down's always an option as long as George Payton's the man.
Man, give me a 2023 third, and I will be a happy man, baby. Just burn this pick now. You already got an extra 5th-round pick from trading down earlier. Just do it. Somebody, come up and get it. The one of these last 3rd-round picks. Might be fun.
The Carolina Panthers have moved up.
Quarterback. I mean, it would make sense for them to take a quarterback.
Matt Corral. It's got to be Matt Corral here.
Why not Sam Howell?
I mean, if they want to get Baker Mayfield, Sam Howell is just carbon copy.
That's true. That's a very true fact there. I'm not a Sam Howell fan. I think the frame is a little bit slender. I don't necessarily. I like his deep.
Sam Howell's frame is slender.
Oh, there we go. First 2023 pick too.
Okay. Did you say Sam Howell's frame is slender? I always thought he had a bubble butt kind of thing. I think Corral was the slender dude.
That's my bad. I got it backwards. Okay. He's a little bit thicker, but he's shorter. I think that with the size with Sam Howell is something that you're gonna have an issue with. The arm strength isn't necessarily the biggest arm. He has a really good deep ball. It might be the best deep ball of anybody in this class, to tell you the truth. But the arm strength, the ability to zip it through the wind and stuff like that, is something that I have very big concerns with. Eric, what did you say?
Carolina gave up a 2023 to move up, along with the 4th or 5th round pick. I can't remember which, and it's Matt Corral.
Yeah.
Oh, it is Corral. All right. Well, good call, Lance. Sam Howell still here. Will be interesting to see. Came off the board. Go ahead, Eric.
Sorry, I was going to talk out loud, and I forgot to mute. But anyways, what I was going to say is it makes sense. I mean, he's capable of running that RPO type offense that they seem to be wanting to go to there in Carolina. So it makes sense to go that way. He's a little bit better of a fit, I think, for that than Sam Howell.
I think Matt Corral's a better athlete as well. He's got better natural arm talent as well, in my opinion. His footwork is a little bit sloppy, but the accuracy's there. The decision-making's there. He sees the field well for what he wants to do, and he waits for receivers to get to the second window. That might be a knock on him because he holds the ball a little bit too long. But Sam Howell, for what he is, Matt Corral is one read and shoot kind of a guy. Like, he's going to stare that down. But at least he sees it and sees it the right way. Sam Howell, I think, is not the guy in terms of that aspect, at least from what I was seeing. He takes a little bit too much of risky plays, in my opinion.
So Bengals on the clock, then Denver. Just a couple names that I think make sense for him. Calvin Austin with uncertainty about KJ Hamler. Mm-hmm. He could be an option there. Maybe Braxton Jones or Spencer Burford. Don't see a interior offensive or a offensive guard, but Zach Tom or Donovan West could be potential options. Perrion Winfrey still on the board. Matthew Butler, Wazariki, also guys there. If they want to double up on edge, Dominic Robinson, Majai Sanders, Channing Tyndall, and Leo Chenal are there at linebacker as well. Damari Mathis, Zion McCollum, Kobe Bryant, and Caleb Evans. They're all there's some
Tariq
corners. Tariq Woolen as well, and then Nick Cross, Kirby Joseph. They're at safety.
I'm going to say last time I said Dylan Parham, and he went off to the Raiders there, which is a bummer. That's a good pick for the Raiders. The guy that I'm going to say that the Broncos take here is Damari Mathis. I really like his scheme fit here. Broncos said they wanted cornerback. I think he's physical as well. I think he is the discount version of Cam Taylor-Britt, who they wanted earlier. So interesting in this one.
Denver's on the clock.
All right.
To me, you got to go cornerback here. Zion McCollum really makes a lot of sense as far as a slot cornerback that has a lot of ball production. Like that makes a lot of sense to me. Nick Cross, another safety that can potentially come in and be a starter in this defense. You still have Kareem Jackson. You still have Caden Stearns as well. I like that fit a lot as well. Tariq Woolen would be another good fit here because I think the development, while it may take you another year, you still have the ability to put him out on special teams and have him be a high impact player early in his career here. So that would be the direction that I would go.
And
who went off the board there to the Bengals? Do we know?
Zachary Carter. That is the first player to get drafted that I didn't even have on my board. I watched a little bit of him. Wasn't a big fan of what I watched. And so I kind of put him on the back burner and never got back around to him.
That's early for you to not have a player on your board. Like last year, I think it was the 5th round or something like that. You had was the first player you didn't have on your board.
It was a defensive lineman out of like Fresno State or something like that.
Yep.
Well, will be interesting to see. I know Zachary Carter, bigger player there at edge, and definitely had some issues there at offensive line. Who am I thinking of then for Florida?
Cameron Thomas?
No, that's San Diego State. Okay, well
maybe Okay, so is this actually if it's Zachary Carter from Florida? Because there's a Zachary Carter that's an offensive lineman as well.
Okay, I heard Zachary Carter, so I immediately went to Florida.
I thought I saw that it was offensive line, but I haven't seen that yet. So it actually could be the defensive lineman who I've actually watched, and I like quite a bit. A little bit early for me, but I haven't seen which one it is yet.
He's like 280, like little inside-outside ability. I guess we'll see here in a second. I'm waiting to be confirmed, but okay, you confused me there because I'm like, I don't know the other Zachary Carter. That's a pretty common name. We probably have 10 Zachary Carters joining us in the chat right now.
I believe he's an interior offensive lineman out of San Diego State. And I actually completely forgot about Zachary Carter, who is very Draymond Jones-ish out of Florida.
So how about this one? And Nick, I'm going to give you a call out here because I know you like this player a lot for the Broncos here. Matthew Butler, the interior defensive lineman out of Tennessee. Like to be honest, the Broncos need to address the interior of the defensive line, get better against the run game. Matthew Butler, I think, has some ability to rush the passer as well. Good length, good strength, a good burst off the line of scrimmage. This would be an interesting pick if the Broncos go interior defensive lineman here. What do you think?
It's definitely possible. I wouldn't mind Benito either. You want to do some twists and stunts here, the 5 technique there, and playing more single gap upfield stuff where you're not having the read front, you're having more of the attacking front with Benito. That makes some sense to me. So Eric rolls his eyes really hard. I'm kind of concerned about that look on your face there, Eric.
No, a tweet from the NFL. It's now the Coral lineup Panthers.
Boo. Okay.
And real quick, addressing a couple comments in there about Nick Burrito. It was a joke that was made on Twitter from a guy who watches us from Paul. That every time he sees his name, he reads it as burrito. So it's just kind of become a little meme, I guess, or a meme. Peter Griffith.
Gross. Stop it with that. Benjamin Albright says his name is Nick Casa Bonito. So if you know anywhere around the Denver area, Casa Bonita, the restaurant Casa Bonito, it's a terrible nickname, but I can get behind it at least. It's funny to me, but
and
it's awful.
Zachary Carter, the defensive lineman out of Florida, was the pick.
It was okay. I was like, the other one I have no idea who it even is, so that wouldn't make any sense to me. So the Broncos coming up here soon. Luke's asking us if it's going to be Woolen, or did the Broncos trade out? I'm seeing maybe some trade out talk now too. Haven't heard yet. Eric, have you seen anything?
I haven't seen or heard anything yet.
Dylan Von Arx is saying traded out, but
they traded out.
All right. Well, it's traded out to where, I guess, is the question. Are they still going to be on the clock, or did they get 2023 picks?
I don't know yet, but they don't have any more picks tonight.
Okay.
Gross.
Well, guys, I have to go do a call on
Looks like that it could potentially be a 2023 pick.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm about it. And the Colts traded up. They have a lot of picks coming up here, so I'm about that. And I'm curious what the deal is here. But 96 overall, interesting.
Pick 179 this year, and the Colts' 3rd round pick in next year's draft.
Oh, yes, Peyton, best move of the day.
Let's
God,
go.
I love it. That's a great
100%.
one. All right, guys. Well, you hold down the fort for a bit. Keep me in the loop via Facebook Messenger. I'll be back here in about 15 minutes if you're still live. But I have to go do another say hello. And if I don't see you guys again, I'll be back tonight. And Michaela, don't go anywhere. We're going to hang out. So we're going to be live tomorrow. I don't know anybody else who's going to be live. Psychopaths covering day 3 like the Broncos are. So we'll see you soon. And really awesome to see the Broncos get another 3rd round pick next year in that trade. What was it, Eric? 2023.
They got 179 this year and the Colts' 3rd round pick next year.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. Really good for them to get another pick. Now they have 5 picks next year. Still no picks in the top, 50, 60, but 2 3rd round picks, 4th round pick, 5th round pick, and a 7th round pick. You're chipping away. You're chipping away, baby. So you guys keep chipping away here. I'll be back. Keep me in the loop, and we'll see you soon.
All right,
and
thanks,
the Colts traded up for, have fun, Nick, first of all. Go kill it. And then the Colts traded up for Nick Cross. I like Nick Cross. I like his versatility. Safety was still something. I mean, adding more help to that secondary in Indianapolis was something that they needed. But, I mean, I love this trade. I mean, being able to get a 3rd round pick next year, obviously, after making the trade for Russell Wilson, Denver was a little bit low. I think that they'll add more capital for 2023 when we get closer to, training camp and the regular season.
Yeah.
And then they still have 2 early 4th round picks. I mean, sitting at 115, 116. They could potentially move back from there too. Definitely just working around. And so
It's just crazy to me to see some of these players that are still available here. You've got Perrion Winfrey, you've got Channing Tindall, Tariq Woolen. This is looking at your board. Braxton Jones is still available there. Joshua Williams out of Fayetteville State. What is that? Division I AA, I believe, is where that's at. Damari Mathis out of Pittsburgh. Cade Otton, the tight end out of Washington, is probably not going to be a guy that the Broncos look at after taking Greg Dulcich. But Matthew Butler, another kid from Tennessee. There's a lot of value, at least according to players that I know that you like, players that I like as well, still on the board here. To see them continue to trade down, getting that third round pick next year is a huge get for them because. Obviously, with the Russell Wilson trade, they don't have a first round pick. They don't have a second round pick next year. Getting that extra third round pick is definitely big for them right now. I'm also kind of upset because we just watched Nick Cross go off the board. That was a player that I liked for this Broncos team, and I know that they brought him in, or was it him or Nick Grant? I get it backwards. Was it Nick Cross or Nick Grant they brought in for a top three visit? It was Nick Grant. Okay. But I know that Cross was connected to the Broncos based on his high relative athletic score, and I know they interviewed him at the combine, I believe, as well. So to see him go there, I would have liked that value for the Broncos. But I mean, it's hard to hate on what's really going on. I wish that there was more meat on this bone. The Broncos came in with 64, 75, and 96. They end up trading down from 75, getting Dulcich at 80, a player that we're not necessarily super high on, obviously the Benito pick, but then we don't get 96 and we have to wait until tomorrow to get there. It's all right though. The Broncos are still in a very good place, obviously with Russell Wilson. The holes on the roster mostly are filled to this point. I'm excited to see what this looks like tomorrow, Eric, to see how they finish filling out the rest of the holes on this roster. They really need to go get a cornerback. Very, very, very desperately, they need to go get a cornerback.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of different ways they can go. I mean, they clearly thought that there's some offensive linemen that they can look at both at tackle. They're fine waiting on tackle, and I think that it's been hyped up by fans, by other media, about looking at the tackle position. But I mean, Tom Compton, Billy Turner, Calvin Anderson, they're fine at tackle this year. They're waiting to see. They're going to take a developmental guy. And it's always been the plan.
Yeah.
Dare Rosenthal, Matt Waletzko, Braxton Jones, Spencer Burford. Plenty of those developmental tackles are still on the board. Corners, I mean, this is a deep class. There's still plenty of options there at that as well. So there's some, I mean, they can go a lot of different ways. And we'll see what happens. I mean, and the best thing is getting this 2023 pick really changes the night for me. Denver needed it so bad last year.
Yep.
Or for next year, after only having 4 picks, no potential for compensatory picks next year. It was a must to get that. I guess I've come around a little bit on Nick Benito and selecting him when they did after knowing that they can't trade down. Moving down, letting the board kind of clear up a little bit and beginning Dulcich. I mean, still a little bit of a reach for me, but I can live with it. Still question the fit. But again, it just comes back to getting this third round pick, being able to move around the board. I expect that we could definitely see more trades tomorrow. Just filling it out. I mean, and the Broncos came in, there was only they had 74 players under contract already entering the draft. Which leaves 16 open, and they still have 10 draft picks. So there's plenty of options for it. And real quick, I wanted to grab this real quick. What's RAS mean? RAS is relative athletic score. It takes its Kentley Platt on Twitter, MathBomb at MathBomb. Great work. A lot of NFL teams use a system similar to it. It takes basically your size, arm length. I don't think RAS actually factors in arm length, but it takes in your size and your height and your weight and your athletic testing and gives you your relative athletic score.
He actually refined it. I believe it does take arm length and wingspan. No? Okay.
Nick asked me a question earlier. I just remembered he said that he does not.
Okay. Yes. Relative athletic score is something that we refer to a lot. It's something that we know that going back to last year, I think it was 7 out of the 10 players that the Broncos drafted had relative athletic scores over a 7.5 or 8 or something like that. They value high athletic score players, guys that are height, weight, speed, athleticism, change of direction, ability, stuff like that. It's a great metric to work with. Along with the Mock Draftable website, mockdraftable.com. They do spider charts, which is where you hear Nick refer to a lot of the excuse me, the arm length percentile, speed percentiles, a 3-cone drill percentiles. They take all of that data and information, they put it into what's called a spider chart, and it looks like a spider web essentially. They're really fun. They're really cool tools to use, but I like that stuff. But again, take it back to the tape. That's like the best way that you can get here. Eric, you got a going here. What's up, man?
Just catching up on the picks. The Detroit Lions selected Kirby Joseph. Back-to-back safeties, Nick Cross and Kirby Joseph. Bronco fans are familiar with the type of player Kirby Joseph is. Just Jamar Johnson. Really good in coverage, has some issues coming down against the run. Then the Washington, for some reason, Commanders select Brian Robinson, the running back out of Alabama. And I mean, I like the pick of Brian Robinson. But I hate calling them the Washington Commanders. I think they really missed the target with that. So for that alone, Washington Commanders have an F for me for life because they messed up the
name. It was the worst team name. They should have went Red Wolves. I thought Red Wolves would have been a really good name for them. But as far as Brian Robinson to pair with Antonio Gibson, I like that a lot. Antonio Gibson, really, as far as an athletic tester, you want to talk about relative athletic score. And hey, look, we got Nick back and Eric's now gone. But relative athletic score, Antonio Gibson, when he tested with the wide receivers at the NFL draft 2020 and at the combine. And who was it? Denzel Mims, I believe, was the one that just tested completely off the charts, and all the other the high athletic guys that just blew away the combine. And then there's Antonio Gibson, who comes in at like 6'3", 225 pounds, runs a 4.39, has a ridiculous 3-cone drill, but they draft him as a running back because that's what he was at Memphis. He was a running back, wide receiver, a hybrid kind of a player. To pair him with Brian Robinson, whose long speed doesn't have a lot of burst to his game, the vision's not necessarily the best there, but this is a good 1-2 punch. Nick, what do you think? Brian Robinson to the Commanders.
Yeah, I don't know if how many mock drafts you listen to me and Scott do, but I scream for Brian Robinson round 4 every time. Round 5 especially. He falls round 6 sometime, which is stupid. He's got really quick feet for his size, despite getting hit up at the point a lot of he's running behind Alabama's line, but anytime he had to work with junk in the backfield, able to keep his feet churning, really good pass protector and solid hands out of the backfield too. It's just icing on the cake. And he's got that frame to be a heavy load running back as well. Enough of a mass, breaking tackle ability and mass that if you do want to play light boxes against him, he can make you pay. So I really do like Brian Robinson a lot. I feel like the biggest drawbacks to him is obviously back up to Najee Harris for a number of years, decided to come back, and he's going to be 23 years old this year as a running back. Not ideal for the running back position.
Right.
But really good running back, 3-down ability, and definitely not just a plotter either. I mean, the ability to break tackles inside, outside, I think also is rushing, whether between the tackles or outside the tackles. Not super home run threat, but I'm going to take the guy who can, give me 6-7 yards every time and force defenses to have to think about, changing their coverage. That way I can get more explosive pass plays versus the home run threat. You're going to get more explosive plays from the pass game. So might as well have that run game lead you to get more passing explosive plays versus trying to manufacture explosive plays via the rushing attack.
It's unfortunate because I think that Brian Robinson has enough talent that he should probably go a little bit higher in this draft. But with the positional value that the running back position does have, with the mass of talent at the wide receiver position, the cornerback position, even at linebacker, and especially at the edge, he got pushed down a lot of draft boards. Unfortunately, with him being the backup to Najee Harris, didn't necessarily help with him. And it seems like with Alabama, you do get that one guy that has only 1 year and he only has just a limited amount of time to be able to put his name forward. Like, look at Bo Scarborough, another guy that he followed Derrick Henry. and Mark Ingram. Like seriously, and Bo Scarborough, the big power back that he is, fell a long ways down. He didn't have the versatility in the pass game that Brian Robinson does, but still, that was a high quality player. I think Brian Robinson's getting a lot of that treatment this year because he never got the opportunity to really showcase his game at the Alabama level.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Alabama's guys changing the tide. It's a passing game now, especially. I mean, Nick Saban figured out I can get athletes on the perimeter and put up 50 points versus having to run it into the defensive teeth every time. That's amazing. I do like the Brian Robinson pick. Actually, also, I love the next pick off the board here from the Detroit Lions. Kirby Joseph, very good player. Talk about length there at the safety position. He played a deep free safety role for Illinois this past season. Don't think that's going to be the case for him at the NFL level. I'd love to see more closer to the line of scrimmage, given his size, given his length. But he got his hands on a lot of football on 1 year of play. So very good pick there. And also David Bell to the Browns, another Big Ten player coming off the board. I know he didn't test very well, but I think he's a very good big slot, really good yak weapon as well. And he catches everything his way, man. I'm so excited to see David Bell and George Karlaftis being drafted here, because that means they can no longer beat the absolute hell out of my Hawkeyes. And they did. They both did, thoroughly and repeatedly. So David Bell, good luck to you in the NFL, buddy. Thank God for getting out of West Lafayette.
Here we go, hearing about more players that beat up on the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Man.
But going on that thing, the Arizona Cardinals, Majai Sanders. Wow. I mean, I think that what stands out with him is he was probably a second-round pick. He went to the combine, got sick, dropped a lot of weight, couldn't keep anything down. And, I mean, he you could tell that he wasn't all there physically. Exhaustion from being sick and everything at the combine, it hurt his testing, bulked up for the pro day and put up better numbers. So yeah. I like this, and this is a great pick for them. And real quick, I gotta shout out Eric Weber here, simply because I have finally seen an Eric in chat that spells it the right way.
Oh, I love it. Good stuff.
Absolutely. So the Broncos are done for the day. And we got some picks coming in here talking about David Bell coming off the board, Kirby Joseph, edge rusher.
Oh,
we just talked,
and Jeremy Ruckert to the Jets.
Good pick by them there. K. Dotton's still available. So the tight ends, I thought there might be some there day 4, but they're starting to come off the board here at the end of round 3 pretty quickly here. Not totally unexpected. But yeah, no, really excited to see what Myjai Sanders can do here. They listed him at 6'5", 228, which is, God, that's teeny tiny. My thing with Sanders is he is so linear, and I either wish he was a little bit bendier or more explosive considering the frame he's dealing with. I know he lost all that weight too, but kind of just a little bit, I need a little bit more dynamic ability getting after the quarterback. I know that Cincinnati played a lot of 3-man fronts, and that's not what he projects at the next level at all. So he's going to have a little bit more freedom to rush the quarterback there, but solid pick here this late. I don't think a dynamic pass rusher by any means, but somebody who can be a solid rotational player. And I think he has some first and second down ability, considering he did play on a 3-man front there for a majority of Cincinnati's reps.
I think he's limited to a wide 9 role.
Yeah.
Somebody that's going to put him out a little bit. I think that'll help him against the run.
Yeah.
Because when you turn on a lot of tape and watch him against the run, he's just completely manhandled. But that you touch on that. It's just with what he was asked to do at Cincinnati, where he was asked to play, wasn't the best. So definitely, I think that Arizona, they're a team that can definitely find a way for him to utilize him better and everything, because they've done it with Marcus Golden, who had similar limitations coming in a little bit. Less length. So I think that this is a way. And I mean, and he can move, and that's something that Vance Joseph has valued there in with the edge rushers and linebackers. I mean, Isaiah Simmons, the Zach Collins or Zaven Collins. So, I mean, he again, talking about molds, he seems to be that mold that they're looking for.
I want to go back to what you said about Marcus Golden. And I think that that's a really good comparison for Myjai Sanders, because Marcus Golden has had a very, very slender lower frame. Like, his issues in the running game were so bad because he got blown off the ball a lot. but the length that he had, and MJ Sanders doesn't have that length, and you're absolutely right on that. But Marcus Golden, where he was at when he first came into the draft, that was the biggest issue with him, was him getting blown off of the line of scrimmage a lot. And when he transitioned off into that really true off-ball linebacker, that 9 technique, I agree with that take a lot. And with the Cardinals now missing out on Chandler Jones, they need to get some better depth there. But like this is a good fit for them. I like this pick a lot for them. And far be it for me to call Vance Joseph anything other than a weirdo when it comes to his defensive scheme, because what did he the 0.65 or whatever the hell it was that he ran last year. But with MJ Sanders, I think you can move him around enough that you can be successful with him early in his career, even if he isn't the best run defender. And going back to what you said about the Broncos potentially pairing him with Nick Benito, gross. Like if they're going to go with another edge defender, MJ Sanders and Nick Benito on this roster, absolutely terrible. We don't need that. But regardless, I digress there. Go ahead.
The Miami Dolphins are on the clock with their first pick of the draft.
Congrats to the Dolphins.
It's a compensatory pick that was originally with San Francisco that got traded to Miami. Curious to see which way they go, because I mean, there's so many different ways that they need to go. That's a roster that, I mean, they've added talent, but they also have the issue that we as Bronco fans have dealt with for the past few years, is uncertainty at the quarterback position. Is Tua the guy? I mean, Teddy, we know he's not the guy. I don't think they go quarterback here, but they're probably, I mean, we've talked about it before with the Eagles and all these other guys, making sure that you know that the guy that you have isn't the guy. So I would assume that they're probably going somewhere to build around on the quarterback position on the offense.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see. Dolphins here. This is a team. I mean, heck, the Dolphins might even trade back in. I know this is their first pick, but this is a team that's put it all on Tua right now, and they're really looking to make an aggressive move at a quarterback next season. It sounds like if Tua does fall apart, getting more picks makes a lot of sense there. I mean, I know they could address the offensive line more. They brought in Teron Armstead, right? That's the team that spent big money on Teron Armstead. Yep. They brought in Tyreek Hill. They have Jalen Waddle. This is another team that. And I don't think we give enough credit to Elway doing this for the Broncos. I know we kind of give him a hard time, but putting all the eggs in around the quarterback and saying, listen, we got you a tight end. We got you a wide receivers. We got you offensive line. We got you another offensive mind here. It's on you. Sink or swim. And guess what? If you fail, or if we have any questions about you, you're gone. We're moving on. So I think there's a lot of validity to that kind of move, setting up a team. I think it's a really good team building strategy. You get the young quarterback and you surround them. And then if they fail, it's their fault. And I think the Jets are doing a good job with that too. The Jets are on my TV right now picking team that hasn't done that. Man, the Bears. God. Justin Fields, RIP. We hardly knew you. But man, what they're doing around him is pretty darn rough and going to be hard for him.
They got that one receiver whose name totally escapes me at the moment.
Did they get Velus Jones?
Yes.
Yeah.
Velus Jones Jr.
Going to be 38 years old, his rookie year, I think. No, he started playing college football, I think, in like 2014 or something crazy. He is going to be 26 years old this year, which is insane. But one of the better returners in the class. I thought maybe the Broncos could have him around 4. What did you say?
And one of the fastest people at the Senior Bowl, too.
Yeah.
I was the fastest player at the Senior Bowl.
I was just about to say that. He was the fastest clocked player per next-gen stats at the Senior Bowl.
No, Miami goes defense. They get Channing Tyndall. I mean, which is a need. They needed a lot of help on defense too.
Yep. The other one that I was thinking of, it would have been a better fit with Brian Flores and that cover zero scheme. The A-gap pressure that they bring was Leo Chenal would have been a really good fit there.
Yeah, I mean, but are they moving on to a different scheme now that Brian Flores is gone? It's not that Patriots-esque.
Who is there? Oh, Mike McDaniel. That's right.
Yep.
I couldn't remember who the head coach was there for a second.
Who's our defensive coordinator? I don't know off the top of my head.
Didn't they keep their defensive staff intact?
I honestly, God, there's been so much going on in Broncos country. Don't have enough time to know what every single team is doing. So
my father-in-law is going to be so disappointed in me because we talk about this all the time on what the Dolphins need to do. And I even asked him, like, who do you want for the Dolphins here? I'll even throw some input here. But for them to go Channing Tyndall, I like it. I like it. Another guy that, like Nick said earlier, a vertical rusher guy, kind of a guy that gets
point and shoot.
Point and shoot. excuse me, vertical in the running game. A very nice tackler. The good length, brings his arms around, brings his legs around. A good pop in his tackling form. The best turn and run linebacker as well, but I mean it's okay. Oh, Leo Chenal to the Chiefs. Oof.
Chiefs are having an amazing draft, guys. Because let's just call it as it is. They're doing pretty darn well. I thought day one was pretty high floor, but I mean they had 5 picks so far today, so by volume, they're gonna have a shot. But I think every single one of these picks, I've liked the value that they've gotten for the pick better than any of the picks the Broncos have made today.
He's a good fit next to Willie Gay, and the Rams right after them go back to Wisconsin with Logan Bruss.
Logan Bruss. I don't know. I like Nick Bolton next to Willie Gay. They worked well enough in a tandem. Nick Bolton is another one of those linear guys, see it and shoot it. He's not the best turn and run. And yes, he is a T-Rex kind of a guy, but at the same time, I like what he was able to do. That athleticism with Nick Bolton was something that really popped off the screen. And even next to Willie Gay, with the duplicity that you have with those two guys, adding Chenal here, while I like the pick, is just kind of curious to me.
And guys, before they said, Nick, we're not quite ready for you, but now they say, Nick, we are ready for you. So I'm going to head out and do this interview over here. I'll keep in touch and I'll try to join back in if I can.
We'll probably see you tomorrow because it looks like we're on the final pick with the San Francisco 49ers on the clock, and we'll probably wrap it up. And
all right. Well, thank you guys. It's been a blast to hang out. Obviously, who knows what the heck's going to happen with these picks, but Broncos got 2 fun players that I think without a doubt are going to be impact players in 2022 for this team. And this very much lines up for this team is going for it right now. They smell a window. They're going for it. So I don't mind that. Long term, we'll see about the value. You never want to judge a draft pick, even though we're doing it now immediately after it's made, especially or even after their first year. But overall, we'll see how it plays out. So see you guys later. We'll see you tomorrow. Had a blast hanging out with both you guys. Hopefully Carl's doing okay. Hopefully he had a good birthday. Maybe it's what he needed here. And we'll have a lot of fun tomorrow with a lot more names to talk about.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. We appreciate you for joining us tonight. We'll see you tomorrow, and have fun on your other radio spot. We'll catch you later. Stay safe and take care, buddy. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bring the energy, guys. It's day 3. We've been on air now for 9 hours. Tomorrow's gonna be fun. See you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
So it looks like the final pick is in with Danny Gray, a receiver that a lot of people were talking about could go in the second round, being the final pick of day 2. I like Danny Gray. I mean, he with what the 49ers can still use at the wide receiver position, he works. I mean, it's some insurance depending on what happens with Deebo Samuel and the other wide receiver that they have. Name totally escapes me at the moment. That just isn't able to.
Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, who just isn't seeing the field. I mean, this is a good way to move on from there as well.
Danny Gray from SMU, right?
Yes.
Long, tall, freaky kind of guy, a deep speed guy, right? Am I thinking the right guy?
Yes.
Okay, so I like that. I like that a lot, especially with Trey Lance. The ability to push the ball down the field vertically, and especially if they're going to lose Deebo Samuel. I don't think that that's going to happen this year, but he's not going to stick around in San Francisco for much longer than he absolutely has to. He's already requested a trade. They need a guy that can take the top off vertically, and I like that pick for San Francisco. It makes a lot of sense. So with that, Eric, we're going to wrap up on a couple of different conversations here. Give us about another 15 minutes worth of conversation, kind of break down a little bit what's gone on over here on day 2 of the 2022 NFL Draft. First off, we want to thank everybody for joining us on this roller coaster of a ride with myself, with Eric, with Nick Kendall, with Luke Patterson as well, and obviously seeing Chad and Zach on their little cameo. But Eric, end of round 3, end of day 2, who is the top 10 on your big board as of right now?
Well, I'm glad I went and just got it down. I still have 3 players with round 2 grades on. I've been reaching out about why they're falling. Daniel Lele, I mean, guys at his size, you don't see them very often in the NFL. He's fallen for that. I mean, we saw it with Orlando Brown. Maybe Daniel Lele can follow that a similar career arc there. Jamari Salyer, teams don't seem to be certain on where to play him. I mean, I think that he's got good movement skills. Teams are, from conversations I've had, from a few emails I've sent, they're not sure what scheme that he works best in. Perion Winfrey, there's character stuff that's there. I mean, Bob McGinn had an article about it. Everything going up until this was praising him for it. Could be that situation of trying to get him to go earlier and shoot those down. But now that the draft's underway, a lot of new information coming out. There's a lot more there with the character. Tariq Woolen, I mean, this is a guy that I think I know I had earlier as an early round 3, and he seems that he's going to fall a little bit longer. He's got good speed, but that's about it. Teams don't know what coverage scheme to work in. There's so much time that he has to that they need to put in to improve his technique. Braxton Jones, late day 3, early day 4 is where I thought he'd actually go, or late day 2, early day 3 is where I thought he would go, and he had an early grade, round 3 grade for me. I knew I was a little bit higher on him. Joshua Williams, that small HBCU corner out of Fayetteville State.
Yep.
Kamari Mathis, who's again, this is the range for these guys, right? That I kind of figured. Kate Otten, Matthew Butler, Spencer Burford, Ayoma Uwazurike, Kobe Bryant, Calvin Austin. Those are guys that this is the range I was expecting for. And then there's my highest graded special teamers, Matt Arasia. I think that we'll hear his name called somewhere in round 4.
I actually have a second round grade on Tariq Woolen, and that's a player that I really like in this draft. And for the Broncos, especially early at 115, 116, that's a player that I really like there. Going back to your big board and kind of cross referencing everything here, Joshua Williams is another guy I really like, the Fayetteville State cornerback, historically black college university. I like his flexibility, the athleticism he has there, really a lot, and it fills another big need for this Broncos team. Now, next couple of big questions here. Your favorite fits for the Broncos, specifically at 115.
Well, real quick, I want to grab this from Anthony Edwards.
Sorry, dude.
Thank you for your donation. We appreciate that. It says, thanks again for everything, guys. Putting in that work, and I'm with Eric and love the extra pick for next year. We really needed them. Yeah, definitely. I mean, anytime you can add future capital, I'm always for it. It's why I'm a big proponent of trading down. I very much believe in the more darts you have to throw. I always have believed that, even before George Payton is. Very rarely will you hear me advocate to trade up for somebody. So yeah, I'm a big fan of it. Couple other comments here before I get back to your question. Bob says, have fun tomorrow. We'll be in and out, but maybe pop in. Thank you, Bob, for jumping in, man. We appreciate you. You keep doing some great work. Malachi says, do you guys feel RAS score is how Peyton really drafts players? I don't think RAS exactly, but I do think that their own formula that they have for measuring is something similar. That's basically RAS. I do believe they use that. I don't think it's strictly that, but it definitely plays a factor. And even looking back at what the draft stat George Payton was part of in Minnesota, you can definitely find that was part of it there as well. Got to give a shout out to somebody for one of our followers on Twitch with Tim. He says, you guys are all rock stars. Thanks for all you do. I mean, we've said it before. I'll say it again. And thank you guys. I mean, it's your guys' support on all the podcasts, on milehighhuddle.com, on everything, the YouTube videos, everything, everywhere, every location that we stream to or put articles up on. I mean, you guys seriously enable us to do this and enable me to make a living doing this. So I appreciate it. Even though I know my takes aren't always great, they're always better than Lance's. So that's always appreciative.
Oof.
And then we got Scott Shelby again, kind of says, what about bringing in Matt Paradis on a 1-year deal for center help? I don't think so. I think the ship is kind of sailed there. Anyways,
I want to attack on that one really fast because you got Zach Tom, center guard prospect from Wake Forest. He also has tackle versatility. And then Jason Poe, is a small school prospect out of Mercer. A younger kid, really good length, really good athleticism, and he held his own against Alabama. While that may not seem like a great thing, playing at Mercer, the fact that you went against Fedarian Mathis and LeBrian Ray at Alabama and held your own and did not get dominated. Jason Poe is a guy that I really like for the Broncos at the center position, and he's such a great scheme fit too, a super athletic guy. Go ahead, Eric.
Actually, and then we got another one. Joe Spath coming in with $5. Great job tonight, guys. Appreciate all the hard work you guys put out in for the draft. Thank you. Again, super appreciative of you guys. I'm a little disappointed in myself. I didn't break 100. That was the goal I set. I set a goal for 100 individual scouting reports. Didn't quite get that mark, but next year I will do a better job. So thank you guys for the support. I mean, and if you guys wanted to go read up on these prospects, go check them out. I believe there is a scouting report on Nick Benito up. Unfortunately, there is not one on Greg Dulcich. I might write one up tonight and get it published out there, so you guys can read up on what he's kind of bringing to the team. Anyways, going back to your question of it about guys who could fit. Looking at my big board here, Braxton Jones, obviously, Damari Mathis, Matthew Butler, if you want to go and add to that defensive line, Perion Winfrey, Uwazuriki, Spencer Burford. Those are guys we've talked about. Looking at a couple guys that we haven't talked about, there's Zion McCollum.
Yep.
Sam Houston State, he could use a little bit of time to develop. I think he needs a year. Denver needs to improve their boundary corner depth. Ronald Darby you can get out of his deal after this year. And Denver, they're at a point, because they have Russell Wilson, they're going to have to extend him after this year at the very least. They got to be conscientious of future investments on the salary cap. And Ronald Darby, he's only played one full season. Odds are he'll get hurt and miss some time this year, which is why you got to improve that depth. You can get Zion McCollum out there on the field a little bit. You can have him compete with Michael Ojemudia. So that's something there. Caleb Evans, I don't like his fit the best. If you want to double up on edge, Dominic Robinson. I mean, I'm a big fan of him. I think there's so much upside, so much work that needs to be done, but I think Denver's in a position they can afford to do that. If you want to add linebacker, I kind of like Darian Beavers. At this point, in early round 4, I like Beavers. And he's got good length, and we've talked about that before. It was an issue with Dean, is those crosser routes that you're trying to drop the ball behind the linebacker in front of the safeties. You want lengthy, tall linebackers to make that even a more difficult throw. Beavers can do that. There's Rasheed Walker. I'm not a big fan of him in the scheme fit. He was a guy who, going into the season, was viewed as a round one prospect. There's Mike Rose, another linebacker who can kind of fits that similar mold. Jerome Ford, if you're looking at a running back. Percy Butler out of Louisiana as a safety, I really like. I think they'll kind of wait on safety with Kareem Jackson back and letting him compete with Caden Stearns. Matt Waletzko, I mean, there's still plenty of talent on the board. And that was one thing with this class. Everybody talked about how weak the class was because at the top wasn't great. But the depth of this class, because of what we've dealt with the last couple of years around the world, the depth of this class was praised. And we're seeing the strength of that depth now. We've seen it with how the trades have gone out. And Denver and George Payton, they've done a good job set up to get these following depth guys in day 3.
No, you're absolutely right on this. You hit Dara Rosenthal. You hit Malcolm Rodriguez. You hit Matt Waletzko. You hit Hassan Haskins is another guy that the Broncos are potentially looking at for another running back there. You got Mario Goodrich, the cornerback from Clemson. You've got Donovan West, the interior offensive lineman that you could potentially looking at. There's so many different ways that this Broncos team could look. Zion McCollum is one that really intrigues me as far as a slot cornerback. Tariq Woolen is another guy. We've mentioned his name multiple times. There's so many different ways that this Broncos team could go that fit this team over the next 3 or 4 rounds going up tomorrow. One more question that I have to ask you. What is your most surprising pick thus far, at least for day 2?
My most surprising pick so far, probably Tyquan Thornton. I mean, he went a lot earlier than I thought. He's a speed guy. To me, I like him. I liked him day 3, but to me, he's just a 9 route, go run deep, and we might throw you the ball if you're able to outrun the defense. That's what he is to me. I don't see the short area quickness. I don't see the versatility with his routes. So that one's definitely there. And probably the one that stands out the most. And real quick, again, I want to shout out to help inflate my ego a little bit. Jeff Harper says, "Oh, Eric, I appreciate so much that you give us your big board and just who you are. You guys might have the coolest job ever." I'm just definitely appreciative of being able to do this. Chad Jensen finding me all those years ago and slowly working our way up to where I can do this as a full-time job, be able to stay home with my daughter and everything. But again, as I said before, it's not without your guys' support. I wouldn't be able to do this. As for giving you my big board, I mean, my philosophy has always been is I've gotten as far as I have because of you guys, that I'm going to give you the access to my big board. I'm not going to put it behind a paywall or anything. Well, I did 1 year, but that was a big mistake on my end. And I've always been told growing up, be who you are. I know I'm not for everybody. I'll talk about that often. But yeah, I appreciate your guys' support. Getting off topic a little bit. Malachi saying best duo on YouTube. Hey, we appreciate that.
Hey,
we know we're the best, but it's nice that you guys feel that way too. No, just kidding on that. But yeah, Tyquan Thornton. There was another pick that kind of stood out for me as kind of a head scratcher.
I got it for you, and I know you like the player. I know you like the ability, but I know that you were way lower on him, and you actually mentioned this. Wan'Dale Robinson to the New York Jets or New York Giants at number 43 overall. That was a big surprise to me. Yeah, like that was a big surprise to me. I had a 3rd round grade on this player, and it has nothing to do with his ability on the field. It has everything to do with his size. Is like 5'9", 175 pounds, just a string bean of a player. He plays a lot bigger than he actually is, which is going to play into his detriment at the NFL level, because with his skill set over the middle of the field and trying to break tackles the way that he does, he's going to get killed. Like when he goes up against an actual 250 pound linebacker over the middle of the field, he's going to get destroyed. Another one that was a surprise to me was let me see if I can find it. It was Tyquan Thornton was another one. Alec Pierce going as high as he did was a surprise. Let's see here. Sam Williams going at 56 to the Cowboys. That was one that kind of caught me off guard, but as far as the tape is concerned, I like the value there. Then Brian Cook to the Kansas City Chiefs. That was a fairly decent surprise to me as well.
I mean, Sam Williams, I kind of scrubbed that one from my memory there for a little bit, but it's just such a Dallas Cowboys pick, and it's definitely a lot earlier than I expected. We'll say this to Jerry Jones. I mean, he doesn't give a crap who you are off the field as long as you can play. I guess if you want to give him credit for that, you can. I shouldn't say that I do. I'm a big character guy. If you guys can't tell, I'll often bring up character with people, which is surprising because I have none.
It's surprising that you hang out with me because I have the worst character of anybody you've ever met.
But no, I mean, it is what it is. And Sam Williams, maybe it'll pan out for them. I felt that outside of the off-field stuff, I felt that Sam Williams was a 2nd round pick. So if they cleared him for that, if they believe that he's turned a corner, more power to them. They took that risk. They're taking that shot. And worst that happens is that it doesn't pan out. Jeremy come in here and says that makes a good point because there's some talk about us and everything, or about the reactions to it. It says, I think we just overreact when the analysts we watch initially feel disappointed. Definitely. I mean, there's that whole thing of what is it? What's the right word? Empathy? Is that the right word here? Being able to feel the emotions of what's going around you. And when we're on the screen and not trying to, talk about us on this one anyways, I mean, we're just trying to give our honest reactions. And with Nick Bonito, I mean, all of us were a little disappointed in it. The more we think about it, the more we'll kind of not necessarily change our opinions, but the more we might be less disappointed in the pick. It's already happened with me a little bit with Nick Bonito. It's happened with me with a little bit, not so as much with Greg Dulcich, and the mood of us definitely can swings off. And it's just that initial gut reaction. I mean, there's a reason why one of the best pods we do is the initial gut reaction after games. Is that the raw emotion of it. So it's going to be interesting. And the next year we have a lot more picks for it. And as we said, I mean, we'll grade these picks just because of our opinions of them as prospects. But I mean, by no means is that going to be how it is, turns out. I have plenty of misses. I will own up my misses. I will admit when I was wrong. I was wrong on Patrick Surtain. I was wrong on multiple other players. I also have my hits. Just throw that out there. But it's a growing thing too, is that we got to go for it. And if Nick Bonito goes and becomes a hit, I'm going to go back. I'm going to watch him as a prospect. I'm going to watch what he did and how he grew and use that in future prospects. We'll see what it is. We'll see what happens. To really get an idea of what draft class is, you typically need about 3 years.
Right. And I don't disagree with you on that. And if for no further example of this, go back to last year. When we did the first round, and I was up in arms about how the Broncos took Pat Surtain and didn't take Justin Fields.
Real quick, I think the best example of not overreacting right away is the 2020 draft. I mean, everybody just immediately jumped about how that's such an amazing class. And look where we are now. The 1st round pick has been traded away. One of the 2 2nd round picks has been traded away. And the other 2nd round pick has been a disappointment the last 2 years that potentially is gone after his rookie contract.
Yeah,
a bunch of the depth pieces aren't really panning out. So we have to give it that time. Right. I'll go ahead and give you the last little bit. We got about 5 more minutes before we got to get out of here, though.
Yeah. So you know what? Let's one last thing. Go back to last year. When you watched the first round and then watch the second round, where we all got super excited about Javonte Williams, and despite trading up for him in the second round, but then you trade back down and you get to see the Broncos take Quinn Miners, a guy that I fell in love with while watching him at the Senior Bowl, and coming to see his tape from Wisconsin Whitewater. You also get Baron Browning out of that. And this staff went from somber, we got Pastor Tanva, yada yada, missed on Justin Fields, to oh my God, we actually got a lot of really good players in this draft. There's a lot of quality guys that can step in and fill roles right away and make this team a lot better. Paul jumping in here with a quick $10 super chat to close out the night. Thanks, Lance and Eric, and also Nick, who just joined us back for the last couple of minutes of this fun podcast. Eric, what's up, dude?
I wanted to grab this too because we're kind of talking about it. It says, I don't understand how people can judge players before they hit the field. We're not judging them as NFL players. We are judging them based off of what they did in college. That's what evaluating draft prospects is. Yep. That's how you have hits. That's how you have misses. That's how you're able to get somebody like Chris Harris Jr. as an undrafted free agent, because his college tape may not have been the best, but he went in and did the work. And then there's always all those variables, injuries, character, speeding and killing somebody, like all those issues that you just can't predict. Yeah. All we can do is go off the information we have at hand and evaluate them based off that and how that can translate to the NFL.
Yeah. Nick, last thoughts before we get you out of here for the rest of the night. We're pushing on 5 hours. We got to about 3.5 minutes here.
Thinking that maybe Nick Benito already blocked me on Twitter, so that's fun. But are you sleeping tonight? I'm going to sleep tonight. Yeah, we'll get some sleep. I got to go write some articles. And if Nick Benito didn't block me before that, I'm giving him a C+ grade. He'll probably block me then. But I do like the immediate impact of these picks. You're getting Dulcich, who I think is going to come in and probably make the likes of Andrew Beck probably on the way out, and give yourself a little bit more route running nuance from the tight end position than they have right now, rather than the, you put your head down and turns like a battleship, Alberto Cuebanam. Other than that, I think it was a good one, and I definitely am. My favorite move of the day was to trade back and get a third-round pick for the Broncos. They're getting a third-round pick in the future. Good for them. One of the few trades where you got a future capital, and definitely the best future capital that was traded. So shout out to George Payton for that one.
Yeah, Payton working all of the moves. Go ahead, Derek.
I got to figure out what Nick Benito's Twitter handle is, so I can see if I'm blocked too. Because if I'm not blocked and Nick is, I'm going to feel really good about that one.
So I got to put this out there. If neither of you guys know Nick Benito's Twitter handle and you guys are both blocked by Nick Benito, I have a big red flag there, because that means he Twitter searches his name. So, but with that, guys, thank you all and everybody for sticking around here. We were at like 700 eyes on the show. We got like 250 here still right now. And all of the reactions and all of your comments and all of your feedback, all of the donations and everything. We thank you all for your support tonight here on the Mile High Roundtable 2022 NFL Draft live coverage stream. Guys, make sure you guys are following us on Twitter by finding me at Sanderson MHH, for Eric at Eric Trickle, for Nick at Nick Kendall MHH, and also for Luke, who left us just a little while ago, at Luke Patterson LP. Also, guys, while you're at it, again, at Huddle Up Pod, that's the Huddle Up podcast account, but also Mile High Huddle, at Mile High Huddle, the mother account, where you're going to get breaking news and analysis regarding your Denver Broncos, all of our scouting reports, all of our draft analysis, all of our draft reaction pieces coming up here soon. We've got press conference breakdowns, anything regarding your Denver Broncos. We're going to find that there. Facebook support us, facebook.com/Mile High Huddle. Make sure you guys go and follow that as well. And if you guys, please, the three things everybody should be doing here is subscribe. Subscribe to Mile High Huddle, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, does not matter. Subscribe to Mile High Huddle. Like every single video and article you guys see. And if you love it, share it. Please get in front of as many Broncos fans as possible, because without your guys' support, we could not do what we do best, which is cover your Denver Broncos. Now, with that, guys, I have no more words. If you can't tell, my voice sounds terrible. But Eric, any last words before we get out of here to see you guys tomorrow?
I'm blocked.
Nick Benito blocks you guys. Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's an ongoing joke. Let's kind of talk about it. It's always a red flag for me when I see players Twitter search their names. I've dealt with a lot of players that are get angry with me through DMs. And so, yeah, it's interesting. It is what it is. if he proves me wrong, like PJ Locke jumped into my Twitter DMs but entered the season after he made the roster because he proved me wrong, and then he blocked me. So it is what it is.
God bless. Hoping for the best. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I got to go write an article, and everyone have a great night. And day 3 should be a lot of fun. Broncos have a lot of picks and some right off the bat as well. So should be a lot of fun. Have a good one, guys. Lance, go rest your voice. Eric, go say hello to your kids. And
no, my kid told me to go away earlier when I saw her.
Well, I don't blame
All right,
you. No, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Choose kindness, choose compassion. Go Broncos.